This is my complete playthrough of Doom 2, compiling all the videos together into one package. This playthrough features alpha, beta, PC, PS1 and GBA levels where appropriate. You can find the individual videos on my channel. Hey and welcome to Doom 2 Entryway, Map 1. What's that? You don't recognise this? Well, this is actually the beta version of this level. So this is from around July 1994, about 6 months before the release of the game itself. And we'll take down these imps here. None of these consoles here actually do anything, so there's nothing too much to do in this room. You don't get a chainsaw in this version of the level, which actually makes the level a lot more difficult. So you can see we come in at a slightly different angle here. The textures on the walls here are very different. It's very weird to me that there's lights in the corner there. And the other big difference is that there are spectres in this level. Now, I'm playing on ultraviolence here, but I think that not giving the player a chainsaw and then sticking a bunch of pinkies into the level is a bit mean, but hey ho, that's just my opinion. So we're going to take down this pinky here. You can see that the texturing is still some way off the final incarnation. There's a lot of different interpretations of like these rooms here. They're all slightly different in different ways, and it's interesting to see. This secret's still here, but now the switch is actually over there, which I don't understand. I think it's a bit silly, but I guess like they wanted you to hit the switch in the first room to unlock the secret fully, which I don't know if that's really worth it, but hey. So we come outside here and you'll immediately notice this isn't the grass textures that you're normally used to. It's actually white rock mostly, which is certainly a choice. It's a lot busier, this with the pinkies in the level. I have to say, like, the pinkies really do kind of unbalance this whole map, because as you can see, I'm pretty much out of ammo here, and I really don't want to be using all my ammo. So I'm going to try and punch this imp here. But yes, this room looks very different. There's just a different feel to it, and I don't actually like it, so... Oh, a pinky in the exit as well, gosh. You see the misaligned exit texture there. You have to remember that this is the beta version of this level, so this was some months out before they'd released the final version of this. This room as well has a very different feel to it because of the texture used on the wall. I don't think they even use this texture in the final Doom 2 game. I think that ends up being an Ultimate Doom texture, so it's probably just there as a placeholder. But you can see this level goes through a lot of texture changes. Layout wise, apart from the beginning, which I don't like that new beginning, by the way, the original beginning. I think it's very weak compared to the one that we get in the final game, which we'll dive into in a second, but you could tell that the overall level had formed. They just hadn't quite worked out what it was going to look like, and they probably didn't have the final textures ready to go, so it's an interesting glance at what could have been, but to be honest, I do not like that opening room. It was kind of messy and a bit ugly. Now, let's talk about the retail release of Doom 2. See, for my money, this is a lot better, because you can run straight ahead and get into the level, or turn around, go outside and grab the chainsaw. Now, for me, Entryway is not quite as iconic as Hangar, and I think that comes down to the fact that this is a very kind of flat level until you get into that room, into the room around the corner here. I'm not such a fan of these like narrow corridors here, but as a multiplayer map, this is really, really fun. Like one of the better ones in Doom 2. And I think this is definitely like a very strong opening for Doom 2. Considering that some of the levels are a bit more uneven, I'd argue, in Doom 2. But as you can see, like I just love the aesthetic of this area so much more than what they were shooting for in the beta. I think making it more like a gravelly kind of brown, I think it just makes it feel more moody and more... We'll take this backwards. It just works better, I think, and I prefer this area as well. This all just feels... It just feels neater and tidier, to be honest. They really kind of made this level pop with some of these textures. These are like... There's a reason that Hangar is held up very much in the same breath as some of the better Doom levels because it's a great level. And the fact is, most of the layout didn't need to change. I also found it interesting that you could hit those switches in the wrong order and still activate the one that fell into the floor because of the limitations of the Doom engine. I prefer the grass, and I think it just makes it feel more like you're on Earth rather than on the moon or something like that, because the white rock kind of gave off moon vibes, to be honest. But yes, overall, yeah, I think the changes between the beta and this version are very, very much appreciated. I think that they nailed it out the park with Entryway. Very strong opening level, and I think that it's very much designed to invite new players in, while at the same time giving veterans like a taste of what's going to be different in this one. I like the fact that they didn't throw any pinkies in. I think the pinkies were just kind of overkill in the beta, but that's just my opinion. Now, we're going to take a look at a third version of this level, which means we're going to be diving over to the PS1 version of Entryway now. I think one thing that Entryway really does nail is that opening imagery of the stairs with the enemies looking away from you. I think that's just so iconic, and I think that while it's not kind of up there with the hangars of Doom, it's definitely one of those silhouettes that sticks with this game. Now you can see the lighting here is very different. In fact, we have no lights on the wall in this one. So we've gone from really oddly placed lights on the wall to the normal placed lights to no lights at all. The obvious advantage that PS1 Doom has is that it can throw coloured lighting in, and it really adds to like the dark vibes of Doom 2 a lot better. Also, PS1 Doom lets you have 2% health bonuses, which in my opinion should have been the way all the time, but that's a discussion for another video. As you can see, this is pretty much a copy of the original Doom 2 Entryway. I don't think that they didn't really go out of their way to change much in terms of like texture work in this level, which I think is the right call. I think there's no reason to sort of change things if they work. And oh, I didn't run. Yeah, I keep forgetting you got to run if you want to get on top of that. But as you can see, by and large, this is very much the same experience. You're not really kind of getting a watered down experience here. You even get the rocket secret, which is nice. Again, I am a big fan of the coloured lighting in PlayStation Doom, so for me it kind of only adds to the aesthetic that these games go for. I also love the music on this level. Like, I feel like at times Doom 2's music is great, but I think that I kind of lean towards Ultimate Doom's music overall, and I think the PS1 Doom soundtrack is very atmospheric. I think it very much adds a different kind of spin to these levels. So you can see outside again, we're back on the grass aesthetic, and although we've got like grey brick now for the building, which is fun, I think it's very hard to be overly critical of this level because I think the core level design is just that strong. Entryway is a very well designed level, great for multiplayer, and as a first footing into Doom 2, it really does what it needs to do. I don't think it's as good as Hangar. I think Hangar is just a better level, and I think it's one of the best Doom levels ever created, but I think that Entryway definitely is a very strong first step into Doom 2, and as you can see from the beta level, like, they did cut out some parts that probably would have brought the level down a bit, so we should be grateful for that. Hey, and welcome to Underhalls, but not as you may recognise it. So as you can see, this is the beta version of Underhalls. This is from July 1994, and there's a lot of different textures here. The most interesting thing in this room though is those bars we just opened. So those actually made it into the retail version of Doom, but then actually got removed, because I actually remember those from when I was a kid. Yeah, I've been playing Doom for that long. But you can see this level has quite a few differences, including chain gunners and a Revenant, believe it or not. Now, personally, I think the Revenant's only there because it was here like for testing purposes. I don't believe they would have actually put a Revenant in the second level, but nonetheless, interesting little challenge on this map. You can see that the texture work is kind of here for some parts and it's kind of been changed rapidly for other parts. The interesting thing as well is the Super Shotgun had a completely different texture, but because I'm using the Doom 2 WOD, it's going to override it. It's the null one. But basically, imagine a large normal shotgun with 2 barrels on the end. That's basically what the beta Super Shotgun ended up looking like. But you can see, functionally, this level is pretty complete. There's not really that much to say about what the difference is, honestly, because other than the textures, there's really not that much different up to now. So we're going to go and get that blue armor because it's pretty much, you know, a necessity on this level. You know, you can't just leave a blue armor lying around, can you? So something I hate here, these bars opening up individually. Oh, God, I hate it. I'm so glad that that's fixed by the final build of this level. But as you can see, there's quite a few different textures that have been left around. The roof texture in particular is very different. There's also a Hell Knight down here, I think. Yeah, there is a Hell Knight down here, which is just insane. But other than that, like, this level pretty much makes it almost one-to-one in terms of layout to the final version of this level. There's nothing too radical that's been changed from what we can see here. And that's good. And as you can see, there's no shotgunners behind the exit, so no nasty little surprise for players to walk into there. I mean, other than the texture work, there really wasn't that much to say about this one. The Revenant and the Chain Gunners were probably just there as placeholders. I can't imagine they were ever intended to be put into the game that early. Revenant in particular, although who knows, you know, id Software did what id Software did. Let's dive into the version of the level that you may know and love. This is the... So as you can see, like, they get rid of the computer's textures from this room, and this is one of the later Doom 2 WODs, so the bars are gone here. It's... The interesting thing about those bars, like I said, is that they kind of disappeared after the game had released. So once the game had started being updated, they were just gone. But as you can see, in terms of layout, like, this is almost identical to what we saw in the beta level. Even the Super Shotgun's still here. But what that means here is that we've got a pretty easy ride here. Fun fact, when we were kids and we first played Doom, we actually got stuck here for like an hour or two because we didn't understand that you had to run over that gap, because in Doom 1, like, there's no real moments where you have to run to get, you know, to get anything essential. I think this is the first point where, like, you have to run. So you have to be able to use the shift button, and it took us a while to actually figure that one out. So that's a fun little story. These monster closets are the same. Now, if you're playing on the original Xbox version, where we were just then inside that monster closet, there's a secret exit. I don't think I'm going to be covering that level again, because that level was awful. All the bars open up together. Hallelujah. So this guy here, fun story about him. id Software actually moved the levels on the map grid, so they were actually moved over, and when that happened, it created a state where a lot of the shotgunners and enemies ended up inside of the walls, and that one shotgunner is actually a fallout from that, because he was never actually moved back out of the wall properly. So you can tell which version of Doom 2 you're playing by if that enemy is actually stuck in the wall or not. And as you can see here, all these guys are behind the exits, and that's Underhalls. Honestly, in my opinion, Underhalls is I'd say slightly below average level. It's okay for deathmatch. Great. I mean, it's encapsulated. It's great. It's spherical, so it's not that difficult to get lost in it. But for me personally, I've just never been a fan of Underhalls, and even on PS1, like, I'm just not won over by this level. I think when you compare this to Nuclear Plant, which was E1M2, which was the follow-up to the iconic Hangar, like, this just doesn't even hold a candle to it. This isn't even like a very long level, although you can see this is derived from a later build of Doom 2. You can see the shotgunner behind the red doors, the red bars there. I mean, I guess it looks nicer with the cold lighting, but I just think this is a very, very, very forgettable level. I think it's one of those levels that when you play it for the first time, it's a bit exciting because you get to this part and you see all these hit scanners shooting at you, and it's like, oh, this is going to be a good shootout. But once you've done it once or twice, it kind of loses its sparkle. Today, especially, I don't think it helps as well that that's like the most generic looking building imaginable. There's no, you're basically just shooting through windows at shotgunners. But of course, like, this trap here opens up. This is where all these shotgunners come wandering down from. We head inside here. So they've made this room a bit wider, it looks like, on this version, which I guess that's just to make it easier for the console players to not kind of bump into the walls. But here is the super shotgun. So this is the first time you can get this in a normal level. You can actually get this in the PS1 version of Ultimate Doom if you go to the marshes, which weirdly has the Doom 2 sky texture and has a super shotgun on it, but is a Doom 1 level. So discuss. But yeah, this trap's exactly the same. There's nothing really cut from this level from what I can remember. It is very much still a case of they just prettied this up for the PS1 version of this. We'll grab the armor, head around. I think honestly, if you were to ask me, I think that this version's probably the nicest looking in terms of like lighting and such, but that's just because of the lighting. It's very underwhelming design in terms of like the textures used. That's just my opinion. Oh, that shotgun is actually out of the wall there, so they actually fixed the thing that its software broke. Interesting. So we'll head down here, shoot the barrels because it's easier to let them all die with the barrels. Grab the blue key. We're gonna head over here. I mean, once you grab the super shotgun, this level becomes so easy because the super shotgun just chews through all these low level enemies. Like, they're not that big a threat once you've got your hands on the super shotgun. But it's clear to see that from the beta level to these two versions of the level, the level was pretty much complete well before the game released. There wasn't really any major modifications made. The only thing that really got changed was the texture work, and to be honest, like, I kind of think it's ugly in all three. So, you know, I'm not a huge fan of Underhalls. Hey, and welcome to the Gauntlet, level 3 of Doom 2, and as you can see, this level is a lot more grey in the beta version of this level. As you can see, I kind of dig it this way. One of my big problems with the Gauntlet is that it's a very brown level. Even back in the day, it was a very brown level. But here you can see ash walls, stone walls here. It's kind of got a different vibe going for it here, and I kind of like it, to be honest. But you can see the layout is pretty similar. There's no secret at the back of those shotgunners. That was only added in after Doom 2's release. This room looks very different, and I have to say that I actually prefer this version of the room to the one that's in the final game. I don't know why. I think that this all just works a lot better. As you can see here, I'm just sneaking around the room. I'm trying to get the chain gunner to take out all the imps there. But you can hear a bunch of arachnotrons on this level. And yeah, this level is a lot more difficult in the beta, let me tell you. We're going to shoot down these imps here. We're going to head up here. Now, there's a bunch of arachnotrons down here. I don't know if the intention was for these guys to debut on level 3, or if they're just here because they were just putting enemies wherever they felt like it. But an Arch Vial seems very nasty on level 3. It kind of leads me to the suspicion this wasn't going to be an early level, because this is arguably more difficult than 90% of Doom 2. Oh god, he's gone down there. Oh my god, really? Have you gone down there? Oh, he's waking everything up down here. That's not good for me. Yeah, putting an Arch Vial on this level is nasty as heck. Go down, please. Oh my gosh. But as you can hear outside, there's a bunch of arachnotrons that we have to deal with as well. The spider boys are on this level, which is very, very, very unsettling. Yeah, this is a different kind of level when you're throwing these enemies here. I dig this. This is so much fun to pistol start, because in the original, like the difficulty, there's a BFG down here. What? Oh my gosh! And the thing is, it was neatly placed, so it wasn't like just thrown in there. Oh, did I just shoot myself with the rocket launcher? They actually put that down there carefully. Was the intention for you to get a BFG there? That's so cool. Ah, and there's a plasma rifle there. Wow, this was definitely not going to be level 3. Let me tell you. This was going to be some other level, but I do not believe for a second they were going to give you all the weapons by level 3. That's kind of silly. But yeah, you can see around here the textures are different, but the layout's generally the same. There's still windows. If you play the Game Boy Advance version of this level, but yeah, this level has a completely different vibe when you're throwing more than brown and greys. It's like I said, I like this. This level's a lot more fun when you can grab a plasma rifle and just blast through those arachnotrons. Wow, okay. Well, the only weapon I don't have here is the super shotgun. There's no secret down here. This secret, again, was only put in after Doom 2's retail release. And you can tell this because if you come down here and run to the back of this room here, in the Doom 2 release that's currently on like all the platforms, if it's anything other than the original WAD, there's a teleporter at the back of that room that takes you to a new secret. Oh god, what's going on in here? Oh my goodness, okay. Well, there's a Baron there, there's a Mancubus there. So this trap's still the same, the imps all come out of there. But man, imagine if you didn't have the BFG here. This would be a bit of a nasty room, wouldn't it? There's no pinkies up here. Let's take out this arachnotron. I don't know if this would have been level 3, to be honest. This feels a bit more like a late teens level. I would have said, like, this is too hard to be. The Gauntlet here, this version of the Gauntlet is way too difficult to be level 3, in my opinion. Because this would be a really tough challenge. I mean, unless they tone down the game's difficulty, but who knows, really. But yeah, that was the beta version of the Gauntlet, and it's really fun, honestly. So as you can see in the retail version of this level, things are a bit, well, more industrial. They've made all the walls metal, which is a contrast from what we saw with the stones. We've got this paneling on the wall here. This is a very recurring texture in Doom 2. And it's a lot browner, and I don't know, like, I kind of prefer the beta version of this level. I mean, it's all up to choice, obviously, but this looks more like a final Doom 2 level. This definitely feels a lot more in line with the early Doom 2 levels here. As you can see, this is a very much more one-tone room, and that's fine, because that's the aesthetic it's going for. No arachnotrons in this room, no arch vials, which is a shame. They kind of have thrown in more chain gunners though, which I think that's a good thing, because this is a good place to train against them and kind of understand just how much of a threat they're going to be. Because you can see here, even the chain gunners in front of me are being really nasty. So the secret is there in this version. Now, if you played the original release of Doom 2, you will bump into the secret in a second that isn't actually in that version. But you can see it's actually a chain gun in the middle of this room here, which, after seeing the plasma here, is kind of disappointing, I'm not going to lie. Gonna run around here. So these areas are pretty one-to-one with the beta version. They've just been retextured. I imagine they didn't have these textures all ready to go, so what we saw in the beta was very clearly placeholder textures. But like I said, I actually kind of preferred the tone of that visually, so, you know, it's one of those things. It's a personal taste thing. But this definitely feels more in line with the difficulty curve of Doom 2. This definitely... taking the Arachnotrons and Archviles out was very much the right call. So if we run over here, if you ever make it to this secret, you'll see you do get cell ammo, but you do not get the BFG in this version, which kind of explains why there's cell ammo there. So let's have a quick look around here. Yes. So this secret is not in the original release of Doom 2. This was only added in afterwards in one of the updates to the original WOD. And I suspect one of the reasons for that is to make the map more dynamic in multiplayer, because people can sort of zip back to that middle room. So you can see they've added a bunch of pinkies in over there. But they've taken away the Baron of Hell and the Mancubus, as well as the Arachnotron. It's very interesting, like, how they kind of swap those enemies around. Even if they were just placeholder enemies, they kind of added a lot more challenge to this level that isn't really present in this final version. This is very much a level 3. This definitely does feel like a level 3. Like, this is a step up in difficulty, but it's not that. It's not what we saw in the beta version. But yeah, I have no problems with this level. I think it's very fun to play through. It definitely doesn't outstay its welcome, and I think that it doesn't really do anything too gimmicky. So I'm a fan. And obviously it's not too long, so that makes it perfect in my opinion. There's nothing overly remarkable about the Gauntlet in the final release. It's a perfectly sound level, fun to play through, decent multiplayer map. But let's have a look at the PS1 version now and how that handles things. So, as with all the PS2 Doom 2 levels, there's custom coloured lighting here, and it really adds to the variety on offer here. And it kind of helps with the issue I mentioned where I feel this level's a bit too brown. The layout of this level has stayed remarkably consistent across all the versions, and even the Game Boy Advance version, which I won't show in this video, but it is worth noting that it pretty much copies the PC version one for one, except for adding in one tiny wall to reduce the load on the CPU of the Game Boy Advance, and also removes the windows at the end where the blue door is. But again, I'm a huge fan of the custom lighting in PS1 Doom 2. I just think that, like, in rooms like this in particular, it just kind of adds a lot of depth, it makes things pop, and I just think that overall it's a nice addition. It's a shame this wasn't around for the original PC release, because that would have been pretty neat. But you can see here, we've still got the chain gunners down here. We haven't rediscovered the Archvile or the Arachnotrons, which I have to say I'm very grateful for. So there's two chain gunners down there. Let's take them out. So this is one little trap that I haven't mentioned up to now, but sometimes if you're unlucky, the chain gunner will make his way onto that platform where the rocket launcher is, and he can do some real damage if you don't know he's going to show up there. So you have to be very careful when you're walking in here, because he can blast you in the back, and you have to be really quick to get him. Let me get you. So you can see, other than like the coloured lighting, this is pretty similar to the PC version that you know and love. So we'll head over here. Again, this is where you'll bump into the chain gunners and pick up a bunch of chain gun ammo, because there's quite a few on this level, which is always really nice. So this is where that chain gunner who we killed earlier on that little platform teleported from. can't really grab any more shotgun ammo. But in terms of faithful recreations, this is very much on par with the PC version. And again, there's nothing else down here except the health and the supercharge, so we'll grab those. Also grab the rocket launcher, which is very nice. As you can see here, the secret there is not accessible. So that leads me to believe that when they were making this version of Doom, they used a very early build of it. There's no teleporter here as well, so that kind of tells you whereabouts this version of Doom 2 comes from in the timeline. Interestingly, the Game Boy Advance version doesn't have that secret either, so that seems to be something that only the PC version got. But again, you can see this room is very faithful to the PC retail release. We are actually going to grab the ammo in here. I know I haven't grabbed it in any of them versions of this level, but I never usually go for that ammo. If you have the super shotgun here, this is really not trouble at all. In fact, it's not trouble here, it's just we're wasting chain gun ammo, aren't we? So we're going to shoot the pinky in the face here. In the face. Just going to hit the switch here. We're going to knock out all the imps at the bottom of the room here. Again, these are interestingly, these guys make it across all the versions of the level, so that this trap at the bottom was always intended to be here. There's also, was that a backpack then? Oh, I think there might have been a backpack in there. Don't think that was in the PC version. But honestly, the Gauntlet's a fun level. No matter which version of it you're playing, this teleporter just leads you back over here. I never use it, but it's worth just showing it in one of these versions of the level. It's the same across all the versions. But yeah, the Gauntlet's not a bad level at all. It's quite fun. It doesn't outstay its welcome, provides a nice challenge, and it's probably where you'll see the chain gunner for the first time. So it's a nice place to practice against that. It is interesting how much it changed in terms of aesthetic between the beta and the final version, although like I said, that's probably because they didn't have the textures ready for it. I kind of preferred the beta version of the level. I think that was really fun. It's actually quite a nice challenge, and even though it doesn't feel like a level 3, I think it would have fit into Doom 2 pretty nicely. Hey, and welcome to The Focus, Map 4 of Doom 2. The opening to this level from a pistol start on ultraviolence is actually quite nasty. You've got a bunch of shotgunners behind that window there that will take shots at you. You've got a chain gunner, you've got shotgunners, you've got zombie men all marching down on you. So you really have to arm yourself quickly here if you want to make it through this opening part. This is quite a step up in difficulty, I'd argue, and it's really fun. I'm just going to make sure I don't die when I go around this corner, because there are more shotgunners here, and you can see I'm not doing amazingly well for health. Now, oh god, okay, yeah, so the enemies down there can actually shoot you through the fence, so you want to make sure you're careful with them. We're going to come inside here because there is a med pack here, which I'm definitely going to be grabbing hold of. So the Focus is a really interesting level for me. It's not long at all, but it's quite a nice little challenge, and like I said, it's a step up in difficulty, at least at the start of the level. Once you've got past that initial burst, I think this level kind of calms down into a very middle of the road experience, but that opening is quite nasty, especially if you come in with no ammo or you come in with a pistol start. This room is very interesting because, as you can see, it's very dark inside of here, but there is a light switch here that changes that. It's a very interesting choice that to have this like be one of the few rooms where you can actually manipulate the light levels. Kind of wonder what the thought process behind that was. So this is a little box room. Luckily there's nothing in here other than the red key, so there's nothing of note, and I'll show that when I play through the PS1 version of this level. But really you just want to grab the red key and get out of here. The imp trap there is a bit nasty if you're not expecting it, but as long as you have some ammo to hand, you'll be fine. Now you can see here the yellow key. What I'm trying to do there, I was actually trying to strafe run, failing miserably at it. You can strafe run and avoid setting off the trap, but unfortunately there, as you saw, messed it up. When you try to go for the yellow key there, you're gunned down from all sides by these chain gunners, and obviously 1 chain gun is bad, 4 aiming at you, not very fun. Okay, I tried to run onto the raising platform there, messed it up. You can run across there. You know what, I'm just going to stop. I'm going to stop trying, because it's not happening today. But yeah, this is a very short and sweet level, I think. Very intense start, very hard for new players who get to this level, but I think once you understand what's going on, or if you bring in weapons, it's a very fun, if very short level, as you can see, because it took me under 3 minutes to complete that, and I doubt new players would take much longer. But I hear you asking, where's the beta version of this level? So in the map 4 slot of this, it's actually this level, which you may recognise as the Catacombs, an American McGee level. What's interesting is that in the beta version of this, there are no chain gunners, there aren't any revenants poking around. It feels like this level was supposed to take the level 4 slot because of the difficulty that's been removed. It's just an interesting little thing. I was debating whether to actually play through that, but I'll save that for when we get to the Catacombs later in this playthrough. So instead we'll jump into the PlayStation version of this level, and as you're probably finding with a lot of these Doom 2 levels, the use of lighting in this is more pronounced, and what that leads to is a much more atmospheric experience, because as we're walking around here, it's much darker and moodier, and the enemies are a lot more well hidden, which I think makes this part in particular here a little bit more challenging, because you can kind of see the imps aren't immediately available for us to see. We have to actually go right up to the window to see them properly. But it's very interesting that they remove the cage meshing on that so that it's just open windows. This level largely remains untouched from the original PC version. My guess is that this level was a late addition to the Doom 2 level roster, and that's probably why the Catacombs got booted down the track, because they probably felt it was a bit more difficult to level. It is interesting though to speculate like what decisions were made to shift these levels around, because this not having a beta kind of indicates that it was a late addition to the roster. But as you can see here, this pocket room here still opens up, and if we run over here, there's still a chain gun in here with the super shotgun, which we're going to grab. But yes, you can see this is a very untouched level. This is one of the few levels where nothing's really been tampered with or altered with. It's pretty much the same level, and even the switch here still performs the same duty. It's a shame they didn't think of like making this all coloured lighting. That would have been pretty fun to see, but this room is still very much the same as well. You just have to be careful, because it's easy, if you try to go in and wake them all up, it's easy to back out into an imp that's trying to get you from behind. And sometimes you don't wake them all up like that, so it's better to just take your time and clear out all the imps. I just want to show here that there is actually nothing of note in this room. There's nothing up there, there's nothing hidden in here. This is kind of a very pointless room outside of the red key, which, you know, and that light switch, and that switch there just turns off the lights again. So it's a very compact level, this one. It takes no time at all, and I think a lot of people largely forget it's even here, because it doesn't really do anything that imaginative, I'd argue. It's very much a short and sweet level with nothing that memorable going on. This time around I'm going to stay up and shoot them from here. Okay, there is a chain gunner there. Let's take him down. It's interesting as well that a lot of the texture work in this level's kind of survived the jump. Like, normally the textures get messed around with a fair bit, but in this one it's like, no, it's all pretty much like as you'd expect, which is interesting. But yeah, this is the focus. As said, it's not a particularly memorable level. It's here, it's fun, but once you're through it, you'll probably forget it you've even been here, to be honest. It's not a level that many people clamour to come back and play, and even the pinky trap there at the end's the same. Honestly, it's fine. The focus is one of those levels where you can play it, you can have fun with it. The start is very intense in the right circumstances, but I think once you get out of that initial room and you're heading towards the blue key, it calms down. And I think that other than that chain gunner trap, there's not really that much going on in this level. It's very much a, it's here, it's fine, but it's not going to win any plaudits level. Hey, and welcome to this playthrough of the Waste Tunnels. So this is the beta version of this level, and you'll notice watching through this that there isn't actually that many differences when comparing this to the final retail build of the game. We'll talk about the differences when they come up, but really there's not that much here that doesn't make it over to the game that you can play. This room in particular, nothing really changes between all the versions here. I'd actually argue that the PlayStation version, which you'll see later on, makes this room a bit easier because it's actually easier to see the enemies in here. But as we come in here, this Spectre will come out there. It's a nice little trap, that, because if you're not paying attention and you just run around this corner, that'll get you from behind. If you look through that cage there, you're also teased with the plasma rifle. Although the way to get it is nowhere near here, so you've got, it's a nice little tease to make you go hunting through the level. There's these enemies up here waiting to shoot us, and we're going to shoot them before they get the chance to shoot me. This part of the level is fascinating because this is one of the areas that kind of changes as you play through the different versions. So this puzzle here is you've got to hit the switch here to open the trapdoor. So you hit this one to open the thing here. Now when you come inside here, there's a line dev that shuts the trapdoor again, and you can reopen it by hitting the switch there. What's interesting is that this makes it all the way to the original release of Doom 2. So if you played this when this came out, you would have experienced that trap. But if you play it now on the modern source port, that line dev has been disabled, so the door doesn't constantly open and close. If you hit that third switch, you can go through to where the rocket launcher is and all that, but because we'll be doing that in the main retail release, I want to come through this way. All these zombie men here are just waiting to be shot. Again, this is pretty much one for one with the retail release. There's nothing exciting or really that different here. Even the textures are the same. What is interesting though is that red key there. It's actually hidden inside the lip of that, I guess, fireplace or like entryway or waterway or whatever. The thing is that it's actually a skull key card on this level for some reason. But when we play the retail version in a minute, you'll see that it's actually on that. It's the normal red key card. So at some point, someone made the decision to take those key cards out of this level. Can't really explain why they do that. Maybe they thought it didn't fit with the theme of this level, because this isn't really a hell level, to be honest. This is very much a earth level, as you can see by all the brown dirt and sewers and such. But that's where you come through. Oh, I didn't grab the red key, did I? I think this might explain why they made the change, because because they actually put the red key more in the open in the retail version, because it's actually quite easy to forget about it because it's sort of tucked away. Is there no Hell Knight here? Oh, he's there. So the Hell Knight here is actually behind the door, which isn't the best introduction, so I can kind of understand why they moved him more into the centre of the room in the retail version. So what we're going to do here, we're going to take out the imps in the middle of this courtyard here. One thing I like about this level is that you can actually come out here straight away if you really want to. There's nothing stopping you. Let's kill these imps here just so there's no surprises. But you can see this level does actually indicate skull keycards, so the original intention seems to have been for there to be skull keycards. It doesn't change the game in any way. It's just an interesting change that someone clearly decided, you know, it didn't fit. And it's the same with the yellow key card when we pick that up in a minute. I'm trying to grab the plasma gun over here. There we go. This is one of my favourite secrets in Doom 2 because it gives you the plasma rifle earlier, and honestly the plasma rifle is pretty amazing. As you can see here, there's nothing really different up to this point, but there will be a big difference in a second, and I want to see if you can spot it when it happens. So there's the yellow key card. Yeah, so interestingly, this is the first appearance of the pain elementals. Well, it would have been had the beta levels not changed. Having pain elementals here is actually really interesting because they can obviously spawn in lost souls, and that changes the whole dynamic of this area, because you've got to fight the spectres down here, none on this side. Oh, hello. So it is interesting, like these little change. This is one of those examples of a level that didn't change much from the beta, but they did tweak some of it, and it's clear that this was ready months ahead of time. So this level was finalized and then pretty much completed. I do like this level. I think it's really fun. I like its open approach, and I think that the fact that you can go in a number of directions at the start, even though there's only one way to really get through the level, it's nice that the game kind of gives you options. It's fun. And as you can see, there wasn't that many changes from the beta to the retail release, which is the version we're going to play here. So this is the version that you can grab on Steam, the Doom 2 WOD. It isn't the retail release because, as mentioned, they did make a change there. One thing that always used to fascinate me, so this imp trap now actually really cool in my opinion. The only problem is that if you ever watch the demos for Doom 2, they actually kind of spoil it in that. So when you do get to this level for the first time, you know that's coming. So it kind of spoils that trap a bit, I think. As well as all the stuff I've said, like you can head out here straight away, which is what I'm going to do here. But you can also take down the chain gunners and shotgunners on the other side, which I think is really cool because it can make the end of the level a lot easier. I prefer not to leave the chain gunners walking around because they can get into a bit of mischief. Also means you can grab some extra rockets here. We can't walk back that way because it's a locked door. But as said, it is nice that you can kind of go in that direction and see what happens. This room hasn't changed at all from the beta. The imps are still as annoying as ever. I think we got that. Who took a shot there? This is exactly the same as well. So the trap there is the same, the imps are here, and there'll be another imp around here, as well as the soul sphere. Again, there's the plasma rifle. The good thing here is that when you come inside here, this is very clear what you have to do. You have to hit the switches to get out of here. As mentioned it previously, the line dev that kind of recloses that is not active now. That was released. That was removed in the first update, I think, for Doom 2. I'm going to assume that was done on player feedback. But on this one, we'll actually go through and we'll do the shortcut. So this actually brings you up behind the red key, so you can actually enter that room with the elevator that we were on that we saw earlier on from the other side, which I find interesting because it means you can take out all these guys a lot earlier. Do not like that. I don't like it when it changes to the rocket launcher like that. This is not the area for the rocket launcher to be changed to. If you can get over the fact that this is just a big ground level for the most part, like, it's not that bad. It's pretty fun, to be honest. Okay, so there's no more lost souls up there. So again, all these zombie men here are waiting for us. We're going to take them down. So as you can see, it's just the normal red key card on this one. I normally I wouldn't even raise that as a thing, but I just find that whole thing so fascinating. And the Hell Knight here was moved into the center, which I think was the right call, because it's the introduction for the enemy, and if it's stuck behind the door there, it's not a great look. It kind of takes away the challenge a bit. I tried to do too much there. If I was going to do that, I had to get them with one shot, and I didn't because I was a bit foolish. So we can pretty much walk out of this level now. There's nothing too exciting except for the Cacodemon trap. That's probably the last exciting. Is there anyone over here? I can hear a shotgunner walking around. I'm just kind of wondering if he's was in there, but obviously not. So you can see they've actually changed the key striping, so it's no longer the skull one, it's just the normal blue keycard one. So here's the Cacodemons that we know and love. I think probably this was the right choice, especially because this is level 5, and even on Ultraviolence, like they don't want to throw too much at the player this early into the game, because this is still escalating the difficulty, and they might have viewed having 3 pain elementals as a bit too much, because especially if 1 or 2 of them break free and then kind of start just launching lost souls into the room, some players may find that a bit intimidating on their first wander through here. So I can kind of understand why the pain elementals were thrown out. But that's the retail release of the Waste Tunnels, and again, really like it, really fun level. There's no point in picking between one or the other because they're practically the same level for all intents and purposes. So we'll dive into the PS1 version of this level. And so one of the reasons that I like doing these PlayStation 1 level comparisons with the PC and beta versions is because this is kind of a bit later on than the PC version. So a lot of the decisions made with this are not just on technical side, but also on the fact that like some of the things in the original Doom 2 retail didn't quite work, and so some of the level choices in this, in my opinion, which levels got cut and which levels probably, you know, did make it, are probably based on player feedback and such. But also because like it's interesting to see how these levels were interpreted onto a console that isn't that powerful. Like the original PlayStation isn't a workhorse by any means, so it's interesting to see what compromises were made to get Doom 2 to work on this. For example, here, like this is not as dark as the PC version, so it's actually quite it's a bit easier to see the imps there, because with the PlayStation versions of Doom 2 levels, you generally find that there's a lot more attention paid to the lighting and sort of making the rooms feel a bit more unique. I do need ammo here. I think this room's a bit darker as well. I think that room's a bit darker than its counterparts. So you can see this trap makes it over safely. And as you can see there, they've got rid of the cage texture, so they're using the translucent texture that pops up every now and again in this version of Doom 2. This room has the green light off the green candle there. But this trap is exactly the same as well. We'll find out here if this is if they use the updated version of Doom 2 or not. Pick up that armor. Let's grab all this ammo. So let's go. Oh yeah, I haven't actually triggered the thing here to check have I. So you can see that opens the door and the door doesn't close. So this uses this level pulls from the more updated version of the Doom 2 WAD. So that gives you an idea of like how quickly that was removed that trap, well, trap in quotation marks. Because this was released in 95. Or maybe the devs on this version just got rid of it because they thought it was a silly trap. So this is all largely the same. There's not much too exciting here to say. There's a lot of enemies down here, so it's fun having the super shotgun here. I do like that this level gives you the super shotgun pretty much straight away because you do kind of need it. We'll shoot you. So we'll get rid of the lost souls here. So I'm going to kill all the zombie men here. You can see the red key's out in the open there, it's not tucked inside, which is interesting because the thing in there is red, so I get the feeling that like they would have put it there if they'd wanted to. It's just interesting how that key moves around ever so slightly. So the Hell Knight's in the middle again here. Wow, that imp did as a solid there. Nice. We've got the plasma rifle here. So we can head to the final part of this level here. Once we've taken care of all these imps. Forgot about these imps. Don't tell anyone. So blue lighting for the blue door there. They haven't really gone over and above on this level. They've been kind of restrained on this level with the lighting when you think about it. A lot of the areas where they probably could have used cold lighting, they've really not, and it's interesting how those decisions were made. Let's take out you over here. But overall, you can see that this level, across the different versions of Doom 2, and spoilers, it's the same on the Game Boy Advance pretty much. It's the same level. Like it's just a very consistent level across whichever version of Doom 2 you end up playing. You'll pretty much be playing the same level because let's go for the secret here. Because it's a good level. In my opinion, it's a very sound level, quite underrated, does a good job of upping the difficulty, and it offers a lot of secrets for people who are willing to go hunting. And it's nice to see that, like, no matter which console you ended up playing on, you got to experience it. But that was the waste tunnels. 3 versions of the level I've shown off here. I kind of like the PC original one on this one. I don't think the PS1 does enough with the lighting to really kind of make you go, wow, that's super different. But this was a fun level, and it's one of my more preferred Doom 2 levels overall. Hey, and welcome to the Crusher. But you may not recognize this version of the Crusher. So this is actually the beta version of this level, and it is markedly different, as you can see from this opening room. If we go this way, we bump into the yellow door. We can't actually come in here for quite a while, so we'll be back here later on in the level. But as you can see, this is completely different to what we would normally see at the start of this level. We're going to take down these shotgunners across the room here. Now, that part in the middle there, that lava pit, is 20 damage. You really don't want to be stood in that for too long. It's a bit nasty that they kind of just stick it there in the middle of the room like that. But if we run over here, we get teleported to this part. So this is where those imps behind the cage wall were. As you saw there, we got hit. Now, this part you will recognise. However, the way that this room functions is different. The switch there does not bring down the Crusher, which makes this room a lot more difficult. So you can see, I'm not even sure how you activate this. You have to hit the switch to bring the elevator down. I'm not even sure how you bring down the Crusher here. I guess we'll have to find out. So I'm going to run over here and grab the blue key. But yeah, I'm more interested in stopping that from shooting me. This part up here still exists. But if you look in the corner there, you'll have spotted the BFG. So yeah, this is where you grab the BFG to take on the Spider Mastermind, which... this is a very different take on this. So we're going to run up to this and kill it in one. I think we've just activated the Crusher by walking up to it. So I'm assuming they wanted you to walk onto the Crusher there to activate it, which I think is a very mean trick. That's very nasty, because if someone's starting off with Doom 2, they may not be ready for that kind of encounter against the Spider Mastermind. So yeah, this room's a lot more difficult in the beta. I'd argue the whole starting area is quite difficult, to be honest. This bit hasn't changed. This is where you grab some cell ammo. We're never going to say no to cell ammo when we can get our hands on it. But so far, like, the level is functionally the same. There's no pinkies in the toxic there, by the way. This level is functionally the same. However, there's enough differences here that you feel like it's different in a number of ways. And the differences will continue here, because we're going to go into the blue door here. And so this is basically the elevator room, but it looks different and has a different feel to it. You can see how this level really changed over development time. We'll come down here, and there's the door to the outside, and this still exists, but the way that you come into here, very different. This room as well, quite different. A lot of the secret areas that pop open with the enemies inside aren't here, so it's got a very similar feel. So this in particular, very similar, but there's no bit at the end there that pops up. So I brought my BFG out there just in case, but there wasn't actually anything to be worried about there. It's fascinating, like, how this room would morph into like a much more difficult version of this room, I'd argue. I think the final version of this room is more difficult. As you can see here, though, because there's no lift between us and the imps, they just wander down and start shooting at us. So when we head outside here, it looks similar. However, there's a mancubus here. And as you can see, this is different completely, well, in terms of like optics, because the gap between here and that far platform is a bit bigger, so you have to kind of come in here. So this is where the yellow key is, and as you can see, there's a yellow door there, but there was a door back here. I actually want to see what's down here, because not in the final version. Oh, it leads us back here. It actually leads us. There isn't actually a way to get out of that pit once you're in there. So now we've got to go to the yellow door. Which, oh yeah, it's back at the start, isn't it? Yeah, so it's a bit confusing, more confusing, this layout. I'm not going to lie. I'm not sure quite how I feel about this. So yeah, we go in here, and this is the yellow door we talked about earlier on. So this is all new. So let's see where this takes us. Oh, so there's 2 teleporters and a third. Wait, that's not the end of the level, surely? That's very anticlimactic. I cannot believe that is the end of the level. Yeah, so you can definitely tell that was a work in progress, because the level just kind of ends abruptly there. And if you're curious what was in that other yellow door, I did go back and record it so I could show you guys. It literally just takes you into the starting area, so it's just another way to get back to the starting area. It's very underwhelming the way this level ends, so I can only assume that was very much a work in progress, because that didn't even have the final part in. Now you will recognise this. This is the retail release of this level, and obviously this is where you encounter the Revenant for the first time if you're playing on Ultraviolence. I kind of prefer this. I think that this is a nice little maze, but it's not too daunting for the player. This is a nice little area where you can pick up as much ammo as you need, while also kind of having the freedom to kind of rush through if you want. And of course, the Spider Mastermind is still here, but now we can actually crush it without having to put ourselves in danger. So I'm going to break the Crusher here by grabbing the plasma rifle like this. The thing is, if you go up there while the Crusher is sort of level with the player, it doesn't actually crush the player, it just stops on the height of the player. So that Crusher is now indefinitely broken. You can see there's a bunch of pinkies down there. I do find it very interesting that the beta level kind of has hallmarks of what this level would become, but for the most part, it just looks and feels completely different in parts. I kind of prefer the final level here, I'm not going to lie. I'm not a fan of like how messy that beta level was. No BFG here, but we do get the supercharge still. So this imp trap was always here. In all the versions this turns up. If you play on the Game Boy Advance, there is actually a big structure in the middle of this room. That's to kind of reduce the load weight on the CPU for the Game Boy Advance, because this is a big room and it would bring that version of the game down to its knees. If you look at my Game Boy Advance playthrough, you'll see that. We're not going to kill the Spider Mastermind. We're actually going to. I'm going to leave it until the end of the level, because I don't really want to waste good ammo on it if I can avoid it. So this is the same kind of trap that we saw in the beta level, except it's over here. I'm also going to come down here and pick up the Megasphere. So you can see, this is the same room we were in the beta. They've just reshaped it so that it's like this. There's no like little passageway down there. Like I said, it's interesting how this level was kind of there, but also kind of a bit off, like what its final form would end up being. Like there's the red door still, so that's still there, but there was no lift here. There was just some stairs taking you down. This is the same room, but we enter from a different area. These secret panels here, in my opinion, make this room a lot more difficult. So we're going to take those down. So we're going to bunch into a bunch of Revenants in a second. Now the Revenants, in my eyes here, are very difficult if you don't have the plasma ammo, which I've wasted. On the Game Boy Advance, this area in particular, very nasty. The Revenant in that version of the game hits very hard, and it's very easy to get overwhelmed at this point if you're not really careful. So all we're doing here is killing the Revenants, making sure that the bony boys don't do too much to us. We get the super shotgun here. Red keys over there, you can see that. But we want to come in here because this is like a nice pit stop on the way through here. If you shoot the barrels at the right, it's very hard to not kill all the enemies with just that one shot. I like this secret because, it's, like I said, it's a nice pit stop on the way through the level here. So again, this is the same kind of idea from the base level. You've got Pinkies and Lost Souls here who are guarding the red key. We'll take these guys down and we'll sort them out here. So we're going to... Oh, the imps have moved up here, it seems. So yeah, sometimes the imps will walk up here because this is the closest point to that room they can get to. Now you can see here, this room's been trimmed down very slightly. So it's a Hell Knight here, not a Mancubus, as you can see. But they've also made these paths a lot easier for you to just run over. I don't know if you could make it in the beta version. Like, I didn't even try, but I'm sure someone will try it. The yellow key isn't here. The yellow key's actually been moved inside here. This whole room was not in the beta level, so this kind of acts as a good finale to the first 6 levels of Doom 2, I'd argue. That last, in the beta level, it was very underwhelming, and I think it's very hard to argue against that. I would argue that what we saw was probably very much a work in progress. Because this feels like a much more fitting finale, especially with all the weapons you've got at this point, like this. Because we've saved our rocket ammo and plasma ammo, it's very easy for us here to take down the multitude of enemies waiting in the middle. But yeah, overall, I like the Crusher. I think that as a final stop in this opening 6 levels of Doom 2, it's very fun. And I think that it raises the stakes enough, it gives you more than enough ammo to deal with what's in the level. As you can see here, I can now come back and just shoot this guy in the back, and there's nothing he can do to stop me. It's a fun level in my opinion. I think that it gets a lot more right than it gets wrong, and it's a big level as well, so like visually it kind of stands apart from some of the levels we've seen so far, which were kind of small in scale. This one really kind of says, let's make it bigger, and I like that. I also prefer this opening area. I did not like the beta version of this, but that's each to their own, isn't it? So now we're going to dive into the PS1 version of this level, and again, some interesting changes have been made across the board here. So the PS1 version of this level makes a few changes that are interesting to talk about. So the opening area here is very similar to what you'd see on the PC. It's got the same kind of layout as the retail release, except you get the super shotgun here, which actually makes fighting the Revenant so much easier. But you'll notice the big change in a second, and it's kind of funny to look at. So when we come into this room, you might already have spotted it, but the room below is actually way shallower. So you can see the lift is nowhere near as big. And I'm playing on Ultraviolence here. There is no Spider Mastermind, but there are a bunch of Hell Knights up here. So I guess they didn't want to put the Spider Mastermind in here, maybe for memory constraint issues or whatever. This is functionally the same room, it's just a lot shorter, so it's interesting to look at when you compare it to how big the PC version is. We're going to take the imps out here. It's interesting that this room manages to survive in all the versions, and this Soul Sphere is basically here for the whole ride. So yeah, the Hell Knights weren't really a problem for us. PS1 Doom 2 has a thing against using Barons of Hell. I'm not quite sure why that is, but it really does kind of prefer using the Hell Knights rather than Barons of Hell in both Doom 1 and Doom 2, and it kind of makes some of the encounters a lot easier across Doom 2. But we'll talk about that more as we kind of pass through each of the levels. So I want to grab all these cell ammo here. Again, the translucent textures are being used there. I actually kind of like that. It's kind of a nice effect. Makes it look like glass. But they also have the pinkies down here, which we're going to take care of. Okay. Shoot you in the face. It is interesting that they made that modification to that room, but some of the later levels are quite large and they don't make that kind of change. So I'm guessing they were working within some kind of constraints on how big some of these levels could be. Luckily this is still here, so that actually makes this a lot easier. So this room is still here. There's a bunch of imps inside here. As I mentioned, on the Game Boy Advance version, I think this is a good level for showcasing the limitations of some of these console ports, because in the Game Boy Advance version, the biggest changes in this version end up being in the big rooms, where they kind of put obstacles in the way to make it easier for the Game Boy Advance to play the levels. Whereas in this version, it feels like that they've only made changes where it takes out the biggest room. Are the traps still here? Yes, they are. So we're going to take out the imps here. So the same traps here, but we've got... The funny thing is, this is where we'd normally get the super shotgun, but this having the super shotgun here actually makes this encounter a lot easier to deal with. I'm just going to dance around that rocket. You're dead. But we fell down. Well, this is still a very fun level, even on PS1 here. You just got to be very careful because with the D-pad controls it is a lot easier to fall into that toxic in the middle if you're not careful. This room makes it in as well. Never going to say no to this room because it's always nice to grab some ammo. There's also a few texture changes through these versions, so you can see that on the PS1 in particular they're working with a much more limited texture list, and so a lot of these levels end up feeling a bit more unified because they end up getting rid of a lot of the tech-based aesthetics, and later on you'll see that some of the hell aesthetics get limited as well. So this trap is still here. They don't wake up on this version, unlike the PC version where they were already sort of active. You can see as well they've got rid of the Hell Knight here. Interesting choice. I would have thought they'd have put another Hell Knight here, but no, they chose the Demon Spectre. Could we make that? Could we make that run, do we think? Yeah, just need to be brave. There we go. As you can see, nothing too different up there. It's interesting as well that this room makes it in. It's a lot darker on this version because the lighting is more shadowy on the outside here, which I kind of prefer. I think it kind of makes that middle part pop a bit more. I want to get rid of these guys. I always find this encounter really fun. When I was a kid I used to die here quite a lot because I wouldn't save my ammo, and it's a good test of how much ammo players are carrying through the level, because it makes them prepare for this room if you know it's coming. It's a nice final test. But yeah, I think we've got all the enemies in here. For me, the Crusher's a great level. Across all the versions, it's very strong, and I think it's one of the stronger levels in the early Doom 2 section. It's fun, it's challenging, but it also kind of offers up some nice pointers for new players. And personally, I prefer the retail version, so I think the beta version's just a bit too wild. It's a bit too crazy for me. I don't like the layout, and it ended too abruptly. But do let me know in the comments what you thought of all three versions of this level. Hey, and welcome to Dead Simple. Yes, this is indeed Dead Simple. Of course you've seen this level a million times. Of course there's a chain gunner on Dead Simple. Why would there not be a chain gunner on Dead Simple? So, yes, this is a very different incarnation of level 7 of Doom 2, and for the most part the general idea is the same, even though there's chain gunners here. We bring down this door here and all the Arachnotrons and the Mancubus will come out. Now, here's the thing. In the beta for this, if you play this, you know, in its purest form, you will get Arachnotrons that have chain guns, and they will shoot you with their chain gun weapons, much like the Spider Mastermind. Unfortunately, because I'm using this Doom 2 WAD as a base here, it actually replaces them, but it's just worth noting that, like, if you actually play this in its purest form, you will see Arachnotrons with chain guns. But this level is kind of a mess, and I'm here for it. The idea is that you're supposed to dive into all these little huts here and grab the weapons as you're sort of combating. There's obviously not as many enemies here as there normally are, and once you've kind of killed all the Arachnotrons and the Mancubus there, who was killed by the Arachnotrons, there's really nothing left to do on this level. As you can see, there's like ammo and such inside some of the huts. This doesn't even have a proper exit on it, so that kind of tells you how early in development this level actually is. This feels more like a test level than a final level, and it's kind of ugly, but it gives you an idea that this was like a testing ground for these enemies, and it's pretty cool to see, even if like it's not even a slight patch on Dead Simple, the final level. So let's dive into that level now. This will seem much more familiar to you. This is the Dead Simple that you know and love. Arguably the best deathmatch map in Doom 2. Entryway is probably the only level I'd argue that really comes close to matching this for sheer fun. But as you can see, there's a lot more mancubus here, and there's a lot more verticality because the weapons that were hidden inside the huts previously are now on the raised platforms, so you have to hit the switches on the outside of the arena to bring those down. And you can also see that the mancubus are quite merciless. If they can kind of get a few shots on you, you're already in trouble. I kind of prefer the way that this handles introducing these enemies, because you're fighting the mancubus here and you're getting used to them, and then you're introduced to the arachnotrons. But as you'll see in a second, we'll shoot the mancubus here and then down comes the wall for the arachnotrons. So the code used to make that happen, I think it's only used on this level in Doom 2. But yeah, it's a very interesting thing that they added in a special code for when all those mancubus are killed. You can't bring down those walls, I don't think, without killing all the mancubus. It's kind of hard-baked into the Doom 2 code. I don't know if I prefer the arachnotrons having plasma rifles or having the chain guns. I'm not a big fan of hit scanner enemies. As you can see, when you kill all the enemies, you actually walk up that platform there and you exit the level there. That can actually glitch if you're unlucky. So what I'm doing here, I'm actually going to show you a secret part of the level here. If we come through this wall here, there's actually a second exit with a BFG. You can only access this in multiplayer, to my knowledge, but that actually puts a BFG in the level for multiplayer. So, whereas the other level didn't have any exits, this one had two, so I guess we're even. But yeah, I love Dead Simple. Dead Simple is a really fun level, and we're going to dive into the PS1 version now of the level. By and large, this is the same level that you'll see in the Doom 2 retail release. It's pretty much a very faithful recreation of the level, even with the enemy counts. As you can see, I'm playing on Ultraviolence here. They have changed some of the textures around, but that's pretty standard for this port of Doom 2. It's a bit more difficult on the PlayStation to kind of avoid the fireballs, just because the D-pad kind of doesn't lend itself to quick movements as easily. So you kind of have to make use of the shoulder buttons, the R2, L2 buttons, to really battle the mancubus in this version. But even on this version, you can, if you know someone who has a second copy of the game and you use a system link cable, you can do deathmatch on this, so it's pretty cool. I would have loved to have done like a cooperative run of this, but finding 2 copies of the game, 2 PlayStation consoles, and a link cable in the year 2023 is, well, it's a bit of a trek. But if I can ever get it working, I will do it. So, as you can see here, we take down the mancubus, and then we have to fight the arachnotron again. I find the rocket launcher is probably the best weapon for this, just because it sort of gets rid of them in 3 shots. As long as you're not too close, it's pretty easy to kind of take them out. I'm not sure if the secret exit is in this version or not. I imagine it is, because I don't see why they take it out, because it's not like you can get into it. I think what really sells this version of Dead Simple compared to the beta is it's just a nice arena. Like, you're fighting all these enemies, and in deathmatch it's really easy to find your opponents. There's a load of ammo around, there's a load of weapons. It's just a fun level, and I think it's one of the best levels in Doom 2. I don't think that's very hard to argue with, really. It's very short, but it very much hits the point, and again, that went up there. Funnily enough, when I was doing my recording session for Doom 2 a while back on the console, that actually glitched, and I had to redo the whole level because it went up incorrectly, which is really annoying. It's very hard to recreate that. Otherwise I would have done it here. It's very hard to mess up a Dead Simple level, and you know, they got it right in my opinion with the final release and the PlayStation 1 version. Even the Game Boy Advance version is pretty much 1-to-1, even though it's a bit laggier. Hey and welcome to Tricks and Traps Map 8 of Doom 2. This is the beta version of this level. You can tell this by the texture used on this floor here. This is a Doom 1 leftover texture. Probably here because they hadn't finished the texture sets for Doom 2 yet, so a lot of Doom 1 textures kind of turn up in some of these levels as placeholders. So we're going to take down these pinkies here. One of the things you'll find in a lot of these Doom 2 levels is that they usually fall into one of three categories. Either they're pretty much complete by this point, which is like this level. They're nowhere near complete, which you'll see in some of the upcoming levels where the levels aren't even properly finished. And then there's levels like Dead Simple, which get completely swapped around or moved up and down the level placement. For the most part, this level is one-to-one in terms of layout with its final incarnation. A lot of the differences come in the texture work. As you can see here again, the wall textures and the floor textures here are very different. But it's in terms of the flow of this encounter here with these pinkies, this is pretty much what you'd expect. And you still get the BFG here. There's a bunch of underlying textures behind that wall there, which, you know, only goes to confirm what I was saying earlier on about how the textures weren't quite ready at this point. One of the things I like about Tricks and Traps is that if you've kind of played this and you don't really want to have to deal with all the tricks and the traps, there's a very simple way through point to getting to the end of the level. You don't have to do all these encounters. These are all completely optional, which kind of makes this a unique level in Doom 2 because this isn't a common thing. Like normally you kind of have to do everything in a set order, but this level is kind of, oh, there's all these extra rooms with all these weapons if you really want to go and find them. The only thing I'd really go out of my way to get is the BFG, just because getting it on the next level is a bit of a pain. So the textures in that room there were different, but we teleport in here and everything's pretty much the same. This is one of the few times where we actually have to shoot a switch in Doom 2 to get our hands on the chain gun. Now I'm going to try and avoid using the BFG here if possible, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that because there's a lot of lost souls already out there. If you're playing this on the official Doom 2 WOD, this is the first level where you'll encounter the Pain Elementals, so this is your kind of introduction to them in this room. It's funny because on the next level, the Pain Elementals are largely useless. I'm going to use the BFG here. Because in the vanilla Doom 2, there's a limit on how many lost souls can be in a level at once, and the next level already has like more, I think is it more than the set allowed, so when they try to spawn in lost souls, they're not allowed to, but in this level that's not a problem. Okay, I thought there was a line dev there to open that, there isn't. Don't know why I thought that then, but like I always thought that you had to run over like a line to open that door there. This part is largely unchanged as well from the retail release. Probably my least favourite room, this one, in all of Tricks and Traps. It's kind of tedious. Like, the problem with imps and big swarms of imps like this is that they're not really that fun to fight. Imps in general, like, they can be fun, but like this isn't really the best way to use them because it's really easy to just pick them off one at a time as they're coming through the teleporter here. But this room is by and large the same as what you'll see in the final retail release. Bar a few texture changes here and there. Grab some med packs and stim packs here. Even those are in the same positions as the final release, so you can tell that like this level is very far along in its development, even months ahead of the game's release. So I'm gonna let him teleport, and then we're going to take him down. Ow, that hurt. We've just got to be careful here with the Baron here. We don't want to accidentally get pinned against the wall and have him scratch us to death. That'd be pretty nasty. And now we come to probably the most iconic room in Tricks and Traps, and probably one of the more iconic rooms in Doom 2 on the whole. So you've got all these barons here facing the Cyber Demon, and if you try to take all these on head on, it's only going to end badly. And this is the game's way of trying to force you to use infighting. So place your bets now on who you think is going to win this encounter. It is entirely possible for the Cyber Demon to win this. That Baron just teleported away. That's going to be a problem later on. There's another one. Okay, it looks like the Cyber Demon's got stuck in the wall there. Yeah, definitely got stuck in the wall. So the problem is, like, once they've killed the Cyber Demon, they all just turn their attention to you. They're not interested in anything else. So you can see here what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to get rid of them. So if I was smart, I would have saved more cell ammo for that room. But I wasn't smart. So this is where we'll pick up the red key. This is another trap. This one's a bit nasty because there's two barons in here with all these imps. And if they get you in among all the imps, like, you're pretty much done for, no matter how much armor you've got, because the barons, if they start scratching you, will leave a lot of damage on the table. I'm going to take care of these guys. There's a lot of barons on this level. This kind of reminds me of an Ultimate Doom level because it doesn't use Hell Knights this, it uses a lot of barons. So you end up wasting a lot of ammo just taking these guys down. Come on, go down. Go down, come on. Plus we're fighting these without the super shotgun, which is pretty mean. Super shotgun would easily make a lot easier work of all these guys. I know there's 3 of these guys left. Let's see if we can take them all down. I'm not too fussed if we don't, because as said, these guys are really just here to swallow your bullets up. You see that I'm trying to use splash damage to get rid of them. We got rid of him. Oh, there's one down there. You know what? You know what, mate? You can just stay here. So this is the final trap of the level. I'm not a fan of that. I think that that's actually a very nasty trap. If you fall into that pit, you're pretty much done for. I don't think there's any way actually out of there, and I can imagine a lot of people have fallen in that room and then been so frustrated at having to restart the whole level. For me, Tricks and Traps is a very interesting level, and you can see from the beta here that the ideas for it were pretty much nailed down very early on, because this is a very faithful recreation of what we'll see here in the retail version. So you can see this is the final texture on the floor here. It's the same basic idea. I mean, there's a lot of pinkies on this level as well. I know that this level is not well liked by some people. I know some people don't view this one particularly strongly, and I can understand why. Because, yeah, it lets you go in any direction you want, but a lot of the rooms are just kind of bullet sponge rooms, so like you end up wasting a lot of ammo trying to get through the room for a prize that's normally not worth it. When I'm doing runs of Doom 2, I normally will do what I'm doing here, as in I'll trigger this trap here because it gets me to the BFG, because this is the earliest point I think you can actually grab the BFG in a retail game. So, and for me the BFG is very much worth grabbing. So you can see they fixed the textures behind there. This area makes interesting use of the backpacks. Normally you only get 1 or 2 in a level, but in this one it's like they're all just placed around that area. The thing with this room as well is that, like I said, either you've got to use your good ammo on your powerful weapons, or you've got to basically blast all your shotgun shells into these things to get them to go away, because the last thing you want is these guys coming through when you're trying to fight the barons, which can happen, and they can even come in here if you're really unlucky. Again, this room is pretty much untouched from what we saw in the beta version. I do find it interesting that they made use of the shoot switches there. As I said, Doom 2 doesn't really make use of those, like outside of 1 or 2 instances, and hiding the chain gun behind it is pretty interesting. You can see we've got all these enemies in the room with us here. I don't think we're going to need to use the BFG this time. I think this time round we can get away with not using the BFG, which I'm totally okay with. Excellent. So obviously that Spectre's there just to slow you down slightly. You can, if you remember back to the beta footage we just saw, this is very much like the same. Even this room that we're about to go into, the room that I really don't like in Tricks and Traps, is pretty much the same. I was trying to shoot against the wall there, but I'm waiting for a few of these to come in here, so I can do that. If this was Plutonia, you know very well this would be a room full of bony boys. I'm just saying. So again, this is a good place to come and grab some health if you need it. They didn't really change the locations from the beta level. This room does look very different because they got rid of the base walls, so now it's more like a paved wall, which is interesting. I don't know if they made this room slightly longer or not. I don't know if it's just me, but it kind of seems a bit longer than it was previously, but that might just be because the Baron has been a bit slower backing us up here. So again, we're going to go in here. There's nothing like that different here. Now last time the Cyberdemon got stuck in the wall down there. Let's see if this time he can actually win one for the Cyberdemon team. So they're slowly attacking each other. I'm waiting for him to take down all those barons at the front there, because that's going to be the most important thing here. You really don't want to waste all your ammo on fighting these barons, because you'll be left with nothing. Wow, he's really doing a good job there, isn't he? So we've got to be careful here, because there is a not zero chance of him shooting us like he almost got us there. Oh no, that's not good. So the Cyberdemon's actually gone through the teleporter here. So he's actually in the middle here. Okay, that's not good. That's not good. Okay, and I basically wasted that BFG blast there. Because I was going to shoot, and then the Cyberdemon shot it, was killed by the Baron's fireball, which was pretty fun. But as you just saw there, it's very possible for the Cyberdemon to get out of this room, and if he does that, then, you know, if you haven't got invulnerability, you're pretty much screwed. There's a lot of imps in here, but as long as we don't kind of get pinned too much, we'll be fine. GFG here, just take all these down. But overall, this is very much the same level. Tricks and Traps, split opinion. It's a it's a love it or hate it level. I don't hate it, but I don't think it's a particular high point of Doom 2. Again, there's no way to get out of that hole if you fall into it. But for my money, Tricks and Traps is an okay level. I think that the gimmick is strong with this one, and I can understand why some people just do not like it and they power through it as quickly as they can. There's a lot of ammo on offer and there's quite a few weapons if you need them, but ultimately I don't think it's in the top half of Doom 2 levels in my opinion. But now we're going to take a look at the PlayStation 1 version of this level, and as you can see immediately we're actually facing the other way, which is a choice. But it's not the only difference in this version of the level. So an interesting decision made was seemingly to get rid of all the pinkies. Now I don't know if that's because of difficulty, I don't know if that's because there wasn't enough memory for the pinkies to be on the level with all these other enemies, but there are no pinkies in this level, and it actually ends up making this version of the level a lot easier in my opinion, because the pinkies kind of act as meat shields and they chew through quite a lot of good ammo. You can see that opened up that there. And you can see here as well, there's no shotgunners. So imps are pretty much the order of the day in this level. Luckily the plasma rifle is still here for us to pick up. So I'm going to come in here and grab the BFG, but whereas in the last two versions of this level we saw pinkies coming out at us, it's now imps, and there's less urgency in this room now because of this. I think taking the pinkies out of this level kind of spoils it slightly, because I think that the pinkies are used quite effectively in the base version of this level, because especially when you get pinkies in hordes, they can be like very challenging to deal with because they sort of run around you and bite you. But you can see here we've still got the BFG. But you'll also notice that because there isn't a shotgunner in that Caco Demon room, I haven't actually got a shotgun yet, which actually makes some of these encounters a little more difficult, because I don't really want to waste my plasma ammo on imps here. So I'm going to take care of the imps, and then we're going to grab the ammo bags here. PS1 Doom makes a lot of changes as it is to these levels and the texture work in them. Let's get rid of you. Oh wow, okay, so one didn't actually wake up. So again, the texture work in here is very different, and in here they are different textures, but because they look similar, it's not as noticeable. We've lost the computer screen textures and all that, so this is more just like general base aesthetic. We're going to take out these Caco Demons here. You'll notice that there aren't any pain elementals in here either. So again, that's what leads me to suspect that the pinkies were taken out for memory reasons rather than anything else. I don't think there's any reason you'd take out the pain elementals here. So we're going to drop down here. And obviously because there's no spectres and no pinkies on this level, there's just a imp around here. You can probably tell, like, by this point that, like, the imps aren't as threatening as the normal enemies, so it does change this level somewhat. But then, of course, we're going to enter the room where none of that matters, because there's nothing but imps for us to face. Let's take these guys out as they're coming out of the teleporter. Again, the traps in this level hold across all the different versions. including on the Game Boy Advance. So you'll see these exact same traps out on the Game Boy Advance version if you're ever inclined to actually play that one. I don't know if I'd recommend playing the Game Boy Advance one outside of it being a curiosity, but still, it's fascinating that it exists. So I'm going to come in here again and grab the health. This is my little pit stop. So again, the texture in here is different. So every time we've come in here, there's been a different texture on the walls. So they do use a Baron here, and they do use a Baron in the room next door. But as you'll see towards the end of the level, they don't actually use Barons in all the places that you'd expect them to use them. So, same room, same idea. The only problem with the Cyber Demon in this version of the game, because there's a lot of enemies between us, I think he's less likely to actually shoot us. So you can see he's not really like tempted to take a shot at us, I think because there's a bunch of enemies between us. So I'm actually going to have to activate this party here. So what we're going to do, we're going to take out the Cyber Demon here. I do want to take him out before we run out of... Okay, we haven't taken him out. This is not good for my short-term prospects. Hopefully we take him down before the vulnerability runs out. We did. Very nice, very nice. So now we're going to head into the yellow door here. So another big change that comes up in this version here is that instead of seeing 2 Barons, which we've seen in the versions previously, we get 2 Hell Knights. Now, I can probably assume this was a difficulty change, just because like there's literally no reason why they wouldn't just leave Barons in here, because there's already Barons in the level. But it's fascinating seeing the decisions made across these different versions and how they're all kind of slimmed down in certain aspects. As you can see here, this room's an absolute nightmare with a D-pad, let me tell you. So on the Game Boy Advance version, they actually put a teleporter down there, which is there to sort of give you a way to get to the exit. Kind of wish the PS1 version had done that. But that was 3 versions of Tricks and Traps: the beta, the retail PC, and the PS1 version. Hey, and welcome to Map 9 for Doom 2 here, The Pit. You may notice the texture on the floor there is slightly different. That's because this is the beta of this level, and this level by and large is pretty much complete. So what you're going to be seeing in this beta playthrough is mostly just misaligned textures like that door there, as well as a few textures that won't make the final cut but will be replaced. So the Pit for me is one of those levels that I don't particularly love. There's quite a few things I don't like about it, but we'll talk about those as we kind of make our way through the level here. There's quite a few things that rub me the wrong way in this level, and it's never been a particular favourite of mine. But it is interesting to see the beta level here. So this was, like I said in previous videos, this was about 6 months out from the game's final retail release. So you can see that the level itself is pretty one-to-one with what we'd expect to see in the PC version upon release. I'm not a fan of this. I think this is a feature of this level, the Pit, where these elevators go down and up, and it just takes so much time to navigate around this area. It's just something I don't like doing. Also, you'll notice the pain elementals here aren't shooting out lost souls. So for this level, I've actually set this to vanilla compatibility, and as you can see, because there's already I think it's 21 lost souls, someone can comment if it's not 21 lost souls in the level already, they can't fire in any more lost souls. So the pain elementals effectively become useless until you start killing off the lost souls in the levels. This is a weird trap for me. This feels more like it should have been on the previous level, Tricks and Traps. If you walk over that line dev there, it actually raises up the roof. But if you do what I did and sort of walk off to the side, you can actually go over, collect all the ammo you need, and kind of position yourself better to deal with all these chain gunners. This feels more like a tricks and traps room to me than it does a actual part of a normal level. It doesn't feel like the kind of trap you'd see, and it's completely optional as well. The only reason you go in there is because you want the rocket launcher. But as you saw in that room, there's a few textures that were different from what you'd see in the final game, and there was a few textures down there as well. That's the main thing with this level, like the texture work hasn't been fully completed. Although if you look at in the middle here, you'll notice that all the textures have not been fixed in place. So when that goes up and down, the textures kind of move with it, which makes it very visually interesting. I always find this bit to be probably the most entertaining part of this level because it's very chaotic, it's very enclosed, this area, and you've got a load of mancubus and enemies in the middle and cacodemons. There's a nice mix of enemies here, all challenging you, and if you are silly enough to go into that toxic pit down there, you can actually get stuck down there if you don't run immediately for the middle, so you got to be a bit careful. So we'll take down this mancubus with the single shotgun here. As you can see, this area is still here, so the texture work in here is very different. It's not brick or ash like in the normal version. It's actually kind of more reminiscent of Doom 1 texture work, which makes sense because a lot of these Doom 1 textures were used as placeholders. There is still a BFG in here, which we like very much. This BFG is actually pretty useful if you don't grab the BFG on tricks and traps. There's a lot to be said for the close quarter combat in this area. It's quite good, it's quite fun. Like I said, this is probably my favourite area of this level because there's a lot of challenge here, and I think there's 2 more imps there in the normal retail version, but... So you can see now those pain elementals. Oh, forgot about you. Yeah, so that mancubus there is there to catch you out if you're like not paying attention, as it nearly did to me there. But you can see the pain elementals have started to spawn lost souls again, and that's because we've been killing lost souls in the levels. The smart play would be not to go for the rocket launcher because there's a lot of lost souls in that area, and not killing them means you don't have to deal with pain elementals, but it's an interesting limitation of the original Doom engine. And as I said, I'm playing this on vanilla compatibility, so this is recreating that experience. I think one thing I don't like about this level is that there's just a lot of waiting around at points. So there's a lot of lifts, there's a lot of moments where you've got to stop and wait for the lifts to come down and then go back up, and then you'll do that several times in several areas. In particular this bit here. Now I don't know if the super shotgun is in the lower difficulties on the Doom 2 retail release, but it's certainly not there on Ultraviolence on Doom 2. So the super shotgun makes this part a lot easier because we can take out these lost souls pretty easily. There's nothing too exciting about the lost souls here. I always liked this room as a kid, but as growing up and realizing that this room is just kind of a big massive time sink that doesn't actually add much to your kind of experience. That's another thing I don't like about this level. A lot of the level is very much optional areas like this, and they're interesting, don't get me wrong, but the flow of the level means that most players will probably never come in here. And once you've experienced them once, there's no real reason to come back out here unless you really, really want the cell ammo by the teleporter at the end here. There's a few rooms like this in this level where you don't need to come in, and they're probably more interesting than the actual main part of the level itself, so I don't know. Maybe they could have found a better way to work this, but This is the beta level, so this was obviously always the intent. Maybe they could have put different coloured doors there and make it so you had to go into that room. I don't know. Like I said, the flow of this level just feels a bit off to me at points. And thank you very much, Lost Souls. I would leave the Lost Souls alive, but they can open the doors and they can sort of sneak in and come into this central area if you're not careful. So it's kind of... I really don't want to do that. I'm just going to use the BFG here to get rid of these guys. When there's a load of Lost Souls like that, I just like to blast the BFG. Going to take that down. See, this is another room where, like, you've got to hit switches to wait around for the things to come down and go back up, and you've got to do it several times to get through the puzzle. And you know, it's not that inventive. It's just not that fun. We have also just hit that timer, so the door up here opens for us. As mentioned, I'm not a huge fan of this level. This is one of those levels where I will take the shortest route to get through as much as I can, as quickly as I can. I also don't like this final room here. I just think that, you know, it's just a bunch... It's just... I don't really like it. Like, I don't know why. It's very hard to explain and articulate why this room in particular is just annoying to me. But if you ever watch me play this on stream, or you ever watch me do, like, a run of this, I will literally always just run on the outside of the room and hit the exit. I won't even deal with these enemies. You can see there's a lot of enemies here. So let's take care of these imps here. Smack, smack, smack. So we've pretty much run out of ammo here. I'm sure there's a few shotguns that we've left lying around, but it kind of shows you how tight the ammo is on this level, that we kind of ended up in that spot in the first place. As mentioned, this was the beta version of the pit, and I don't think it's a bad level, don't get me wrong, I just don't like it. I can understand that they wanted to play around with elevators, they wanted to play with the concept of like pits and all that stuff, but for me, this is a level that I always kind of jump through as quickly as possible, and this is the retail version of the level, and as you'll see as we play through, there really isn't that much different here, bar a few texture changes, and a few item placements have been moved around. So that plasma rifle at the end, I think that's gone. We don't get a super shotgun on ultraviolence here, as we did in the beta version of this level. But I do like how they make you fight for your shotgun ammo at the start of the level here. Like, if you don't want to fight all these shotgunners, you've got to turn around and go up the other pit entrances, so you know they really want you to work for that shotgun ammo at the start here. There's also a lot of enemies when you think about it. These imps here, while not dangerous, along with the shotgunners, they can prove a bit of a nightmare for new players. You'll notice the brown sludge there, that is the proper way this level looks. At least that's how it looks in the final retail version. So in this playthrough here, I'm actually playing on boom settings, so we'll be seeing a lot of lost souls spawned into the level, because generally that's how I generally play Doom 2 levels, but I wanted to show off the vanilla compatibility restrictions. And you can see how if these guys had been allowed to shoot lost souls, the beta level probably would have been even harder, but because you can see here how many lost souls are poking around already. That's quite a lot. Shoot you in the face. So we're going to head in here to the rocket launcher. So it's the same deal as we saw before. There's nothing really added here. The only major difference is the textures where the rocket launcher chamber is have changed ever so slightly. And you'll see that in a second. You can see it's more base aesthetic here. So I'm going to shoot there and shoot there. So you see, if you run right over that line dev there, it actually makes it a lot more difficult in my opinion, because you've got your back turned to these chain gunners, you haven't been able to grab the rocket ammo. This is, like I said in the beta version of this level, this room kind of doesn't feel like it belongs in this level. It actually feels like it belongs in Tricks and Traps. But that's just my opinion. It feels like a trap that's a bit more tongue-in-cheek and a bit more silly than, you know, your normal trap. Because there's a lot of chain gunners there. A lot of chain gunners and the Lost Souls, they really will wear down newcomers, especially if they're not expecting it. And even when you expect it, it's still a bit of a nightmare. You can see here they've actually fixed the issue here, so all the textures actually stick now. I kind of liked watching the textures kind of slide up and down. It was a bit unrealistic, yes, but kind of visually it was interesting. I try to encourage as much infighting as I can here, but sometimes it's a bit hard to get the Cacodemons to shoot where you need them to trigger infighting. There we go. Just want to make sure we get rid of the Barons. So again, you don't want to get stuck in that brown sludge there. If you get stuck in that when everything's raised up, you will get trapped, because that's just how that's designed. I'm speaking from past experience there. But this room's very much the same. A bunch of Lost Souls. You can kind of understand how they hit the ceiling on that Lost Soul limit when there's just so many Lost Souls in the level to begin with. The main reason you come in here is for the BFG and the cell ammo. The cell ammo is really valuable, and you want to make sure you're grabbing as much of it as you can. So there's 4 imps here, so unless I'm mistaken they've added 2 in from the beta, because there was only 2 here in that beta version of the level. Make sure we get in here. Did I forget about this guy again? I always forget about this Mancubus. I don't know why. Like, this Mancubus is like, it's actually really well done, that, and it's one of like the better parts of this level where like that Mancubus will catch players out who are engaged in that fighting there. So what I'm doing here, I'm just going to get rid of this Hell Knight as quickly as I can. We'll get rid of all these imps here. Normally I wouldn't take this long in this room. I'd probably just leave these imps walking around, but I kind of want to show off that, like, the way you're meant to do this. Also the fact you got to walk on that blue light on the floor there to raise up the stairs, that's an interesting choice, because I suspect many players wouldn't do that naturally unless like they get really stuck here. So you can see there's no super shotgun there. Still only 2 pain elementals here. Just want to get rid of Lost Soul there. I don't like Lost Souls wandering around behind me. They do cause a lot of damage if you don't take care of them. So again, we're back in this room here. It hasn't changed at all, apart from the texture. I think the floor texture here is a bit different. And they use green toxic sludge instead of the lava red sludge. But otherwise, it's functionally the same puzzle list. As I said, when I was a kid, I thought this room was super cool. But once you've played this level like a bajillion times, you kind of don't find yourself coming in here that often. At least I don't. Your mileage on this puzzle and other puzzles like this really depends on how much you kind of like platforming in Doom, in my opinion. If you kind of like the platforming aspects of Doom, I think as well, this is one of those levels where I think if you took out some of these rooms like this, the level wouldn't be lesser for it. I think that it being here is interesting, but I would never really guide players to come this way unless they really needed the ammo. Because there's just a lot happening here. There's a lot of enemies who are here trying to, you know, have their way with you. And I don't know, I'm not a fan of like rooms like this. So grab all the goodies here. And then we'll head into the yellow room chamber. So we'll just take down that imp there. I don't want to leave anyone behind. So again, this room hasn't really changed all that much. It was actually kind of hard to tell in the beta level if that lost soul was there or not. Just because all the pain elementals were already on us as we came through the door. I think this is one of the first levels that really throws a whole heap of enemies at the player. This is because the last level there was the Baron room and there was a few pinkies in front of the BFG, but I think this is probably the first proper level that isn't like a semi-joke level where players are kind of forced to use a lot of ammo to get rid of enemies. So for example here, all these pinkies are coming here. And I don't really have the ammo to deal with them, so I need to make use of the Berserk pack here. This level's a bit stingy on ammo, like, and you'll see that when we get towards the end of this level. Like, I've done this from pistol start, and we'll pretty much end up with next to no ammo leaving the level. Especially if we want to get 100% kills. So we're gonna head out of this level here. I'm really not going to bother with that final room, just because if you look at my ammo count here, we're going to end up punching things very quickly, and I really don't fancy. Luckily, you can just run through here. There's no plasma rifle here, so they took that away. But as you can see, we've made it to the end of the level. The enemies all sort of come in towards you there. It's very hard for me to put my finger on why I don't like the pit. I think there's just a lot of small things that kind of add up to me just not enjoying the level overall. I think there are much stronger levels to come. I think some of the levels we've already played are much tighter and better than this. I think that, like, this is one of those levels that I just feel that this level could have done with some trimming down, or they could have found a better way to make use of all those rooms, so there could have been more appropriate logic, because there's a lot of rooms in this level where you don't even need to go near and you're only really going for the ammo. So I don't know, it's not one of my favourite levels. In fact, it's probably in the bottom half of my levels in Doom 2. But of course, we're going to take a look at the PS1 version here, and you can immediately see the difference. The pit is a lot smaller. So this is a recurring theme with Doom 2 levels in particular. They don't like having very vertically high levels, and where possible they tend to sort of trim them down, or the levels just disappear entirely. And up to now with the PS1 levels, they haven't really skipped any, but as we start heading into the city levels and into the hell levels, you'll start seeing some of the levels just don't make it across at all. I do like that in this version, though, it doesn't actually take as long to get around. So while taking away the height of the level is, you know, a negative, it does mean you get around quicker. So it kind of works in the favour for me anyway. As you can see, same thing here, they've just added a coloured lighting in. They've also brought the floor out there, so the floor that connects to the open area that I was talking about earlier. it actually is more prominent in this version. I think that's because they didn't want players who've never played the PC version to get stuck there wondering how the hell they're meant to get across. You can also see they've gotten rid of the pain elementals there, so we're only seeing cacodemons now on this level, which again, it's one of those things where the PS1 version of Doom 2 has to make cuts, and pain elementals are around, but generally they're very rarely used in this version. So what's this room look like? So you can see this maintains the aesthetic from the PC retail release, but it does add in coloured lighting into the brown sludge room, and you can still do the trick that we discussed. It's always interesting looking at how these rooms are interpreted on the PS1, because the coloured lighting kind of gives more depth and sort of makes the rooms feel a bit more alive. Because one of the things with Doom 2 is that the lighting only really affects how light or dark something is. It doesn't add colour in, and sometimes it's nice to see that visual flair when you're kind of entering familiar rooms. It's a small touch, but it's one that I think would have been great in the PC version of Doom 2. That probably would have been a feature that would have actually helped differentiate it from Ultimate Doom a bit more. So this room looks completely different. This just looks like a cave or something. So we gotta go up, and we gotta go and get the blue key. So this is what I was talking about earlier. On the PC version there isn't a connecting part there. Also, they put chain gunners in the middle here. That's a bit cheeky. And there's a revenant there. So they haven't used the mancubus on this level, but they have chosen to use a revenant, which is a bit mean, if you ask me. So they've put chain gunners in the middle there, which is very interesting. They aren't afraid to put more enemies in at points in this version, which I do appreciate. Take care of you. Take care of you. So we are going to go and get the BFG here. So this room, again, functionally the same. The concept of this room pretty much carries through all three versions of a level that we've seen. Although the dark blue here is dark blue, dark green lighting, it kind of makes this feel more like a, you know, shadowy place that you're not supposed to really come to, which I appreciate. Yes, the secret is there. Making sure to grab as much ammo as I can. Nearly fell into the toxic sludge there, which would have been bad. So we're going to... It's easy here. It's just a bony boy on this version. I actually remembered this time. The pain elementals really add something to this level. Like because seeing a lot of cacodemons on this level is a bit weird to me. So you can see this all circles back on itself. Now I do wonder. No, the super shotgun's not here, so it's only in the beta that the super shotgun makes its appearance. And again, this room is here, although much like with the rest of the level, they've actually got rid of a lot of the verticality out of this room. So you'll see as we kind of walk around, it's a lot narrower, which It doesn't affect the puzzle, but it does kind of make it look a bit less impressive. So you can see here, like it's very shallow compared to how deep the PC version was. But in essence, this is the same puzzle that we've done twice already now. Just got to make sure we take care of all the enemies. If you try running across to the supercharge over there, you will just get kicked back to the start. It's mean like that. So they took away the cell ammo there, which is interesting. For me, the cell ammo is the big reason you go over there. So another change is incoming here. You'll see a bunch of Cacodemons down here. So in the PC version there's only 2 pain elementals here, but in this version they go wild with the Cacodemons, which I kind of approve of because this room always feels a bit empty. So I say more enemies there, to be honest. Also different textures on the walls. So without any pen elementals in here, we'll only have to deal with these lost souls that are already in the level. Cool, so we'll take all these down with the BFG. I think this room's a bit shallow as well. I think you can see it doesn't go quite as high as it does on the PC version. But in terms of recreating the level, it's very faithful. Like, other than like the differing heights, which obviously I assume were done for technical reasons, this is very faithfully recreating what you just get on the PC version. Oh, wow, okay, didn't expect that. Wow, okay, so those imps blocked me from running over there. And we're out of rad suits. Wow, this is chaotic. So you gotta run here. If you want to get up, if you want to actually get out of this room, you've actually got to run. The timer, I think, is it 20 or 30 seconds this door? You have to get up here, which it's quite generous if you know where you're going. Take care of you. But overall, this is very much the pit level that you know and love. If you find yourself playing this version of the level, it's the same thing. If you love pit on the retail release, you'll love this. If you don't, well, like me, you're probably just going to count down the time until it ends. They have made this bit a lot easier. So there's usually Mancubus in here, but they've just kind of thrown a bony boy here. So we're just getting rid of this Cacodemon here. Going to shoot them down. Man, that bony boy was really waiting for me there, wasn't he? Gosh. Let's take him out here before he does. Oh, wow, he's pushed me off there as well. Just have to be a bit careful. I don't want to die at this point in the level. Otherwise, I'd have to redo the whole thing, and I don't really want to do that. But yes, no plasma rifle here. So that's the pits across 3 different versions of a level. As I've already said, not one of my favourite levels of Doom 2. I think it's a bit bloated. I think there's a bit too much going on in some of the rooms. They're all a bit too gimmicky. Okay, it hasn't crashed. Kind of thought it might have crashed there. Hey, and welcome to Refueling Base, map 10 of Doom 2. And for this look back, we're actually going way further back than we've gone before. We're actually looking at a alpha version of Doom 1 here, hence the weird items on the floor here, and hence the weird guns and layout of the status bar at the bottom. So this is Refueling Base. Yes, this level comes all the way from the alpha version of Doom 1, and as you can see, it retains a lot of the visual kind of cues that would appear in the final level in Doom 2. The story of this level is very fascinating because it kind of shows up in the alpha here, it disappears from the beta before the release of the original Doom, and it somehow ended up as a level in Doom 2, albeit with some minor alterations to textures and such. And you can tell how early this is because I'm A, running this in DOSBox, but B, the enemies don't move, the textures aren't moving. This is a very simple, layout here. That secret's not been implemented yet, but it is marked, so obviously there was a plan to put something there. As you can see, the layout of this level is surprisingly still very much, what we would see in the final level. It's kind of interesting this because a lot of Ultimate Doom levels aren't as big as this. So seeing that this level was so huge, even as early as, and you can see we can't go inside the yellow door there, this early in development is kind of interesting. So we're going to head up to where the Cyber Demon normally would be here, and you can see there isn't an area where you drop down from, and obviously this room isn't big enough for a Cyber Demon. The exit rooms there have actually been changed as well, so there's 2 separate rooms that you have to walk through. I imagine there would have been enemies up here shooting down on you as you were making your way to the exit. Now unfortunately there was a crash there, but I have managed to get us back to this point, and as you can see, if you've played this level enough times, you'll recognise all the cues. The final level bears a striking resemblance to this level that we're seeing here. This alpha version here is very, very complete to say that it was developed so early in '93. So this is where you'd fight the Arachnotrons and all the imps and pinkies. The blue key's still here, so that's good to know. I'm curious if the secret's still here. It is. This allows us to skip between 2 areas of the level here. This room you'll recognise as the place where all the shotgunners and zombie men take aim at you. The secrets haven't been implemented though, so I am clicking the walls there and nothing much is happening. But you can see that from the very early stage, the layout of this level was pretty much decided upon. There isn't really, other than that final room, once you go through the yellow door, there's not that much difference here. You can see as well the secret rooms that haven't been implemented. They'll appear in later versions of this level. And this room here is largely untouched. I think that this even uses the grey brick texture in the final version of this level. You can see that that's changed because in the retail version of this level, that's actually an elevator that you've got to bring down, and you've got to be quite quick about it if you want to grab the plasma rifle. But obviously there was an intention for there to be a secret there, just a very different kind of secret. And is this secret here? Yes, it is. So this is where you grab a bunch of ammo as you in this normal version of this level. And what's in here? So this is the raised up parts that are gone. So this is where you would have grabbed the yellow key originally. So that means we've got the yellow and blue key here. As mentioned, it's very fascinating getting to wander around this level like this doesn't even feel like Doom, like with the sprites here and the status bar at the bottom being so weird and different. Like they were gonna have lives in this game. Can you imagine Doom with lives? But this is a very interesting look at this level, and even in here, even at this early point, like this room was dark as heck. I'm not a huge fan of this room at all, but the fact that like that was always the intention. You can see here where the windows kind of look down on you, and it has the Doom 1 end level door there. So, and just so you can see it, this is what the interlevel status screen would have looked like. It's kind of crazy. Getting to experience this is actually really fun and interesting. So now we're going to take a quick dive into the beta version of this level, which is dated about 5 months before the release of Doom 2 in 1994. So what you'll notice as we make our way through the level here is that from the alpha version that we saw, there's been a number of changes, but from here to the retail release of the game, there really isn't that much changed other than a few textures. So these rooms kind of all operate in the same way. Like there's always a pain elemental in here on ultraviolence, and this central pillar now actually comes down, which it didn't in the alpha version, but it allows us to get the chain gun, which I'm not going to say no to. It's very fascinating to me that they completely brought back a level from that early in development and largely left it unchanged for Doom 2. So as we make our way outside here, you can see that they've actually lowered the floor in the middle here, and they've raised this bit up here, so it's actually, you can't just walk across it like you did before. So it kind of adds a bit of verticality to this area, which is nice. It's always nice to see the changes like that. As we head inside here, you can kind of see on the back wall there's a few textures that are not there in the final version of the game, but the room kind of looks and plays the same as what you'd play in the retail version of Doom 2. We're going to head inside the room with the BFG here. So in here you'll encounter the Arachnotrons and the Pinkies and the Imps. This is a very busy room, but there is a nice prize of a BFG at the back of the room if you're willing to trigger the walkover puzzle. There is also 2 other ways into the room, both via secret passages, which I kind of recommend. I recommend trying to grab the blue key without fighting all these enemies. It is kind of a waste of ammo. And as you can see here, we are now basically stuck in a loop here where I've got to trigger this BFG thing here without actually dying, because those Arachnotrons are going to hit me pretty nastily there. It does raise the question of why this level didn't quite make the standard for Doom 1, but did make the standard for Doom 2. Especially considering that it was in this early, so it was clear that like early on someone had decided this level was good enough for what they wanted with Doom 2. Maybe it was too big for Ultimate Doom, because there are very few levels that match the scale of this level in Ultimate Doom, so perhaps they decided that this was a bit too big and too sprawling. You can see that they've implemented these secrets here, which unfortunately means we gotta deal with these pain elementals. So we're gonna take out the Lost Souls here. So this opens up the central part here. This is where you'll get your rad suit if you want one. There's also a bunch of hit scanners who love to make their way out here. Thank you very much. I want to see what's inside that little chamber here. Yeah, there's not much in here. Bit of health, but that's not essential. So as we head inside here, you will remember this from the alpha. This is the room, in my opinion, which kind of sums up this level It's got a lot of enemies, it's got a lot of tight spaces to fight in, but ultimately I just think it's kind of unremarkable. This room's kind of here to sort of punish players who don't sort of take out enemies, because there's just so many enemies coming out to shoot you here. And it's one of the few times in Doom 2 where they actually use the shoot to open mechanic with some of the secrets, which is pretty neat. It's important that you take out as many of these guys as you can, because they do chip away your health. Even if you have lots of armor, they will sort of work their way around and chip health off. You can use these secrets to pick up... Oh god, I forgot about that. To pick up some nice health, but... So it's interesting that they moved the yellow key into this room rather than leave it where it was. Because in here, there's a good chance that most players won't even spot it unless they're actively looking in all those little spaces, which I don't think many new players to Doom 2 would do initially. So it's kind of interesting that they chose to flip the yellow key location like that. And it kind of makes that big room with the imps that we'll go into in a minute a bit redundant, to be honest. We're not going to trigger that right now. I just want to show off this secret, because this is probably my favourite secret in this level. If you sneak in here, you can just grab the blue key and get out without fighting any of the arachnotrons if you really don't want to. But we're going to head to that big room we were talking about, because this is where you would have come in the alpha to get the yellow key, as we saw earlier. But this is just like one big optional area now. It's an interesting choice, that, I have to say. Because this kind of feels like it has a key in it somewhere. It just feels like with all the enemies here and all the items, this is an important part of the level, and as you kind of come to explore it, you come to realise that no, actually, this is just like a big room filled with lots of enemies. One interesting discussion though is, where would this have gone in Ultimate Doom? Would this have gone into Knee Deep in the Dead? I don't think it would have. Would it have gone into the Shores of Hell? Maybe. It's kind of... Some of Shores of Hell's levels are quite big like this, so maybe it would have fit into there. I don't think this feels like a Hell level, unless they were going to make this room like super Hell. But even in the alpha, it didn't have that going for it. So, who knows? You can see here that they changed the secret at this point, so... Instead of like crossing that little ravine, you have to come down here and drop the elevator. So this is where the yellow key was. Now, obviously, you know, no texture there means mirror effect, so don't pay attention to that. But you can see that the little alcoves on either side of the room have been put in at this point. Personally, I would have kept the yellow key there. Like, it just feels like a more natural spot for it. So without the amplification goggles, this room is usually pitch black, and there's a whole bunch of enemies in here. Not one of my favourite rooms, to be honest. I usually try to avoid fighting here if all possible, but I want to show you all this level. So we saw in the alpha there was actually a few imps in here, and those imps are still here, but they're now accompanied by all these other enemies. It's very remarkable to me that this level just has the same feel. Like, you play this in the alpha, and then you come and play this beta of Doom 2, and you can tell it's the same level. It has the same feel. A lot of levels go through such big changes, but this one just kind of feels like it was given a few new textures, and that was kind of it. Even in the final retail version of this level, there really isn't that much different, to be honest. So I'm going to come and do the Cyber Demon trap here now, because this is probably the thing that people remember most about this level, is the Cyber Demon that guards the exits. So we're going to grab the invulnerability, we're going to take down Cyber Boy here. Captain Rocket, if you will. you can kind of see this room kind of changed quite a lot, but the intention of it's still the same because there's still windows overlooking the two rooms there, which the cyber demon shoots you through. So that's pretty nasty for the player. The cyber demon can also teleport into those rooms, which makes it just 10 times worse in my opinion. But we're going to take out the Lost Souls here. Again, this is another big optional room. There's really not much you want to be doing here. So this is the secret that you saw marked, but it wasn't actually in existence yet. Or if it was, we couldn't cross through the door to get into here in the alpha. But overall, like I said, I'm not a massive fan of this level. I think it's a bit too big and sprawling. I think that one of the problems Doom 2 levels start having around this point is they start getting a bit too big and a bit too sprawling, and a lot of the levels are just mostly about kind of exploring and hoping that there's something good to find when you go secret hunting. And for me, this level, if they put this in Ultimate Doom, I think it would have been one of the weaker levels in whichever episode it landed in. But I think in Doom 2, it's actually not that bad. I think that like it falls in the middle for me. So you can see here, the two rooms still exist, which you have to go into, but they've completely reworked how you do it. That said, this is one of those few examples where we can really go back and take a look at the level from its very early conception all the way through to the level that we pretty much got our hands on. The differences between the beta that you just saw and the final release of the level is very minute, only a few texture differences. And I think it's best that we dive over to the PS1 version now. So the PlayStation version of this level obviously makes stronger use of lighting because it can do. But what's kind of remarkable to me is that a level this large, there aren't really that many modifications to it to fit it onto the PlayStation. Normally what you find with big levels like this is that some part of the level goes missing, but interestingly this level is largely untouched. Even the secret here is still intact, although I would argue that, you know, this is an essential part of the level because the chain, you will need the chain gun. There isn't enough ammo on this level to deal with everything otherwise, and you don't really want to be using the pistol. But as you can see, even on the PlayStation version here, the rooms are strikingly similar to the beta version that we just saw, and there's still a lot of enemies out here as well. So this room hasn't been simplified at all. In fact, it keeps very much the same ideas that you see in the final retail release of Doom 2. So we're going to take out all these enemies here. I think one of the things I don't like about this level is that it feels like you can just run through this level the way it's been sort of laid out with the keys and everything in a very short amount of time, and a lot of this level feels kind of redundant, and it does make me wonder if like there was better key positioning and they weren't right next to each other, which they are in this version. You can pick up the yellow and blue key within a minute of each other in like 30 seconds if you really know what you're doing. I feel like a lot of this level just isn't worth exploring because a lot of it, there's a lot of enemies, there's a lot of fights like in this room here where you're basically wasting a lot of ammo to get very little in return. You can see here they've got rid of the pain elementals off this level and instead we're using cacodemons. That's a theme in Doom 2 on PlayStation. Cacodemons usually get pushed in where a lot of pain elementals are. My guess is because they don't want too many lost souls floating around this level, and obviously pain elementals can spawn in lost souls, so it kind of makes sense that they, with an already high monster count, they don't want to add to that. But this is what I mean here. you've got these secrets here, and when you go inside, for all the ammo you've just expelled, making, trying to get in here, you only pick up like a box of ammo and 2 shotgun shells. That's really not worth it, in my opinion. It's why I never really go into that room if I can avoid it. You do have to come in here, unfortunately, and when you come in here without armor, it is a bit of a pain in the backside. I was just checking there was no one behind me there. Unfortunately, this room is a bit of a pain because you can have enemies shooting at you from way off in the distance. Enemies can sneak up behind you and take a nice chunk of your health off. It's one of those rooms where you just kind of want to get through it as quickly as possible. But unfortunately, if you want to grab that yellow key, you've got to come in here. What's interesting in this version as well is that they've changed the way that they mark out the secrets, so you probably won't notice it until you're right next. Like, so there, for example, the texture's very slightly different, whereas in the PC version there was UAC logos to indicate where you needed to shoot. But even here you can see there's a lot of these enemies just wandering around, and you kind of got to deal with them all. You can't, leaving them out in the open is just not recommended. But what it does mean is that this room is very faithful to the PC version. So if you're looking to experience this level and you were playing on PlayStation, you're getting the full experience here. We may as well do this now because there's a bunch of pinkies in here we're going to have to deal with. I don't think there's a cyber demon in this version of the level. I think it's changed out. And I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to just take these guys out, and then I'm going to grab the blue key, and then we'll probably go and have a look at what's in place of the cyber demon, I think. So yeah, you open this, you can go through to where the cyber demon normally would be. Don't think it's a cyber demon in this version though, I think it's something else. But this is kind of how I normally do this level. I'll normally sneak in behind these guys because they're not even looking, and just grab the blue key and then head right back into the secret here. I won't even bother with this room, but because I want to show off this room and because I want to show how it looks in this version of the game, I think, we're going to have to deal with these guys. So I've got light amplification goggles on here because normally this room is very hard to see in, especially when you've got all those enemies that are shooting at you. We're going to sneak around, grab the BFG, and we're just going to blast our way through this. The arachnotrons are a real pain in this room, especially if you get stuck in front of one of the pinkies. We're going to take care of you. So the secret to the... I call it the room of waste because there's no real reason to come out here unless you really, really want the plasma rifle. But yeah, this is exactly the same as you'll find in the PC version. Again, I'm very surprised because this is a massive room, both vertically and sort of in terms of width, and it's kind of interesting that they didn't lower this room, make it small or anything. Not because, as we saw with the pits, like, they were not afraid to make a lot of the rooms in that level a lot smaller. So it's interesting which levels get sort of cut down and which ones don't. Let's see if we can do this secret here. We can. Lost soul there. So this is the third time we come into this room here, and you can see the texture at the back is fixed in this version. Going to be very careful here with the rocket launcher. The lost soul makes me nervous, so we're just going to fire across the room here. So again, this is one of my least favourite rooms because it's kind of bland, it's kind of ugly, and if you don't have the light amplification goggles, it's pretty dark. So that's one thing this level likes doing. It likes throwing in some Like, it likes putting up the darkness and kind of leaving you to deal with all that. We could go into the exit, to be honest. But there you can see... Oh, so you can see here, there's no Cyber Demon, but there is an Arachnotron. Wait, what just teleported in? Oh, so in this version, they just teleport in. They don't actually let the one up there teleport down here. But yeah, Refueling Base is not one of my favourite levels, but it's got a very interesting story, and we all got to explore that together today. Hey, and welcome to Circle of Destruction, or O of Destruction if that's what you want to call it. So first thing I'm going to do here is go around and shoot all the enemies around the O. The reason for that is very simple. These enemies will chase around, they will follow me, and they will shoot me from across the way if they get the chance. This is one of John Romero's contributions to Doom 2, and in my opinion it's one of the better contributions. In fact, I go as far as to say this is easily one of the better levels in Doom 2. I think that it's very well designed. I think that there's a lot of openness to it, so you can jump down into the toxic and fight the enemies from there. You can stay up here, you can go and find the secrets to get all the ammo. There's a lot to say about this level, but we're actually looking at the beta version of this level. Yeah, so as you can see, this level was pretty much done and dusted early in development. There's really not that much that's changed. The only things that are changed I'll point out as we kind of make our way around, but even the texture work isn't that different from what you'd see in the final level here. I'm going to come up here and take down these guys. I always found this courtyard bit with the Arachnotrons to be quite difficult, because if you're pistol starting this level, it's very likely that you're going to be relying on the chain gun or shotgun, to take down these Arachnotrons, which is not the ideal way to do it. Plus, a lot of the enemies in this level will chase you through the level like this, so they'll follow you, they'll clump up behind you, and you've got to deal with them. There's no real point in trying to not deal with them. So we're going to head up here and grab the blue key. Now, this level is famous for being the introduction of the Archvile. The Archvile is an enemy that you'll love or you'll hate, depending on your experiences with it. The best way I find to kind of avoid being hit by its flame is to just stand behind a wall, like this. But the Archvile can obviously resurrect enemies, it can shoot you with its flames. It's a very nasty enemy, and especially with like some of the lower tier weapons like the shotgun and the chain gun, it actually takes a bit of time to get rid of them. So my recommendation is just use the super shotgun, rocket launcher or plasma rifle to get rid of it. So we'll drop down here and we'll grab the invisibility here. What I like about this level is that, as you can see here, enemies can shoot you from across the way. There's no reason why you can't just take out enemies like this as soon as you have the chance to. So we don't even have to go into this room to fight these enemies. We can just shoot them through the fence here, which in my opinion is probably the best way of dealing with the enemies in this room. So we'll head inside the blue door here. I'm going to pick up the cell ammo there, and then we're going to hit this switch to raise up the platform here. So this allows us to go over here where all these spectres are hidden. Again, this is very familiar to what you'll see in the retail version of this game. So there's, up to now, there's been not that many differences, but there is a big one coming up here, and it's interesting because this actually made it into the final release. So if you bought this back in the day, that there, you see that there, you can actually see there, there's a little gap there where you can walk around. You can actually run onto that and skip most of this level if you choose to do so. So you can see here, we can actually walk around, and if you just tiptoe around very carefully, you can actually leave the basically finish this level super quickly. Now, they actually changed that after the initial release of Doom 2 to a more fat design. So what it does, it actually stops you from doing that. So that was actually an exploit that people made good use of back in the day. But it isn't actually in the modern versions if you go looking for it. A bunch of lost souls here. I don't like this. There's a lot of lost souls means a lot of trouble, so it's worth just kind of getting rid of these guys as quickly as we can. We could go and get the invulnerability, but I'm not going to bother with that right now. We'll take down the bony boy up the top here, as he's kind of shooting us here. Oh wow. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier on, a lot of the enemies in this level will backtrack and follow you through the level, and because of the open nature of this level, like, it's very possible for them to do this kind of thing. So this is happening because I went into the final part where they all walk up, so I'm actually fighting enemies from the end of the level here, which is pretty funny. Right, this is a bit dangerous, I'm not gonna lie. I just kind of want to get through here. If I can, I'll get the rocket launch here, but if I can't, then we're just gonna have to leave it. Oh, ow, okay. So I almost failed there, that was not good. So this isn't, yeah, this is exactly the same as well. So I just need some ammo for my plasma rifle. Shoot you in the face, shoot you in the face, shoot you in the face. Cool. As mentioned, if you bought this at back when Doom 2 came out, you could easily just run through that part there and you can skip most of the level. You don't even have to deal with the red door. We'll get rid of you. There is an invulnerability out there, but I don't really see the point in using it here. Another change here is when you hit this switch in the modern Doom 2 WOD, there's actually a little bridge here that takes you across there. But in this version, there is not. Now, I assume they put that in there so that people couldn't miss, like, where they're meant to go next. But again, if you bought this at launch, that bridge isn't there, much like it isn't here. It's interesting that, like, they actually made those changes once the game was into the wild. So there are effectively two versions of this level in the wild at retail. Of course, now we can head over here and make our way towards the level exit. And of course, we have ammo on the rocket launcher, which I don't really want to use, to be honest. But yeah, by and large, this level is pretty much complete here, and it's interesting that these levels were done so early. You can see there that the ending is actually a bit different. In the retail version, there's a big skull switch which you press, and that I assume that was put in to make it more fancy than what we see there, because basically it's just a normal switch in there at the minute, and you'll see that in a second. But in my opinion, this is definitely one of the stronger Doom 2 levels. It's a level that, it's challenging, it's fun, and I think in multiplayer it just lends itself to some great combat situations. But yeah, this has changed. So this is different. If you play this now on like any of the current versions of this game, like I said, there's a big skull here that makes it more fancy. But ultimately, Circle of Death is very much the same level. It didn't really change throughout the development of Doom 2, and I think that's a good thing, because the level we played here was really fun. And I can understand why they didn't want people using that level skip, because it kind of cuts out half the fun of the level. So let's dive into the PlayStation 1 version of this level. So you'll find with a lot of these PlayStation 1 levels that not much really changes, but the performance of the level can become a bit unstable. And I think this is one of those levels where we start to see that, as the performance of this level kind of isn't as smooth as what we've kind of seen in previous levels. And that's obviously because this level is quite large. It's a very big level, this, and it's very faithful to the PC version, albeit with some of the height reduced, but we've come to expect that. As you can see in here, they've put a chain gunner in there, and they've also replaced the Pain Elemental with the Cacodemon, which is quite common when we're looking at these PS1 levels. As said, I suspect that's down to the fact that they don't want Lost Souls being flooded into the level, because especially on these bigger levels, that would tank performance, no doubt. But yeah, one of the big things with Doom 2 on the PlayStation 1 is that the Doom 1 levels were derived from the Jaguar port, which basically became the basis for most of the console ports in the 90s. But with Doom 2, there really wasn't anything similar, so a lot of these levels are only modified in slight ways, which means that, as I said, the performance can dip, especially on some of the levels that we're going to be entering in the next part of this. But that doesn't mean that this is a bad level at all. In fact, it's still very fun. You just got to kind of come into it knowing what to expect. I do like when they mix the colours of the candles with the lighting of the room, because it does kind of lend this like a bit more depth. Unfortunately, we also have to deal with a chain gunner there. Managed to get rid of him. But what you will have noticed is that this is very faithful. Like, the layout of this level, it matches, the enemy placements match. It's a good way to experience this level if you didn't have a PC back in the day, I think. I am going to grab this invisibility here just so that I can take on these Arachnotrons a bit easier, just because I don't fancy kind of getting shot by the plasma bullets too much. So we'll tear down the Arachnotrons here. We're also going to see in a second one of the big cuts from this game, and it's one that I understand, but having seen the Game Boy Advance version, I'm kind of sad that the enemy in question does not make an appearance here. So the PlayStation 1 version of Doom 2 does not have the Archvile in it, and the thing is, I understand why, because he respawns enemies, he throws you across the rooms and all that. So there's a lot of reasons why, like, technically it's not the easiest thing to put in these ports. But then you look at the Game Boy Advance version and the Archvile is very much in there, and it can still very much do all the things it wanted. So I'm a little sad that, like, it didn't make it into this version. I think that taking the Archvile out kind of, it takes something from some of these levels, in particular there, where, like, you're seeing an Arachnotron and you're like, well, I've seen so many of those already. It's just one of those little gripes I have with this version, that the Archvile didn't make the jump. I'm going to shoot this imp up here. I'm sure most people don't even care that the Archvile didn't make it. You can also see here, this is what I was talking about earlier. So they've literally pushed it to the edge there, so you can't just run onto it anymore and kind of skip the level. I'm going to try it here just to show you, but you can't just run onto the edge anymore like that. You have to be incredibly specific. But you can see, no, it's not happening. And that's the same if you play Doom 2 on Steam now, or on the Unity port, or any of the console versions of the last, like, 15 years, you'll get the exact same situation. So there's two chain gunners out there rather than the Hell Knight. Did they put the bridge in here? No, they didn't. That's interesting. So you can hear that all the Cacodemons have woken up because they can see us now. So I'm just going to take this down here. I still stand by what I said. I think this is a really strong level, and the fact that, like, a version of this turns up in Plutonia as a homage should show you how influential this level was. for Doom mappers, it is a very strong level in my opinion. Romero really kind of hit it hard here, and I think that the end result is a level that is definitely in the top 5 for me in Doom 2. So this room here is filled with cacodemons and the like. We just need to be careful because that Arachnotron can hit me from the exit. I was trying to run over there, but that cacodemon bounced off it, which was not appreciated. But there's no denying that this is a very faithful recreation of the PC level, even if it does have some choppy moments in terms of frame rate and playability. Tear down these two here. I think the BFG is still on the other side here. Excuse me, getting stuck on the scenery there. I am just going to go and grab the BFG just because I don't like it. It's a good place to pick up the BFG if you've somehow missed all the previous ones. You can see here they've raised this all up, so this isn't lowered down anymore like it is in the PC version. Doesn't really change anything. Doesn't change anything about this area because you can't exactly go back anywhere. Shoot you in the face, and that's pretty much this level done. As I said, this is one of my favourite Doom 2 levels, and you can see there at the end the skull texture I was talking about. They made that ending room a bit bigger. I think it's because they wanted this to just feel a bit more grander than just walking up to a switch on the wall, which is kind of anticlimactic. But yeah, this is one of my favourite Doom 2 levels. I think it holds up really well, and definitely one of the better experiences you can have in this game. Hey, and welcome to the factory, map 12 of Doom 2. So we're gonna head inside here. This is a little crevice where there's a bunch of shotgunners inside. There's some armor up top. That's the main reason I'm coming in here. But also we can get loaded up with a bunch of shotgun shells, which will be very useful. So we are playing the beta version of this level here, and rather than there being an elevator to get inside this room here, there's actually just a single door. And as you can see, there's more of a hell aesthetic going on in there, like with meaty floors and all that goodness. You can also see that the textures outside here are not quite right. In the final version of this level, it's more smaller brickwork, I think. I think there's like yellow ones on the right and red ones on the left. Or have I got the wrong way around? Anyway, whole point is we have to kill all these imps inside this room. And honestly, I always avoid this room when I'm doing my normal playthroughs just because I don't really think this room's worth the hassle. There's just too many imps in here. You blow through too much ammo to kill everything, and honestly, it's just not that fun an encounter. So we're going to run inside here, grab some shotgun shells and blast these guys in the face. You can see that this room is quite different to the final room. Obviously the trap is the same with the imps, but basically it has a very different aesthetic going on here. I'm not quite sure what they were shooting for here because there's not much else on this level that really matches that aesthetic, so in a way I'm kind of glad that they switched it round in the final version of the level. So we're going to shoot this Arachnotron here. This is one of those levels that makes use of Arachnotrons. They're like little sentries that go around shooting things. This room doesn't change much at all, in fact, I'd argue, between retail and the beta here. The big thing here is that you don't want to go into that teleporter at the top there. The reason for that is because it teleports you into a small imp trap, and no matter how much health you've got, like, it's pretty much guaranteed they're going to scratch the heck out of you. So I'm just going to grab this here, I'm going to come over here, grab the chain gun from up top here, and that should see us for the rest of the level here, basically. I do want to get rid of this guy here, so let's do this. Thank you. Just got to be careful here, because this guy can, yeah, let's just take him out with the chain gun. The main aim here is that you don't want to get into too much hassle with this guy because he will chip away at your health. And as mentioned, you don't want to go into that teleporter because even though there is a supercharge in there, there's a bunch of imps who will basically make it redundant and probably kill you. So instead what we're going to do, we're going to head back outside here and we're going to head into the main portion of this level. Actually, I'm going to go and grab some health first. So this level's quite generous with the health, but you've got to go looking for it. So, as you can see here, I have grabbed some health, which is pretty nice. So we'll head inside the factory part of the level here. We'll take out the Arachnotron here before we do that. It's interesting that this level doesn't give you a super shotgun in the beta. In the final level you can get one inside here, but we'll talk about that in a minute when we head inside that area. Just going to take down the Mancubus here. If I was playing the complete raw version of this WOD, because there's several versions of these beta ones, this is a fixed version so I can actually play it with Doom 2. But if we were playing this on the original WOD file, the Arachnotrons actually have their chain guns, which were originally what that enemy was conceived to have, so they wouldn't have had the plasma rifle. I don't know if I'd have liked the Arachnotrons as much if they were hit scan enemies, because I think the chain gunners really fill that hole very nicely in this game. We really didn't need Arachnotrons adding to the hit scanner party. This is kind of a throwback room because the puzzle to get to the switch over there is kind of like the one in E2M2, where you have to kind of trigger the pathway in the correct order. If you don't, you end up raising the pain floor. So we're going to take out all the enemies inside here. There's a few chain gunners tucked away, so we've got to be wary of them. Like that. Well, there is indeed a BFG parked at the back of this room, which we really want. So, what's interesting about this room... Oh, first let's sort you out. So this room actually changes a fair bit, and it's kind of broken in the beta here. So when you try and leave, you can see it asks for a red key, but there's no red key inside here. At least not one that I can find. If there is a red key in here, then I haven't seen it. And trust me, I've gone looking for it. What's interesting as well is that in the final retail version of this room, there's actually a super shotgun in here. Obviously I'm going to have to use the no clip to get out of that room because otherwise we'd have to, you know, start the level again. This is still the same. This actually makes it into the final version of this level. So this is quite a nasty trap because it puts a berserk pack right there. And then it expects the new players to kind of just wander up, and there's a bunch of lost souls waiting to eat the player. So you can see here, I'm going to be trying to edge around here. That's because in the beta version of this level, there's actually a spectre at the end of this corridor. And what that means is that you either have to kill it before you get to it, or you can't grab that cell ammo, which it's standing on top of, and I really want that cell ammo. So you can see there that it's a spectre, and we've managed to draw it out here. Now, in the final version of this level, they changed that to a shotgunner. Now, a shotgunner obviously you can kill as you're kind of running towards it, but a spectre takes several shots. So, I think that's a very good change, at least in my opinion. Oh, okay. I have to be honest, this is not one of my favourite Doom 2 levels. And that's that so that's the imp trap we were talking about earlier. So if you went into that teleporter where we fought the Baron way earlier in this level, you'd actually get teleported up there, and the imps would just attack you on sight, and unless you've got a lot of health and armour, you're pretty much dead. So we'll grab that. It's interesting to me that they put the blue and yellow keys so close together in this level. Because there's plenty of places they could have put the yellow key and the blue key. But, as said, I'm not a huge lover of this level. I'm trying to... Is that Arachnotron in the walls? I can hear an Arachnotron kind of like walking around, and I'm guessing... Let's take you out. I'm guessing it's either outside, and I can just hear it really well, or there's one in the walls. I don't know why they put one in the walls. Oh, did I just miss that? So I'll show you now what happens when you go through here. It takes you to the top where that supercharge was. No, I think the Arachnotron's outside. It kind of has to be outside, doesn't it? Yeah, because it's getting louder as it gets to that door. Let's go and kill it. This is the thing with this level. These Arachnotrons will just kind of follow you around out here, and they'll make your life hell if you bump into them. Like this one. What's interesting as well is if you play the raw version of this WOD, you don't actually get this sky texture. You get a hell. It's like a hell mountain texture. It's kind of like Inferno sky, except the mountains are kind of brown. Unfortunately, that got lost in this fixed version of the beta file. So welcome to this room here, which I'm pretty sure everyone has opinions on. The red key, from what I remember, is where I'm stood now. So when Doom 2 released retail, I remember you could pick the red key up from here. And as you can see, we can't even get back outside the door there. So once we're inside here, we have to kind of accept our fate here. I really don't understand what the deal is with this red key. Like, was it really that difficult to find somewhere to put the red key? I know people have got opinions on this final room here. My opinion is that it's kind of tedious. But it is interesting, as you'll see when we go to the exit in a second, it is interesting that they had a different idea for how this level should end. So, still haven't hit all the switches here, so let's just do that quickly. I really don't want any of them alive. I want them all dead. All of them. So take you out. I think we've got all the switches. Yes, we have. So this is the final room here. And then what's this? For some reason, it teleports you to this room here. I really don't understand what they were shooting for here. It's kind of tucked away in the walls, out of sight. It is the end of the level. In the final retail version, you literally just walk into the teleporter and it ends the level. But I'm guessing they wanted to go for something a bit more mysterious there. I don't know. As said, the main thing that's different in this level is the texture work, but there are a few points that would be tidied up and changed, and rather than go through this level wholly on the PC retail again, I just want to show off some of the differences. So you can see here, this now has a brick texture work, and the hell aesthetic's gone, and there's a lift into it. And as you can see on the left here, that they've got like the same bricks but a different colour. I actually prefer this. I think this looks a lot nicer, a lot cleaner. But functionally, this is the same trap, so it's the same idea, just put to the play in a very different way. But still too many imps in my opinion. So we'll go back to this room here where we couldn't get out. So the door still locks you in here, you can't just walk out, but as you can see there's a super shotgun behind our friend and a switch on the wall. Now that opens the door to let us out of here. So you can see that at some point someone was like, we need to fix this. So that's great and all, but what wasn't fixed was this. You still need the red key to get out of here, and since the level doesn't give you one, that basically means you come to a point of no return here. It's pretty silly in my opinion, but hey, that's just what it is, isn't it? So now we're going to dive into the PlayStation version of this level, and it takes a lot of cues from the PC version that we were just looking at. Again though, they've made this part a lot smaller, so it's not as tall. But it's still worth coming in here if you're pistol starting, because the shotgun ammo is really useful, as you saw in my previous playthrough. The Arachnotrons are a lot quieter in this version, I find. They kind of more likely to sneak up on you on this level. So you can see here, this makes use of the lift that we saw in the retail version. My guess is that they were trying to show like that some of the buildings have been corrupted, and that's what the original idea for this room was. But it sort of stands out a bit too much compared to the rest of the level, where it really doesn't have anything like that in it. And obviously the whole point of this middle section of Doom 2 is that you're supposed to be fighting in the hometown of the protagonist here, and the closer you get to hell, the more corruption there is. And I think that like in this first level they have to sort of seal that a bit more by not having any real corruption going on, just lots of enemies. At least that's my interpretation of why they changed it. As you can see here, the Arachnotrons are still present and correct. There have been some enemies removed, so there's no chain gunners now on this level, which I think is a bit of a blessing, but that's really up to you. This room, by and large, hasn't changed, except for the fact they took out the Baron, which is a bit sad, but I guess we've come to expect these kind of limitations in the Doom 2 levels here. It does make this room considerably easy. I mean, I say that and I'm about to die here, so, you know, can't really say that too loudly, can I? Is it not letting me shoot that? Okay. For some reason, though, it wasn't aiming up at the imp on top of those boxes. Now, obviously, not going inside that teleporter there, it would be suicide with this much health. Even if I went in after grabbing this, it would be a bit too much, I reckon. You'll also notice to the right here they got rid of a box. I'm just assuming they've done this to make it easier for players to walk over to the chain gun, because in the PC versions you have to kind of run across a small gap there. Take down our favourite spider boy here. As you can see, the Arachnotrons do pose a threat, because if they see you from a distance they will just shoot you from a long distance, and the plasma bullets that they shoot, while one won't do too much damage, 2 or 3 starts to add up in a very nasty way. So we'll dive back in here. Functionally, this part of the level is pretty much untouched in terms of differences. It's interesting because in the first third of this Doom 2, there's a lot of the levels that haven't been really removed. They've only been altered in various aspects. But from this point onwards, whole levels are going to go missing, and it's going to be interesting to discuss why that probably was and the reasons made for those cuts. For example, Downtown, the next level, which very much splits opinion, will not be making the cut, and we'll talk about that in the Downtown video, but I have various reasons why I suspect that level didn't make the cut. And not just because it's rubbish, although it is rubbish. As you can see, there's a super shotgun there. So I'm going to go in here first, grab that, and then I'm just going to take out all the shotgunners here. I think the decision to put a shotgun at the end here was a better one. I think if they'd left the Spectre there, there's too many players who wouldn't have been able to handle it, because you really need the super shotgun to take out the Spectre in time. Otherwise that cell ammo just basically sits there. There's challenging, and then there's kind of being a bit mean, and I think the Spectre was a bit mean. So this is the other way you can approach these Lost Souls. You can show up here and take them out. This is my preferred way of doing this, because it kind of doesn't really give them much option to attack you. So we're going to crawl over here. Again, it's the same basis as what the PC version works off of. If you raise the thing in the wrong order, you get the toxic floor, which, you know, fair enough. I think my problem with this level is that it's just not that fun to play through some of these little side areas. Like this area here, for example, it's just not that fun for me. It's just dark, and that's not challenging. That's just the game devs turning lights out. As you can see in this version, there's no chain gunners here, which makes this remarkably easier. And because we've been collecting cell ammo as we've been running through the level, we are going to have a nice time here just using this on all the mancubus outside. If you try to go for the mancubus without going for the BFG or super shotgun, I generally find this becomes a bit of a pain. Nice. So in this version there's 3 Lost Souls in there. Normally it's a chain gunner on ultraviolence, so there's a small change for you. I think the big thing with this level is that this is supposed to be the big introduction to like the city levels, and I just think that it's a very flat level with not much really remarkable going on in it. I think the final room is probably the most memorable aspect of this level. But we'll dive in here just so I can show you that, like, this is what it's like when you actually come in here and fight the imps. Luckily we were armed with the correct weapon for the job. But you'll also notice that this version hasn't given us a red key either, although the devs for this version very kindly decided to remove the red key requirement on the other side of this door, which I personally think is what the PC version should have done. If they weren't going to put a red key in the level, they should have just left it, because to me it just kind of seems silly that like, you're not going to let the player come back out. If they wanted this to be a point of no return, then grand, but why was there a red key in here in the initial release of Doom 2? It's one of those deep lore topics that I'm sure has a very innocent answer, but like I'm sure people have speculated on why the red key was just kind of like so mishandled in this level, because it's in some versions, it's not in other versions, and then in this version it's completely abandoned, but in the retail version it's there, and I think in the Game Boy Advance version like it's back. So there was no consistency on that red key in these levels. Personally, I prefer the way the PS1 version here handles it. If you're not gonna put the key in the level, just don't put the key thing in the level, because it just creates the illusion that the players missed something. But I'm sure someone in the comments is going to talk about how this door and how the red key came to be such a mess. I've not done all the switches. Again, this is one of those puzzles that's not really a fun puzzle, it's just kind of here to slow you down. There we go. But yeah, this is the factory, and as mentioned, it's not one of my favourite levels. I kind of always zoom through this as quickly as possible because I just find it kind of dull, a bit tedious, much like some of the other city levels as well. But it's here in the PS1 version, it's in the retail release, and you've seen the beta of it, so Hey, and welcome to Downtown, map 13 of Doom 2. So the first thing we're going to do here is grab the armor bonuses behind us. I'm also going to point out there is no huge arrow here. I shouldn't have to point that out, but as you'll see when we get to the retail release of this level, they decided to put a giant arrow in. And I can only guess that's because this level is confusing as heck. If you've ever played the Ultimate Doom and you've played Mount Erebus, then you probably liked it because it's not overly confusing. Even though there's a lot going on and a lot of places you can go, it's quite well designed. So Sandy Peterson obviously saw that feedback and was like, what if I put that in a city area? And what we end up with is an ugly ass level here. Now, this level is dog ugly for me. It's just big buildings with single blocks of textures on them, and they reach into the sky, and I don't know. This room here, for example, this is a trap room where a bunch of pinkies are going to come in, and we're going to have to deal with all these pinkies. So I'm going to use the rocket launcher here. I'm going to use it like at a distance to try and minimize my pain. One thing that is very different in this level is that a lot of the enemy placements have been changed. So I'm playing this on Ultra Violence, but this is the beta version of this level. There are a lot more Arachnotrons and Bony Boys poking around in the final version of this level. So interestingly, this beta version is actually a lot easier. So normally we'd be getting swarmed by Arachnotrons by this point. We're going to head up here because this is where the chain gun is. So one thing about this level, much like Mount Erebus, there's a lot of optional areas. And whether you go to all these optional areas is completely up to you. And whether you think what's in those optional areas is worth it is completely up to you as well. But my problem with this level is that a lot of the areas that you're sent to explore in, so like the areas that you kind of have to go sniffing around in, it's just not fun. Like, it's usually just like one big room where you kind of do something and you get the weapon. It's like there was no real thought put into kind of elevating the design here. So for example, we'll kill that Caco demon there. It just feels like this level was like a first draft. It was thrown in here, and the layout of the level doesn't change all that much, but the enemy placements do change. So this is kind of like the square area here. This is where like a lot of the sort of like fighting will occur, because a lot of the enemies will congregate here as you move around the level. But the thing for me is that you kind of have to sniff out the way forward in this level. Like, we're coming in here now. I know this is where you're meant to come, because after so many years of playing Doom, it becomes second knowledge where to go. But for a new player, you're pretty much expected to go exploring all the level to find the way forward, and you may not even find it for like a good half an hour if you're really taking your time going through this level. It's kind of confusing, and there's a lot of design choices in this level that really frustrate me, because for the longest time I would get lost in this level. I would not know which direction to go in, because you forget to go down one path and then you get sent back to the start of the level and you have to do everything all over again, because that's the way this level is designed. And we'll see that in a minute when we head towards the blue key. But things like this, for example, why is there a box? Why is there like a mini box crate area here? Like, it just adds to the confusion. But as I said earlier on, you have to come in this direction. But the thing is, you wouldn't know that unless they put a giant arrow outside the area pointing in this direction. And that for me just underlines that the level's design here just failed. To add to the confusion, in this area here there's 3 ways out. There's through that teleporter there, there's down that hole there, or there's this hole here. Now this is the correct hole here, but if you wander into the teleporter up there, which is the likely option new players are going to take, I think it kicks you back to where the blue door is. And it's like, new players will probably do that and then think, well, there's nothing else in that room, so they're going to get lost. Also, notice the dodgy texture at the top there. Misaligned texture mixed into the final retail version of the game. But for me, a new player will go into that room, they'll only see the teleporter, they'll get lost, and then like they'll just go wandering around the level and they just will not know where to go. And this isn't like Mount Erebus. So Mount Erebus, like, you can see a lot of the level just by walking around. But because the buildings here are so tall, and because there's, like, there's nothing distinguishing about these buildings. They're all just big, ugly brown, like, blocks of texture. I'm trying to take down these imps here. You end up kind of not being able to tell landmarks apart. It's so weird, this level, and it makes me wonder if this was designed and they were just kind of like, it's good enough, and then they, like a week or so before release, they were like, oh god, we've actually got to make this level more coherent. So this is where you drop down to if you drop down one of those wrong holes we were talking about earlier. But you see, now we've got to make our way all the way back to so that we can get to the blue door. And this is my big bugbear with this level, and I think this is why it's my least favourite Doom 2 level. It's just too abstract for its own good. It tries to recreate like a real space, a real city environment, and what it ends up doing is just creating a level where you've got a zigzag crisscross across the level, and you've just got to kind of hope you find your way forward. So we'll go in here, and we'll head around here. You'll notice as well there's no bony boys on this platform. It was imps. So that was another change made for this version. Oh, okay, there's chain gunners in here. Normally there's just lost souls in here, but I'm guessing that this was where the challenge was. They wanted to make this part of the level a bit more difficult. I recommend grabbing that invulnerability if you can. This area doesn't really change all that much into the final part, into the final retail release either. I don't know, I think this level really pushes what you should really be aiming to do in a Doom engine game. I just think that this doesn't... I think that there's just a lot of shortcomings in this level that add up to a very frustrating experience. And here comes another one. So we'll shoot the spectres here. We're going to shoot the imps up here. Now, this lift here will only come down when we're stood right next to it. We have to be stood in this area for the lift to come down. It is the slowest lift in all of human history. And we have to wait for it to come all the way down, and then we got to go all the way back up. And you already can see the problem here. If you want to grab all the items on the left there, you've got to come back up twice. So you've actually got to do this ridiculously slow lift ride twice. I mean, there's no reason to like put the player through that twice, but again, a lot of decisions were made with this level that, while I admire the ambition, and I do admire the ambition, what's the lava on the floor, on the roof ceiling there for? There's just a lot of things about this level that really just rub me the wrong way, and I find it very hard to be positive about this one. Interestingly, this level does not make it into the PlayStation 1 version of Doom 2. I don't know if that's because they deemed it too big, or if they deemed it just not a good enough level. I kind of hope it's the latter, because, you know, if I could make a Doom compilation like that, I would probably not put this level in either. So here's a little secret room. This is one of the nicer secrets in this level, because you'll wander in here, there's a bunch of ammo, but you also could get ambushed by all the Caco demons there, so, you know, there's a positive for you. I do admire the ambition of this level, I do, but these ugly ass buildings, and the thing is, like, with WODs since this level, it's like people have found ways to make this work. I don't understand. And what's with this ending room? Like, it's the same. The factory had the same kind of thing here. Was like the hole in the floor, like the thing they were trying to use for this? I don't know. It's just, for me, it just doesn't work as a level downtown. I just don't think it's, even in the beta level here, which is significantly easier than the final level, as you'll see in a second. I just don't think it's a good level, and I don't enjoy it, and I rush through it as quickly as I can. So now let's do the final retail version of a level here. There is no PS1 version of this level, but interestingly there is a Game Boy Advance version. So you'll instantly notice the arrow. Now, again, that's not a small arrow, that's a giant ass arrow pointing at the direction you're supposed to go. So someone playtested this level and went, look, we know that you've like built this big ass level that's confusing as heck and you want to confuse the player. Grand Sandy, do you mind putting an arrow in? I just wish I was there for that conversation, because I can guarantee he probably didn't want to put the arrow in. So this level is actually significantly harder in the retail version, because you've got all these bony boys here and you've got all these arachnotrons wandering around the level. They will just chase you and shoot you. So the best thing to do is just to get out of the line of sight and do what you got to do to get out of their way. Okay, so they're all waiting for me out here. I'm going to go and grab this invulnerability, I think. I do want to thin out the herd. Oh my god, I really want to thin out the herd here. I'm going to have to activate this earlier than I did last time. So you can see this all hasn't changed all that much. The texture work in here has changed a bit, but you know, as we saw in the factory, like they probably didn't have this texture ready to go at this point. Again, my favourite level in Ultimate Doom is Mount Erebus. So I like this kind of level, and I want to appreciate this level for what it's trying to do. I just don't think it does a very good job. I think this is a very poor follow-up to Mount Erebus, being totally honest. I need ammo. I need ammo and I need a shotgun. So we're going to follow the arrow now and do what we're told. Again, we're back in here. This room hasn't changed all that much, even if at all. Still gotta shoot your way through the pinkies and the imps. I'm very interested to hear what people think about this level in the comments, because when I'm doing these like playthroughs like this, I generally try to give my very honest opinion on these levels, and I try to be positive with constructive criticism. But with this level, I just find it so tedious, and this is probably the low point for Doom 2 for me personally. Like, this level just does not. It's one of those levels where if I know it's coming up, I'm just going to do what I need to do to get through it, and then we don't talk about it again. Although this time you can see I've got a lot more shotgun ammo here, so that's good. Same 3 imps here. Same 3 exits that you can take. And of course, I'm not saying that, like, you know, this is a disgustingly bad level. What I'm saying is that for me personally, I don't think this level achieves what it wants to achieve. And why did no one fix that texture? It just bothers me. I don't know why, it just bothers me. Anyway, let's take out these arachnotrons. The arachnotrons really do add to the difficulty of this level. They make it so much more difficult to sort of get around the streets. It really does add to that feeling that, like, they've invaded Earth and they've taken over this city because they're patrolling the city, they're doing the job. So I'll give it this. The retail version of this level at least makes baby steps to improving the mess that I think this level is. Probably should have brought some rockets here to do this, but you know, not a problem. I also, okay, so another positive I'll give this level. I do like the imps in the cage, in the walls idea. I think it's really cool because I think that it adds a bit of danger to these areas, because otherwise these areas would be so dull and bland. But like on the higher difficulties, you've got imps shooting out the windows at you, and you're kind of like, oh no, I've got to dash through. Especially when you've got like mid-tier enemies like the Catacombs and the arachnotrons blasting away at you. Like they can really take you down if you're not careful. So I will give that to this level as well. Don't think the fist affects the Arachnotron, does it? No. I think one of the big problems with this level is that because everything's so unremarkable, like, players will be coming in here like 2, 3, 4 times because they'll go into the wrong exit out of this area, they won't grab the blue key, they'll miss the blue key, and I just think this is a very uninspired area to kind of keep coming back into. It's just grey and it's nothing memorable going on here. It's one of those areas in Doom 2 where there's a lack of detail and the texture work just does not complement that lack of detail at all. As you can see, there's no chain gunners in here, so that's good. So how would I have improved this level? Well, I'm no level designer, but maybe I wouldn't have made all the levels, all the buildings in like the city area look like the same. I would have either used different textures, I would have used different sort of ways to indicate that the buildings are different from each other. Because from a distance, and especially on the Game Boy Advance version, the Game Boy Advance version of this level is horrible to look at. So the thing with the Game Boy Advance version of Doom 2 is that once a texture is kind of out of your instant vision, your instant viewpoint in front of you, it sort of loses detail dramatically. And so what this level ends up looking like, it just looks like one big brown and green sludge pile, and yeah, it's one of those things where I would have personally made the buildings more distinctive. I probably would have put the player pointing up the stairs, to be honest. I wouldn't have even bothered putting them where the level starts you, because if you put them there, there's like so many directions the player can go in, and if they wander off in like if they go to the right, for example, they're not going back for like a good 10-15 minutes if they're new to this level, because they're going to find areas like this and they're going to sort of get into fights, they're going to get stuck, they're going to get annoyed. The basis for a good level is here. I just don't think this level achieves that. So I've got the red key here. So again, we're going to tackle this elevator. The obnoxious elevator. So the imp's just hitting me from above there. Need to be careful of that. So we've got the yellow key here. The only room we really need to go looking at again is that Cacodemon room, which I'll go and do now. Take down the imps here first, though. Imagine being those imps. All you ever know is that window. I think we've got all the imps. I don't think there's any more left in this level, like in the windows. So let's go back to the where we got the blue key from, and then let's just have a look at that Cacodemon room before we head off. As mentioned, there isn't a PS1 version of this level. It was excluded from that version of the game. Oh, come on, that's me. Okay, calm down. So PS1 players are spared this level. They go straight to the Inmost Dens, which, you know, much better level than this one. But I have to be honest, this is probably my least favourite Doom 2 level by a bit of a margin. I just do not like this one, and the truth is, like, if I could skip it, I would. And I don't know, like I said, it's a level that I find very hard to praise, outside of its ambition and outside of the clear decision to change the end room again. I think this is a level that's got some very frustrating design choices. It's not particularly strong, and I think that a lot of players agree in that this is probably one of the weakest Doom 2 levels. Definitely not one you'd want to play through multiple times unless you really have to. Hey, and welcome to the Inmost Dens, map 14 of Doom 2. This is the beta version of this level, and you'll notice that very quickly that this level hasn't got that much differences to the one that you see in retail, and I think that that's because they understood very early they had a good level here and it didn't really need tampering with. So we're going to take out this Spectre here, grab the rockets in the wall there. We're going to take down a few enemies here, grab the shells here, and then we're going to shoot the chain gunner over there. Now, there is a little glitch. Well, I say glitch. It's kind of, if you know it's there and you know how to get over it, you can make this level a tiny bit easier for yourself, which is something I've done since I was a kid, because when we run back this way, I always thought it must be possible to run over this wall, and it turns out it is, because for some reason there is a very small gap in the wall and you can get through it. You can also run over the top of it if you can get off the step fast enough. So we'll come inside here. This area doesn't really change between the versions that much, except for that candle at the back there. That becomes a switch in the retail version, which makes sense because you need to click that to get out of here to get back to the rest of the level. So you can see that becomes a switch in the retail version. I mean, that's probably one of the biggest changes between the two versions that I've been able to find. So, did I really just do that? Yeah, so I missed the bony boy there quite badly. Need to work on my aim there, I suspect. So we're going to take care of the lost souls here. So what I'm going to do here, we're going to come inside here and we're going to shoot our way around. This level is highly regarded by a fair few Doom 2 players. It actually turns up in quite a few WOD iterations of this level, so this level obviously left some kind of impression on the community, which is really cool. I think it's a very tight level. I think it's very well designed. I don't think it's like the best level in Doom 2, but I certainly think it's in the discussion, or at least around it. There's a lot of hit scanners on this level, so you've got to be aware of that when you're making your way through. Oh, forgot about you. So this is where we were shooting earlier on with the rockets. Nice. Oh, hello. Forgot about you. So here comes probably the hardest part of this level, and it's the hardest part because there's an arch vial right in the middle here. You really want to make sure that you catch this arch vial before it gets its shot in on you, because there's so many hit scanners in this area. If it manages to get you with its fire blast, you'll probably die, because there's chain gunners aiming at you, there's shotgunners, and there's zombie men all looking to chip away at what little health you have left. But yeah, after the mess that was downtown, this feels like a very strong step up. Like, this is a very concise level. It's fun to explore because there are explorable bits, as you've seen, where you can kind of go off the beaten track and find some good things like the rocket launcher, and as you'll see in a second, we'll find a supercharge. All these water bits here are optional, so you don't actually have to do these. Get rid of the Arachnotron. But you see, going into the waterways here allows you to find some interesting goodies that will help you out with the level. Like I said, I think this is a very nicely designed level. I think it's a very strong level, and as you can see here, you can even go right up to the exit and take out a lot of the enemies here if you so desire. There is a hidden wall there that lets you go inside, but honestly, I never bother with that because this level's not this level's not even that long, to be honest. It's one of those levels that it doesn't outstay its welcome, and it's just challenging enough, I think, from a pistol start to keep everyone engaged. we're going to take care of you. I can't describe what that pattern is there. I think they were just having fun with the sectors, but you know, you can come back out here and re-enter the rest of the level if you want to. But really, this is the Inmost Dens is a fun level. It's a nice palate cleanser after downtown, and it's a really strong step up in quality. I think it's a good challenge. I think it's really fun, and as mentioned, there really aren't that many differences between the retail version and this beta version. So instead of doing a PC playthrough, which I think, you know, kind of pointless when the levels are so close to each other in terms of the final status, but let's dive into the PS1 version here, as this has a number of differences. And the first one you can see when we look at the med pack behind us here, there's actually a little lip there that lets us see down to where the rocket launcher is. Now that's actually in the retail version as well, so that's one change that actually made it to the retail version from the beta. No idea why it's there, but it is kind of interesting. So you can see none of this has changed. We pick up the rocket bullets here. So we'll take down all the shotgunners here. There's 4 of them here. That's quite a lot. That blue armor you get at the start of the level really carries you through this level, I find. If you try and do this level without getting the blue armor, like, it's just a different thing completely. So interestingly, there's a berserk pack here. No idea why that's there. I wouldn't have said the level needed a berserk pack. So let's see if we can get over this wall here. We can. And as you saw there, we didn't even have to like clip through the wall or anything. We just went right over it. So if you wanted to, you could actually come up here and shoot all the enemies in the courtyard where the arch rival was in the other version. So you can see there's the switch, but this isn't even the same switch as in the PC version. So in the PC version it's the one with the red square switch, but here it's this version of a switch. So in all the versions this switch ends up changing to something completely different, which is pretty funny when you think about it. But overall, this level, in terms of layout, is exactly the same. There's nothing too different here. You'll notice there's no Revenant here, and that becomes a bit of a theme in this level because there's a few enemies who have gone missing, and it makes the level a tiny bit easier. And I say a tiny bit easier. I'm going to launch the rockets over there. So again, we're going to take out all these enemies around this little keep here. It even has the same kind of overall appearance, which is pretty fun in the PS1 version, because as we've seen in other levels, sometimes the layout's the same, but they change all the textures around because of limitations. But in this one, it really does like have the same feel going for it. So we're going to run down here. We're going to shoot the zombie men here. Grab the cell ammo there. That's going to carry us through the rest of the level, basically, that cell ammo, as well as grabbing the plasma rifle here. Gonna launch a rocket down there just to kill any shotgunners who are hanging around that corner. But one thing I do like about this level is that there's a lot of reward for going around and exploring. Oh, right, so when I picked up the chain gun earlier, these guys must have woken up. And you'll notice here there is no arch vial, there's no like big monster here to kind of body the majority of your shots. Like the arch vial isn't here, and they haven't replaced it with anything else, which is an interesting decision. I also like on this level that you can kind of get to places early if you know how to navigate those walls and how to get into the waterways early. It's a pretty fun level. Like I said, it's very tightly designed. It's one of those levels where you can see that a lot of thought's been put into how to make this level feel big but not be that big in terms of footprint. Because you could just run right to the exit now. You don't have to come out here. But there's a lot of reward for coming out here and having a little nosy around. And it helps make the level feel a lot bigger and a lot more deeper than it would be otherwise. You can see there's no Arachnotron here. There's just a Demon Spectre. Or Demon Pinky, whichever way you want to call it. Obviously, if you don't like hit scanners, then this level is definitely not for you. Because this level has a lot of hit scanners in it. Don't know why I was heading back that way. So, one interesting note from the Game Boy Advance version of this level, the end of the level here is actually simplified incredibly. So, they pretty much get rid of this entire area beyond here, and it basically just becomes like basically none of this is here. The moat around the outside is gone. The room inside is completely different. It's very simplified. But here's that secret we were talking about earlier. It's not actually marked as a secret, interestingly. Okay, I shouldn't have tried using the plasma there. That was silly of me. But even the Game Boy Advance version of this level has the Arch Vial, so that's something to try if you ever get around to playing that version. But again, you can see the layout is pretty much loyal to the original version that we played. Overall, I think this is a very strong level. I think that in terms of the quality of the levels we played so far, it's definitely near the top, if not at the top. The Inmost Dens is a good level, and I think that after Downtown throws up so much disappointment, it's a nice change of pace. Hey, and welcome to Industrial Zone. This is map 15 of Doom 2. This is the Game Boy Advance version of this level, and for this we're actually going to do something a little bit different. For you see, Doom 2 on the Game Boy Advance does something interesting with two of its levels. I think it's two. It does it with this, and it does it with the Chasm. Basically, it takes the PC version of the level and it cuts it in two. And what you end up with is two new levels made from one large level. It's really interesting because no other version of Doom actually did this. And it only happens with these select levels. It doesn't happen with any of the other levels. So given that this is basically the PC version, and given that the beta of this level only has a few different textures, I figured it would be more exciting to take a look at the Game Boy Advance version of this level. Because ultimately, that I think is more fun to talk about. And as you can see, functionally, this level is by and large the same beast that you see on PC. There's a bunch of hit scanners wandering around on the ground level here. You're best served getting rid of these as quickly as possible. If you don't get rid of these guys, they will just sort of chase you around and chip away at your health, and because we haven't got any armor, that means it's going to be pretty nasty for us. So this part here is the same, except for that metal thing at the side there, that metal structure. We'll talk about that in a second. So the Game Boy Advance version of Doom 2, the enemies only have a limited range of sight, so as you can see, that chain gunner didn't wake up until we were right in front of him there. And that is both a blessing and a curse, because when you walk out of range of enemies, they do actually kind of wake up and follow you. But yes, this metal structure has actually been expanded. Now, that's a common occurrence in the Game Boy Advance version of Doom 2, because they use those to create new walls, which reduces the load on the CPU. Because obviously, some of these levels are huge, and the Game Boy Advance was not designed for big 3D environments like this. You can see over there as well, the other half of this level has gone completely missing. It's been replaced with like a castle structure. Now, that is the first sign for many people that this is not going to be the same level that you played on PC, because there is no yellow key on this level now. It's interesting because rather than just make a new level and kind of say we'll do that, they just kind of split it in two, and It's interesting where they decide to have the level end point as well. Excellent. So I'm going to shoot you. Shoot you. Oh no, fell down there. That was silly of me. See what I mean about the shotgunners and the zombie men chasing you around? I'm not a big lover of this level, just because, much for the same reason as downtown, there's kind of a lot of places you can go, and it's kind of easy to find yourself double backing on yourself. It's not super well designed, and this part in particular here kind of is a bit annoying, because as you can see here, the enemy's blocking your way, they can knock you down, and then when you want to grab that red key there, you've got to hit this switch, drop down here, you get teleported here, you don't walk off there, you have to go back into the teleporter, and then you get the red key. It's a bit of a mess, to be honest. I don't quite know why they didn't just have that teleporter there teleport you to the red key. It kind of just feels like there were extra steps put in for no reason, but that's just my opinion. So normally if you play this on the PC, you can completely skip the red key. It's very easy to just do that, but because we're playing on the Game Boy Advance here, and because there is no other keys past the red key, well, we're just going to have to do this normally, aren't we? There is a secret exit normally on Industrial Zone, which you can use to get to the secret level, and it's super easy to get there. Even if you've just come into the level, it can take about a minute if you know where you're running. But as you can see here, that's where normally the yellow door would be over there. Oh, I just fall off. Oh. You can see here as well, the teleporter drops you all the way over here. It doesn't actually put you where it would normally put you, so they have thought about some of the changes they've made. Personally, I'm not a big lover of this level, and I'm definitely not a lover of this version of the level because this drags it out a bit, in my opinion. But I appreciate what they were doing here. They wanted people to get that Doom 2 experience, and the way they decided to do it was to try and recreate the feeling and the levels by not... I would have personally just preferred they design a new level, but they wanted to be authentic, it seems. So here's the funny thing in here. There's a switch under the floor here. You can hit that. But what's more interesting is that the end of the level is actually here. So you can see there, it actually says exit up there. So the exit to the level is where the yellow key would normally be located. And that's the end of Industrial Zone A. So it's an interesting decision they made there. They've taken these massive levels, and obviously they must have felt these levels couldn't function as one. And they've just decided to like split them in two. And as you can see here, they've constructed a whole new start to this second part, which I appreciate. I understand that this was kind of needed because there was no real natural starting off point, in my opinion, where you could have started the second part. But you'll see here, once we make it up this elevator, we actually end up pretty much in the second half of Industrial Zone. So they've repurposed this whole area here. So it can be quite difficult to get on here on the Game Boy Advance, but this is the secret, this is the route to the secret exit. So yes, the secret exit does actually make it into this version. It's just not in the first part of this level, so you've actually got to do the first part of the level to get here. So what I'm doing here, I'm just taking out the hit scanners. They're walking around the little ledge there. I actually do think the first part of Chasm, which we'll be getting to a bit later on in these walkthroughs, is actually really well done. I think it actually makes the first part of Chasms a much better level than its original counterpart. But as you can see here, there's a bunch of enemies here. We'll hit the switch, and that raises the platform that lets us get to the yellow key. So you can see there was effort made here. This isn't simply a case of them cutting a level in two just for the sake of it. They have actually made some level of effort here to kind of make the experience bearable for the player. And of course, I'm not talking about how awful the textures are on the Game Boy Advance version of this level. Interestingly, like, the Game Boy Advance version of the game tends to be very faithful to the PC version, so the textures you're seeing are actually pretty accurate for what was used in the original level. There isn't a PS1 version of this level, and like I said earlier, my assumption with that is that this level is just too big. It's too big and there's too much going on. The PS1 would have not liked it at all. So there's a weird thing that kept happening when I was recording this level. When I went up to those yellow bars there, it would basically tell me to go and find the switch to open it, and even though I had the yellow key, so I'm assuming that there's a glitch that can happen there. It was very weird. There's also a weird thing in the Game Boy Advance version where until you pick up an armor bonus or an armor piece, your armor basically effectively counts as 0, even if you bring some in from the previous level. It's one of the big issues with the Game Boy Advance version of this game, and it makes it hard for me to recommend people actually go out and play it. But this is very faithful to the PC version of this level. This room is pretty identical, even down to the Catacombs coming out from the chainsaw area there. It's interesting that the PS1 version of this takes out so many enemies, but here's the Game Boy Advance version just throwing every enemy type it can in. It's a very interesting contrast between the two versions. I might do a proper comparison between the two at some point, because they're both very interesting takes on Doom 2 to fit very different pieces of hardware. Take that one. Chain gun is here. At least we took down the chain gunner. Okay. Ah, right. One shot behind me. That's fine. So the main problem with the Game Boy Advance version of the game isn't that, like, it's not a particularly bad port, it's just that squeezing Doom 2 onto the Game Boy Advance was quite the challenge, and as you can see there, that's a blue door. We'll go and get the blue key now, because it's on the other side of the level. The big problem with the Game Boy Advance is that it just was not designed for this kind of game, and technically impressive as it is to get this on, it's not the most playable version. I'd actually kind of equate it to the SNES version of Doom 1 in some aspects, because the controls can become quite tedious. And in some of the busier areas of this game, the frame rate does love to drop. But it is an achievement that this even appeared at all on the Game Boy Advance, so I guess like we should count our blessings. That there was the exit to the secret level, which obviously we're going to take. We're not going out through the blue door. The blue door's kind of a mean trap area. It's got a bunch of imps in it, a Baron of Hell, and a Hell Knight. And on this version of the game, it runs like absolute nasty. It's very easy to die in there because of all the lagging that goes on, so I'd rather not focus on that. It's there, if you want to try it, you can go and try it, but like I'm pretty happy to escape through the secret exit once we've got the blue key. Another thing with the Game Boy Advance version of this level is that because the Game Boy Advance doesn't really have proper sector lighting in place, like so it doesn't really have dark sectors, this area is a lot lighter than it is in the PC version, so you end up being able to see a lot better in here than you should be able to, really. grab that. Come around here, grab that. So head up the stairs here. Cacodemons have some weird behaviour in this version of the game. Like they really don't like rising up unless they absolutely have to. So once they fall into like a pit or something, they can kind of just stay down there, and they just basically become more tankier pinkies, which is interesting. So I'm gonna see if I can grab the plasma here. I can. Lovely. So this is one of those quick secrets that you've got to run across the map to get. So one of my least liked design choices in Doom 2, you find the blue key in effectively behind a door there. There's an arrow pointing towards it. It's not fun. It's really not fun. But yeah, that was Industrial Zone B. We could have gone to the blue door, but honestly, I didn't fancy it because that room is just nasty and probably would have died in there. But it, as you can see, the level attempts to be very faithful, even if it does split it into two parts. Hey, and welcome to Map 31 of Doom 2 Wolfenstein. Except this isn't Doom 2, this is actually Wolfenstein 3D, released in 1993. This is actually the first level of Wolfenstein's first episode, and in order for us to talk about the Doom 2 level, we kind of have to talk about this version of the level as well, because this is the original incarnation, and therefore this is kind of what the level is supposed to look like. Now, you can see here there's a lot of that symbolism on the walls. That makes sense because we are shooting Nazis in the face in this game, so, you know, that's not to be unexpected. The thing with Wolfenstein 3D's levels is you'll notice that they're very flat, and this is just a limitation of the engine that was used for Wolfenstein 3D. This would eventually morph into the Doom engine, but at this point you can see that you get very long rooms and you can have some very wide rooms, but no tall rooms. The floor and the roof are effectively one-tone colours. You can see there are some props placed around, like wells and barrels and skulls on the floor and tables. So there is a lot to see in this version of the level. This does kind of feel like a lived-in place, which is pretty cool. And as you'll see here, there are some secrets dotted around that will give us access to better weapons. This gives us the machine gun. But yeah, this is supposed to be Castle Wolfenstein, I believe, and you can see that from the armour. There's like suits of armour dotted around. One thing Wolfenstein 3D has that Doom does not is these little bonuses, items. So these were actually in the beta for Doom originally, but taken out. You can actually, if you ever download the alpha files, you can actually see them still in the levels. So it was intended originally as a feature for Doom. But you can see in this game there really isn't armor, so to speak. So if a lot of enemies start ganging up on you, it's very easy for them to start chipping away at your health. So another secret here with a bunch of ammo in it, which we love to see. My recommendation, if you ever come to play Wolfenstein 3D, is play the first episode and just kind of decide if you like it from there or not. I personally am not a fan of Wolfenstein 3D that much. I find some of its later levels to be very messy and very hard to navigate. This game doesn't have like a built-in map, and a lot of the rooms end up looking very similar, so it's very easy to kind of end up double backing on yourself and not realizing these early levels aren't too bad. So notice in here there's a med pack and a barrel, so we'll remember that for when we get to the Doom 2 version of this level. But as you can see, it's a pretty straightforward level to open up Wolfenstein 3D here. So ahead of us there is the exit, but we're actually going to sneak into the wall here. So interestingly, on the first level here, you can actually find the secret exits, which will take you to the secret level. and there's a life. So of course this has a life system in it. You can see that there's an exit switch here. There's not really that much to say about Wolfenstein as a level. It's an introduction level. It's one of the stronger levels in Wolfenstein in my opinion, because it doesn't get too messy, it's not too large, and there's not too much going on. It's very easy in the later levels to get overwhelmed. But here we're going to dive into the beta version of this level, and you can see it's fairly, well, chain gunners. So yes, in the beta version of this level, instead of having the SS soldiers who would turn up in the retail version, they actually just use chain gunners, which actually makes this level considerably more difficult, because obviously chain gunners are more damaging, especially when they're in gangs of 4, which is... So what this level does is, rather than put like one mega enemy in each spot like it did with Wolfenstein, it just has 4 of the enemies in each location. So you'll see here, we walk into these rooms and there's 4 of each enemy type. I have to say that the chain gunners actually do make this level a lot more difficult. So in the retail version they actually have the SS soldiers. My guess is that they either hadn't put them in at this point, or they were still debating whether they wanted to put them in. Because the SS soldiers only really turn up on these secret levels, they're not really used outside of that. But you can see as we walk around here, the level does display a lot of the imagery that was in the Wolfenstein version of the level, which means it's very faithful. So there's not really much in the way of censorship going on here. Yeah, there's that guy on the wall there. We're not gonna... you know who it is. But the point is that even at this early stage, the intention was to make this as close a level as you can to what Wolfenstein offered. Obviously, because Doom allows for bigger rooms, the rooms are a bit taller here. Take you down. It is interesting that they chose to use like 4 of each enemy type in these locations. This gives you the shotgun here. As we march on through the level here. So there weren't enemies here in the Wolfenstein level. I assume they put these here just to sort of amp up the difficulty a tiny bit, which they really didn't need to bother, because these chain gunners are more than annoying on their own anyway. So we're going to head back now. So they did make one addition to this level in the retail version, and it isn't accessible in the beta here, but it is actually, you can actually go into it if you no-clip through the wall, because they haven't put the tag on the door. But first we've got to fight our way through all these enemies here. It does make you wonder if this was the original intention to have chain gunners, or if these guys are just here for playtesting purposes, because they do make this level a lot more difficult. We're gonna take out the... So an interesting note is that in all these versions of this level, these pinkies are always stuck together. So it begins here and it carries all the way through, and I don't know why they weren't fixed at any point, but you know, it must have been an in-joke or something. But instead of having dogs on this level, they just throw pinkies in instead, which is actually more difficult as well. So this is actually more difficult, I'd argue, than anything Wolfenstein 3D did with this level. But then again, this isn't the first level, so they have license to do that. You will notice that a lot of the finer details, like the wells, the tables, the bones, they're all not there. But we're going to look here. So in the retail version, you actually come in here for an added bit. In the Wolfenstein version, nothing was here. But you can see on the map, it is there. And you can see it's actually fairly incomplete. So there's no textures on the stairs there. And for some reason, there's these little alcoves here on the right. This makes me wonder if the plan was to make this a much bigger part of the level. So this bit's also not in the retail version, so you can see that there was still a lot of work to be done in this part. Like I said, my read on this is that this was potentially going to be a bigger secret. Like, there was actually going to be monsters in there and potentially more. There's no point in sort of like going back through the level, so we're just going to drop here. It does make you wonder, like, if that room was going to be a bigger secret than it ended up being. But as we kind of head through the level here, you'll see this room is absolutely packed with chain gunners, which is a nightmare for anyone who doesn't like hit scanners. So we're going to take down the chain gunners here. They do leave a fair amount of ammo, so that's good. And in here, there isn't anything except ammo and armor bonuses. Now, when we come back in a bit on the retail version of this level, you'll see that they actually changed that. They put something in there that's actually very useful. But even with me being careful here, we're still running into issues fighting all these chain gunners, which is pretty funny when you think about it. Because this is supposed to just be a homage to Wolfenstein, but it ends up being a bit trickier because you've got to dodge all these chain gunners firing at you. But you can see there was very clearly an attempt to match the aesthetic and bring over the imagery from Wolfenstein 3D. And for those who don't know, that ultimately led to Doom 2 not being able to be sold in Germany, for the laws over there didn't allow for games featuring this to be released, or any kind of media really, unless it was for educational purposes. So there are reasons why they ended up censoring all this, and we'll get to that as we kind of move into the future iterations of this level. So you can see there's a blue armor bonus there and a small stim pack. You can also see the level's a lot darker than what the original version was. The original version was quite brightly lit, but this version but the Doom versions of the level are quite dark, and it makes it feel a bit more ominous because it's bigger, it's darker. It kind of feels a bit more foreboding, I'd argue, than its bright and cheerful counterpart. But then again, Wolfenstein didn't have complex lighting, so maybe that's just a limitation of what the Wolfenstein engine had at the time. But you can see that leads you to the normal exit, and the secret exit is still very much here. So no life in here, but there is a supercharge. And yeah, you can see this is very much a loving recreation of Wolfenstein, altered to make it fit the Doom engine and aesthetic, but ultimately it's very faithful. And you can see, like I said, that the intention was to bring over all that imagery unaltered and not edited, which, you know, if it's a homage to Wolfenstein's first level, that makes sense. So here we are in the final retail version, and as you can see, we now have the SS soldiers. So the SS soldiers are not as difficult as the chain gunners, in my opinion, but they also can be trouble. So the SS soldiers were actually enemies from later in Wolfenstein. They actually appear, I think, from the like 3rd or 4th level in episode 1 onwards, but they decided that they were the most iconic enemies, so they kind of made the jump to this version of the level. Personally, I think it makes sense because they're very distinctive. There's no other enemy that kind of has this look, and these enemies are only used on this and Grosse, which is map 32. But you can see on the wall, the imagery is still very much unaltered, and so if you bought this in 1994, this is pretty much the version of the level that you got. And yeah, this level is what prevented Doom 2 from being released in Germany for many a year. And it's kind of clear that the people at id Software didn't really care at this point about censorship. The intention was just to create a nod to Wolfenstein, and I think this level does a good job of that. It is very much a Wolfenstein level, so there's no like staircases or anything to kind of make the level feel more doomy, but the lighting used, the enemy placements, the variety of weapons on offer just kind of helps to make this feel a bit more challenging than I think it would be otherwise. But I do think this is a very lovingly crafted level, because it's very clear they wanted to pay homage to Wolfenstein while also kind of giving the player something fun to play through, and I think this offers just enough of a challenge and offers enough goodies to make this level worth playing through. So we're going to get rid of all these pinkies here. But of course this was 1994, and the video game industry was a bit more of a Wild West back then. So things like outrage and kind of what upset people probably wasn't on the foremost mind of the id Software people. You can see that area, that the alcoves we were talking about earlier, completely gone. There's now high-end items here for you to pick up, so this is a really worthwhile secret to come into. It's more of a pit stop than anything else. Like I said, my impression is that there was probably an idea to make that area sort of a bit more involved, so there probably would have been enemies of some kind in there, but they kind of backed away from that and just made it a kind of pit stop area. There's those two pinkies we were talking about earlier. But yeah, the super shotgun basically guarantees an easy passage through the rest of this level. And you can see the images on the wall are very faithful to what you saw in Wolfenstein, so there's no watering down here. And as I was saying earlier on, there was a different culture back in 1994. Like, they didn't really think about this kind of thing. If the game wasn't sold in Germany, that probably just added more to its mystique, you know, and the anticipation for gamers to get their hands on it. It's one of those things where you can tell that as the video game industry kind of started to mature and become more mainstream, things like that image that we just clicked on probably... Ooh, plasma rifle, that's very good. Probably weren't worth the trouble that they caused and the outrage, because they obviously wanted to sell more copies of this game. But yeah, the plasma rifle really just munches through these guys. These SS soldiers are a nice novelty, but they don't offer anything that your typical zombie man won't offer. And you can see here they've actually changed it to a Berserk pack, so that's free for free on the changes in that room, which is pretty interesting. I don't mind this level. I feel like if you come into this level as seeing it as an easy way to get to level 16, then yeah, that's great. Obviously if you go to level 32 there's more goodies to grab, but it's very easy to just sort of run through this level, grab all the items from that secret and just make your way out. And this is very faithful. This is a very faithful recreation of this level and very fun to play through in a blast. So I don't really have anything negative to say about Wolfenstein, because it is what it is. It's a homage to Wolfenstein 3D, and I think it hits the mark. It could have made it more difficult, but that wasn't really the purpose of this level. This level was here very much to remind people of Wolfenstein 3D's importance. Now note the name of this level on the end screen here, Wolfenstein. So we're going to dive into this version. So this is the BFG version of this level, and immediately you can see we've got changes. So in this version of the level, they got rid of the SS soldiers, they didn't bring back the chain gunners, and there's the pill on the stim pack just to prove which version of the game we're playing. They brought in zombie men. And the changes don't stop there. Look on the wall. Look at those bare textures. So yes, you can see here that they came in and they gutted this. But what's interesting is that if you go back and look at the Xbox 360 version of this game, you'll see that there's no modifications to the imagery on the walls. Yet they're both basically the same source port of this game. And I have a theory for why that happened. You see, ZeniMax bought id Software in 2009, and the BFG version of Doom 3, which came with this version of the game, came out in 2012. Now, I've always kind of felt that the BFG edition of Doom was kind of a cash grab by ZeniMax to try and make some money off Doom, because they released the BFG edition onto PlayStation 3 where Doom hadn't gone up to that point on the console's lifespan. And I imagine that the decision was made to take all that iconography away and the imageries because they wanted a smooth release in countries like Germany. So I just want to get past these pinkies here because I just want to get into the secret. Now, whatever your opinion on this is, or whatever the opinion isn't, it's a bit weird that they went to this level to make sure that this level did not have any of that imagery in it. So there's no SS guards, there's no imagery on the walls, and the music's been changed as well. So what's also interesting is that on the splash screen at the end, they've actually changed the name of the level from Wolfenstein, and it's pretty clear that they just did not want there to be an obvious link between that game and this game, which kind of goes against the whole point of this level. So why not just make a new level entirely? It's a very weird situation for me because on the one hand the level hasn't been changed, so effectively this level is what it is. But the problem is, take away all the stuff that made this level Wolfenstein and take away all the things that, you know, reminded you of that game. It's basically just a bunch of square rooms with rectangles, which, you know, it's very much a baby's first level design. And I don't think it's harsh to say that, because the whole point of this level is that we're supposed to be aping on the Wolfenstein, you know, aesthetic. And when you take away the things that make it Wolfenstein, you're just left with this very basic level. And if people kind of wandered in and played this for the first time, they're just going to think, well, this isn't really very fun, is it? There's nothing that exciting going on here. There was a lot of room for, if they were going to do this, if they were going to sort of throw zombie men in, there was a lot of things they could have done. They could have thrown in other enemy types, you know, at least make the level a bit more exciting. But this kind of feels like a rush job to sort of solve a problem that didn't really need to be solved. Unless, of course, they wanted to make money in Germany and other countries where that imagery is not allowed. But ZeniMax, you know, that's their business, and as we'll see in a minute, they don't even keep consistent on that, because over time they kind of change their stance again. And I'd argue for the better, but we'll talk about that when we get to the Unity port in a second. Overall, this is probably the weakest incarnation of this level. It's lacking in the character that, you know, you expect from a Wolfenstein tribute level. They've changed the name of it, the music's wrong, the enemies are easy, and it's just very generic and fairly easy in this state. It's kind of a shame that they thought they could do this in the first place. This is definitely the weakest version of this level. But now we're going to take a glance at the Unity port here. So this is the version that you'll pick up if you pick it up on the Switch, the PS4, PS5, Xbox, or you pick it up off Steam in the modern era. So this is the final and most modern release of this up to the time of this video. And you can see the SS soldiers are back, which, you know, fits the theme of the level. We also see the green cross on the med pack. We're going to take these guys down again. As said, I personally think that the BFG version went way too hard on sort of trying to remove the Wolfenstein aspects. It just felt a bit mean-spirited to what this level was. But in this version they kind of roll it back, and I think that it's for the better. So the Game Boy Advance version actually does something similar. It doesn't use quite the same images as this version, but it has the same idea to sort of use the same base but get rid of the obvious symbol issues. And I think that's the best way to approach this issue, honestly. Because if you sort of start pulling out the images like that and you sort of take away the music and all the things that make it Wolfenstein, then, you know, it's a lesser experience. But here we are, shooting all these guards. Secret's still here, so we're gonna quickly do this. Grab the rocket launcher here. As I said, the level's not like anything special, but it's here to serve a purpose, and it's here to kind of provide a little like nostalgia boost for people who are playing through Doom 2 and then want to get a quick throwback to classic id games. I have a lot to say about the Unity port, and eventually when I get around to doing the review for it, I will be talking about like some of the things that annoy me, some of the things I like about it. See, some of the enemies have followed me through the level here. So we're just going to take down the guards here who have wandered through after me. Let's tear these pinkies down here. It's fascinating to me that they've never fixed that. But yeah, I'd love to hear what people's thoughts are on the censorship in this level throughout the many versions and the many changes that you see across the board here. Because this is one of those levels that it doesn't turn up in the PS1 version, which is a shame because I really would have loved to have seen that take on this level, because I think it would have been very different. But then I also suspect that they just didn't want to put the SS soldiers in because that was another enemy type they'd have to work around, because the PS1 version has to work with a lot of memory limitations. So you can see this is the same secret that we've seen a few times now. Same items, same bonuses. Good little pit stop area this though, so can't really complain about that. So you see here, we're heading back through the level. Once you grab the super shotgun in this level, it becomes very easy. And once you grab the plasma rifle, it's pretty much over, because there's not much that these guys can do to stop you. I know these guys aren't much more difficult than the zombie men, but the zombie men just kind of were too easy. They were just way too easy. The thing with these guys is that if they attack you in a crowd, they can do a bit of further damage on you. Especially when you got a whole bunch of them in this room, like all around you, just shooting. I suspect that moving forward, this is the version of a level we'll be seeing in all releases of Doom 2 on various platforms and such. It just kind of makes sense. Like I said, this appeared in the Game Boy Advance version, this approach, and then it's kind of been picked up by the Unity port here, which I think is the right way to approach it. Take out that last soldier there. Just going to shoot all these guys. And just to check here, that is still a Berserk pack. The BFG port, in my opinion, is just not great anyway. Across the board, it's kind of weak, so I just wouldn't recommend the BFG version to anyone, to be honest. It's kind of a poor port, and it feels like a port that was put there just to be on the pack to add value to it, so that people would fork out full money, whereas the Unity port, which is what you're seeing here, I think is much more carefully crafted, and obviously had a very rough early release, but the way that it handles this level is just so much better in my opinion, and it at least feels more true to the intent of the level originally. So I'd love to hear what you guys think about the various levels that you just saw. What did you think of that beta level with all the chain gunners? What did you think of all the censorship, the removal, and then the subsequent changing of the graphics on the wall, the music changes? Hey, and welcome to map 32 of Doom 2, the super secret level Grosse, or whichever pronunciation takes your fancy. So, we're looking at the Wolfenstein 3D version of this level first, and I'm going around here just showing you that a lot of the secrets that make their way into the Doom 2 version of this level are not actually in this version. This big secret, however, is, and it means we get this big ass machine gun, which is going to be really useful. So, for those who don't know, this is E1M9 in Wolfenstein 3D. This is the first boss level, and as you can see, it's set out very much like the Doom 2 level, except instead of a cyber demon, we have this lovely gentleman. I'm sure he's got a name, but yeah, this was actually intended as a boss level originally. So, and you can see that it's pretty simple. You just have to use these walls to avoid being shot at. It doesn't take that much once you've got the machine gun. You have to use the key to get through this door, and we are done. It's not a super long level, which means we're going to be looking at a lot of versions of this, because it shows up in quite a few versions of Doom 2. But yeah, it's a fine boss level, and it's a nice way to teach the player how boss levels are going to work in Wolfenstein. But let's dive into the beta version of Doom 2 here. So you can see that this opening room is a bit bigger and a bit wider, but it's still very much the same room as what we saw in Wolfenstein just now. And the same stands for this. This is generally because Doom 2 rooms are bigger, and obviously, you know, Wolfenstein could only have rooms of a certain height, so this is just a more realised version of that level, I imagine. But you can see that I'm going around collecting all these secrets. So these have been put in specifically for the Doom 2 version of this level. This bit obviously wasn't. This was here in the Wolfenstein as well. But there's also an invulnerability in the wall over here. Now I'm only going to use this on this level, but you can see that on the walls you've got the symbol, you know, that you know exactly what it is. And Wolfenstein is very much, you know, represented here. Instead of the German boss, we have the cyber demon, and at the end here, instead of walking out and seeing ThatNukemGuy do a fist into the air, we shoot Commander Keen in the face. So this is interestingly the only level where Commander Keen turns up. And you can see here they haven't quite finished the exit to the level because it's not raised up like it is in the final version, and there's no switch here. So this is pretty much the end of the level here. They haven't implemented an exit here. So let's dive into the retail version of this level. So the opening is very similar, except we actually get a Berserk pack in this one. Now, my theory on why that is because if you don't find the secrets in this level, let's say you're coming into this with a pistol start, you actually have a very difficult time with just the rocket launcher, because there's no ammo out here for the rockets. So imagine if you don't know where the secrets are and you don't really want to go looking, you're going to have a really difficult time against that cyber demon. You can also see that on Ultraviolence you get a bunch of these SS soldiers poking around here. They really aren't that much of a threat. The images are still very much the same, and the secret here is also very much the same. This is very much a faithful recreation in Doom. So there you can see again, that's still there. This time around we're not going to use that. I'm just going to take the cyber demon on head on. It's interesting that they didn't put like rockets around the outside of the room, because like I said, if someone doesn't go looking for secrets and you only have like the rockets from the start of the level, that's kind of a bit nasty when you think about it. But luckily, I'd imagine most players would realise there are probably secrets around. So, as you can see here, they raised the centre back up, and when you kill all the Commander Keens, it raises up the centre panel for you to exit the level. And as you're noticing in all these versions of the level, this is not a long level. It's very quick if you know what you're doing. So we're now going to dive into what is probably the weakest version of this level, the BFG edition. So this is the BFG edition. I'm actually playing this on Woof Doom, but I'm using the iWAD from the BFG edition because I really don't want to play that version of the game. As you can see, there are no images on the walls. We've just been reduced to basic textures. Now that has an unintended consequence, and we'll see what that is in a second, but you can see that there's a bunch of zombie men dotted around here. I find the zombie men are weaker than the SS soldiers. I don't know if that's factually correct, but the SS soldiers in large groups can sort of chip away at your health pretty aggressively, whereas the zombie men sort of take a bit longer. As you can see there, we had to kind of move along the wall to open up the secrets. That's kind of one of the downsides to taking away the big logo that was kind of signposting something might be behind it. But as you can see, by and large, these secrets have remained the same. There's nothing too offensive going on here. I do find the zombie men kind of a bit weak. They probably could have got away with using shotgunners in my opinion, but I'm guessing they weren't really thinking about that too hard when they were modifying this WAD. Also, the music's very incorrect, and usually the music from this is from one of the boss levels in Wolfenstein, but here we get downtown's music, which is just even more depressing. But as you can see, the level name has also been changed, so they really did go for it all in this one, like to strip it of all of its Wolfenstein identity. Bit of a shame really, probably the weakest version of this level. So the final version of this level that we're going to spotlight is the Unity port, and as you can see, it's the same basic level, it's the same layout with the same secrets, except they've put the SS soldiers back, good call in my opinion. And they've also used the modified textures that I was reliably informed in the comments was from Castle Wolfenstein, so that's pretty cool. As I said when we were talking about Wolfenstein, I personally find this approach more acceptable in terms of censoring the symbols on the wall, just because it's not disrespectful to the original and it doesn't kind of steal the identity of the level, because you know, it's just more interesting to look at, and new players should be able to experience like some form of what this level actually was, rather than kind of a weird, you know, blank version that really has nothing to do with the original intent. But as you can see, we can find the secrets easier here again, because, you know, they haven't hidden it behind a generic wall texture. We'll grab the plasma rifle here, and we'll head up to the Cyber Demon here. As I said, this is just a pretty nice pit stop level. Overall, like, it's hard to hate on these two levels when they're very clearly just here to pay homage to Wolfenstein 3D, which is pretty fair. And we get to shoot Commander Keen again, so, you know, I feel sorry for him. Do let me know what you think of this level. Let me know what you think of the homage to Wolfenstein 3D, and do you think it does a good job of paying respects to that level and that franchise? Hey, and welcome to Suburbs, map 16 of Doom 2. This is the beta version of this level. There aren't actually that many differences between this version of the level and the one that you'd play in the final version of this level. So here we're taking down the imps. There's an arch-violent Boney boy waiting outside for us. So this house here is actually based off Sandy Peterson's house. He actually has a YouTube video up where he talks about how he designed it to look like his house. The main thing you want from that building is the super shotgun. What I've always found with this level is that when you're trying to pistol start it, it's actually quite difficult, because the amount of ammo on this level, the amount of ammo and the guns are all kind of spread out. It makes it quite difficult to sort of grab everything that you need. So we're going to run around here, grab the supercharge, but we're also going to come here because this gives us lots of shotgun ammo. So you can see the enemies have started chasing me around. One of the things about this level is that if enemies start following you, they will tail you throughout the level. It's one of those levels where you kind of have to, you know, think about what you're doing. So we're going to take down the pinkies here. So you can see here, there's a bunch of imps inside this room here. So this is the garage, and yeah, you can see how, yeah, this is a nasty room. There's not really much point in doing this if you're playing through this level normally, because this unleashes one of the two hordes that sort of appears on this level. This level's very aggressive, so when you pick up the blue key, one of the biggest swarms of enemies sort of appears. Enemies start zapping in, and it's kind of difficult if you're not equipped for that. So I recommend making sure that before you grab the blue key, you're fully aware of what you're doing and you know, grabbing all the ammo. I'm coming in here because there's actually some shotgun ammo in here which we really need to use. But you can see this is kind of like the suburbs. Not quite sure what that big grey building behind us there is supposed to be, or this big red one. So, fun fact, in the PlayStation version of the level, this is how you get to the mansion, which is one of Doom 2's secret levels. Unfortunately, we can't really see inside of here, so let's get rid of you, and let's get rid of you. So I'm not a huge fan of the suburbs, to be honest. I think in terms of like what I want from a Doom 2 level, I feel that there's a lot going on here. But obviously, you know, it's not a terrible level. I just think that this is a level where enemies kind of tail you and they can get very aggressive in chasing you, and especially with the types of enemies as well. You get cacodemons, you get mancubus. So I'm going to take care of these guys here. These are like little caves. Just get rid of you. So there's another archvile around here. You really don't want the archvile around when you start killing all those enemies later on. We're not going to pick up that invulnerability now. Wow, you can see, if you look up there, you can actually see the archvile's already here. Ah, and he's revived the mancubus. Thank you for that. I could choose not to kill these guys, but you know, we're having a bit of fun with this level. But yes, one of the big headline things in this level is when you pick up this key, enemies will start to spawn in. Now, rather notoriously, back in the day, if your PC wasn't like super high specs, all these enemies teleporting in actually could cause issues with the performance on this level. So this is one of those few levels where if you weren't playing on a high-end PC back in the day, you could run into some real difficulty. And this is one of the few levels where there's like real instability on the PS1 version, which we'll talk about when we get to that version. But you can see all those enemies there sort of showing up. So we're coming here to get this. And now what we're going to do, we're going to start blasting all these enemies with the BFG, but we're going to grab the invulnerability first because I'm not silly. I might be because I waste BFG bullets sometimes. But yes, this is one of the few times where Doom 2 kind of completely lets go of the leash, and you kind of have to deal with all these enemies, which is pretty fun. So one of the interesting things is that when they released Doom 2, there was a slight spec bump from Doom 1, and larger enemy counts and the larger levels were kind of cited as the reason for that. And this is one of those levels where that actually becomes a thing because there's so many enemies in play at once. You don't normally get like that many enemies sort of showing up in one big go. So I don't really like the ending to this level because it's hidden, and I get that like you'd eventually come over here to sort of explore, but I imagine that more than a handful of people probably got lost on this level because it's not entirely obvious that the exit's all the way in the corner over here. Just an observation for me. I personally wouldn't have made it that hidden. Let's kill this Cacodemon that's managed to get stuck up on top of the steps there. So this was Suburbs. As mentioned, the only real difference I've been able to find is that at the end here, when you go to the exit, it's not regressed, it's just a switch behind the barrier there. In the final version, it's a teleporter that you walk through. As mentioned, I'm not a huge fan of the Suburbs. Like, I get that they wanted like a big level where it was like a big massive showdown of enemies, and it's fun, like if that's what you're looking for, but for me personally, I kind of think the level's a bit sloppy in design, and I think that it's not to my taste entirely, but I respect what it's trying to bring to the table. So we're going to dive into the PlayStation version of this level, and I'm going to be upfront, this was an absolute pain to record. So effectively, because this level has such a high monster count, and because so many of those monsters end up on screen at the same time, if you try to use the BFG to take out like those enemies that all spawn in after the blue key, it's entirely possible that the game just kind of freaks out and crashes. And this happened like several times when I was trying to play through this level to record for this video, and in the end I kind of decided that, you know, I was just going to try and find a way to make it work. So you can see that some of these big levels do cause problems when they're being ported to consoles like the PlayStation here, because the PlayStation versions of these levels tend to be limited anyway. So there's no Archvile running around here. It's instead two bony boys, which, I mean, if that rocket hits us, it's going to hurt. So, still a pain. I mean... But yeah, even on the Game Boy Advance version, there's a Archvile here. So we get rid of you. There should be a box of bullets behind me, unless I picked them up already. I'd actually said this is one of the harder levels if you're pistol starting on PS1 Doom. This level's not very friendly for pistol starting, because even though you can get the chain gun pretty early, like the super shotgun, the rocket launcher, the plasma rifles, and the BFG, they're all kind of hidden behind mid-tier enemies, and you don't really get that much chain gun ammo. Oh, wow. And obviously, with all these bony boys running around the level, there's a chance that they'll hit you like that. So I'm actually going to run over here, because we need some of this ammo. So I'm going to grab the invulnerability here. And we're going to run around here, grab the supercharge and the shotgun stuff. But you can see functionally this is basically the same level. They didn't really change much for the PS1 outing here. They haven't even really made strong use of the lighting. Like, the level's a bit darker, but like the coloured lighting isn't really used as extensively as it might have been in other levels. We got rid of him. You can see all these Cacodemons kind of clumped together here. I'll take down all these pinkies up here just so I don't have to... Oh, where'd all the pinkies go? Oh, they've actually gone inside. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Don't know why I was waving my fist at him there. That was just to make me feel better, not to actually kill him. Grab this ammo here. grab the super shotgun here, and we'll just take them down one at a time. I don't know why, but on the PS1 this level just feels a lot more difficult. Okay, so we've got rid of the bony boys, which is good. But you can see the architecture of this level is very much the same as what we saw previously. So there's nothing too much happening differently. Even this encounter's the same, which, ugh. What I'm trying to do here, I'm trying to get all these to infight. Okay, so two of them are infighting him, which is great for me. So now we'll head over here. So you can see they've actually made use of the coloured lighting out here, which pretty cool. But of course, once we grab all this, yeah, the enemies start spawning in. And as I mentioned earlier on, this leads to a bit of a problem in this version of the game, because if you use your BFG and try to take down too many enemies at once, the game throws up a texture error issue and basically ends the game, because I don't think it can handle what you're trying to do. I've encountered that on the final Doom version as well, but I was surprised to see it turn up here. But in Google searching, I was able to find other people who've had the same thing. Run out of ammo though, that's not good for me. I'll just go and grab the plasma rifles here, I think. A lot of bony boys on this level. We're going to punch this one out. I like that in this version they also make the switch here more obvious. So if you don't know, the PS1 version of this level has a secret exit. It leads out to Mansion. You actually run off the side here, and where you pick up the BFG, which is where we'll be going in a second, there's actually a secret door that opens where the BFG is, and you can go in there to get out of this level quickly. They've changed some of the textures around in here. But yeah, if you don't want to deal with this level, this is where you'd come to get the secret exit. Mansion's pretty fun. I do recommend paying a visit if you haven't played through. It's actually a fun level. So as you can see, a lot of the enemies will start clumping up behind us here, and they'll start following us towards the end of the level, which, you know, not fun. These little bastards can also do one. You can see the enemies are starting to appear behind us here. They are not they're not happy to see us, and to be honest, I'm not happy to see them either, so we're just gonna run to the end of the level here because I really don't want to see that error message again. But yeah, this is an interesting level. It's fun. There's a lot of enemies on it. There's very few levels in Doom 2 that go quite this hard. Hey, and welcome to map 17 of Doom 2, Tenements. So this level is fairly fun. I'd argue it's not one of the better levels in Doom 2, but I certainly don't think it's one of the weakest. It falls kind of in the middle for me. So at the minute we're just opening this secret door to try and cause some damage to those spectres down there. So you can see there's a supercharge in the middle of that room there, which obviously we can't get to. So as we walk down here, the door shuts behind us and it opens up a bit of an ambush. And this is a proper ambush as well, because you've got to run into the right teleporters. Run into the wrong ones and you end up right next to all those enemies there. So in the beta version of this level, all these spectres here are kind of stuck together in like one big glomp. And it's pretty funny, because it makes them super easy to take out. And yes, this is the beta version of this level. Surprisingly, there aren't that many differences between this and the final level. The logic there, I guess, is that this was completed fairly early in development, and it's just kind of it just needed a bit of tidying up. One thing I like about this level is that at the start, if you're pistol starting, it is quite aggressive. So you've got all these Catacombs, and you don't have that much ammo. You don't have the super shotgun here. So taking on these guys is actually a bit of a pain. As you can see, they are doing a decent old job here of shooting me with their little fireballs. So yeah, that trap room is actually pretty nasty. It's actually one of the better traps in Doom 2, I'd argue, because the first time you wander in there, you really won't have any idea what you're doing, and it'll take a few attempts for you to figure out that you have to run into the right teleporter. Run into the wrong one and you get sort of teleported off to the sides where there's chain gunners, there's a pain elemental, there's a Caco demon and a few shotgunners there. And it's not nice. So yeah, this level gets points for this, I think. It's a very nasty trap, but it's... I mean, we're on map 17 here, so by this point, you kind of want to see some spice, don't you? So they've killed the pain elemental over there, that's why we didn't see it. You see, you can use the teleporters to navigate around. The white teleporters lead you up here, and the red ones take you back out to the start. We will be coming back in here from that way later on. That actually will loop around. But for now, we're just going to make our way out. We're going to take care of all these spectres here. If you don't take care of them here, they will just charge you when you go down the lift in a second. And that's not too nice. So as you can see, we've done a nice job there. We got a berserk here, so I am going to... Ooh, he was taking off quite a bit of health there, wasn't he? Now this is something I don't like about this level. So you see this imp that just came down here. As soon as we come up here, we're ambushed by all these imps. Now, you can kill them from down below, but as you can probably guess, we don't really have that much ammo. We're not really gifted that much ammo at the start of the level here. So it is a bit of a tall ask, asking the player to take care of those imps before heading down that lift. Otherwise, what happens is they'll just start scratching you and take what little health you've got left. That, I think, is a bit mean. And not the good kind of mean, the mean kind of mean. And it's little things like that that kind of stop this level from being, like, one of the greats, in my opinion. There's just a bunch of, like, little things that probably should have been ironed out between this and the final release, but really weren't. So, from here, you kind of have to do a bit of detective work. You have to be willing to drop down into this toxic patch on the right-hand side here to hit this switch, and then hit this hidden switch here to progress forward. I think that that's, again, mean. And I'm using that word very specifically because a lot of players probably won't want to drop into the toxic, because by this point they've been taught not to drop into the toxic. And there's nothing really down there to make the player curious enough to drop down there. So I actually think that hiding that switch there is kind of weird. It's a very weird choice in my opinion. This level has a lot of those like little moments where it's like they could have just done it in a very straightforward way, but instead they chose to do it in a way that doesn't really make much fun for the player. It just kind of obstructs the player from moving on. So there's a pain elemental down here, and we're gonna have to take care of it because you can hit the switch from the top if you line dead. But I wanted to show just what a bit of a nasty trap this one is. This level's got all these little traps that are here to kind of catch you off. So what we're going to do, we're going to take down the pain elemental here, and then we'll deal with the lost souls. Okay. We wasted quite a bit of ammo on that. That's not fun. So you grab the blue key here and you're pretty much done with this area, except for a little bit at the end of the level. You can see the yellow door there is locked off, but the blue door here, there's a bunch of enemies high and low here. Now, my gripe with this area is that, well, there's actually two big gripes, and we'll talk about them as we kind of pass through them. So you can hear there's an arachnotron down in that toxic pit there, which is fine. It's fine. But as you can see, you wander up here. And in order to progress, you've got to turn around, run down the stairs, run in here, and then you've got to raise this switch here, which opens up the other side and lets you carry on. I think that's a bit... I don't like that. I think that's a bit obtuse, because players might not notice that door opening up behind them, and it will just hold them up. It's another thing, I think, that was designed to kind of torment the player rather than kind of actually add to the fun of the level. There's a pain elemental here. We're going to get rid of it because we really don't want to let this into the level. There's a nice backpack behind it. So you can see this actually leads back to that area we were talking about earlier on. So you can see there, that's the trap room from the start of the level. This drops you down on the other side of where that where the blue sphere was. We're now going to head around here. So here comes my second big gripe with this area. The arachnotron can actually block you from dropping down, which, so if you're not aware, in Doom and Doom 2 Vanilla, the enemies are kind of infinitely tall, so that means that even if you try to run over them, you'll get blocked. Now, a lot of the source ports have fixed this over the years, but it does seem kind of bizarre to me that they put an enemy there that can block you, that can shoot up at you like that. It just feels a bit like they designed that with that in mind, and that's a limitation that really shouldn't have been there in the first place, in my opinion. So it's kind of weird to build a part of a level around that. Plus, I'm not a fan of the fact that you have to fight the arachnotron in the toxic, which, you know, toxic floor encounters for me are kind of, they should only ever be used if the player's been handed a bunch of ammo, and you kind of are before that one, so it's not so bad, but I still think it's a fairly weak encounter. Anyway, we've made it through to this part here, and as you can see, there's another ambush here with cacodemons and pain elementals. For my money, the pain elementals are very underrated as a threat, because the more lost souls they pump into a level, the more ammo you're wasting. And yeah, this one here is really kind of looking for the looking to fill this level with lost souls, which I'm not a fan of. Luckily, if you know what you're doing, there's a bunch of secrets, like the secret switch that lets you get to this BFG here, so you can make this level a lot easier as you're passing through to the end of it. So, interesting fact, this takes you up here, which is really great. But as we'll see in a second, there's actually a teleporter that doesn't actually work at all. And to my knowledge, I think that actually made it to the release of Doom 2, like the actual full retail release, and then was updated in one of the updates. So we'll walk down here. If you drop down here, you'll see that there's a teleporter here. It doesn't work. It's not actually activated as a teleporter. So if you drop down here, you're actually trapped. This was actually, like I said, I think this was fixed in one of the updates, the updated WODs that came after the release of Doom 2, but it's kind of funny that that made it all the way to that point. Another small change which we'll talk about when we jump in there. They've actually taken away the Megasphere. Or they haven't put it in yet, whichever way you want to view it. Because there's a Megasphere right at the end of this level, which you can grab, and it actually makes the next level a lot easier if you bring it in with you. I don't know what to make of this ending. As a kid, this used to confuse me, because it's kind of like you have to cross over line devs to open other little sections that then you have to keep walking backwards and forwards. That ending part there has changed a bit as well, because it's a teleporter in the finished level. So when you come in here in the retail version, you actually pick up a Megasphere, which isn't here, but it's fun to kind of acknowledge it. You can't actually go back, so you've got to actually go all the way around the level, which, you know, it is what it is. But honestly, Tenements for me is one of those middle of the road levels. There's a bunch of little gripes that kind of stop me from loving this level. I don't think it's bad, and you know, it is a challenge if you're pistol starting on ultraviolence. But for my money, I definitely don't put it in like the top level in Doom 2. But I'd love to know what you guys think of this beta version of the level. It's remarkably similar to what the final release would end up being, obviously with a bit of tidying up thrown in. It's one of those levels that I think you remember. It's not super iconic, but it's fun. So we're going to dive into the PS1 version of this level here, and generally this level is pretty similar, apart from a few texture changes and mood lighting here and there. This is a quite faithful recreation of the PC version of this level. Obviously you can see there's no door at the entrance there. I'm actually going to take these guys out, because in this version, I don't know if it's just because of the differences in the way that the game operates, but they are very aggressive when you try and come up the lift that will be going up in a bit. You can actually cheat the system here by not having the door shut, and you've done it there. If you don't go over the line dev at the end of the step, you can actually stop that thing from coming down. Not sure why you'd want to do that, but it's something that you can do if that takes your fancy. So we're going to take care of all these spectres here. You can see in the time between the beta and this version, they've been freed from their eternal trap. So we'll open that lift down there. So I am going to try and herd these Cacodemon up here, but right now I think my aim should be just to get down here. So this is what happens if you come down here and you don't shoot them through that window. You end up kind of becoming lunch for them, and you end up losing quite a bit of health, and if you've lost health already in that trap room, it might be the end of your adventures in this level, at least in that incarnation. So what I recommend is maybe just use the window. But because we've taken down the imps up here, you can see nothing shooting at us. In this version, I found that they generally tend to be a lot more aggressive. They are more willing to shoot right down on you. So the aim here is just to get rid of these Cacodemons before they kind of spill into the rest of the level. So yeah, the main aim here is just to get rid of these guys. I actually don't want to waste all my ammo here. So what I'm going to do, we're going to come up here and grab the med packs, and then we're going to head outside. So one way there is to make this level a tiny bit easier is if we head over here and grab these shotgun shells, it'll wake all the enemies up down there. But here's the thing, they will actually follow us through the level. So provided that, like, you know, we have enough ammo to deal with them, it's actually a nice way to get hold of the shotgun without having to wander too far into the level. So you can see they're all sort of coming in here. Because we got rid of the chain gunner, we've actually made it a bit easier for ourselves here. First things first is to get rid of the chain gunner there. Get rid of the imps at the bottom there. So you can see that Caco Demon went and explored over there, but now it's come back. This room generally, I think, looks better in this version of the Doom 2, just because I think that the mood lighting, the shadow, the better use of shadows and shading here, I think it just looks better. Like I can imagine that this was probably what they were shooting for mentally when they made this trap, because this is a very intimidating room with this lighting, but it looks a bit flat in the PC version. That's just my opinion anyway. So we'll grab the ammo there and the health packs. Yeah, it's quite easy to lose your bearings there if you're just staring at the wall. Actually want to grab the health here, just because it'll make the next part of the level a bit easier to get through if we have near full health. Tear down these shotgunners here. Now, one change I do like in this version, and you'll see it here, is that at the bottom there's actually ammo boxes, and I think that's a much better way of handling this area. If you're going to make people dive into toxic, you've got to give them a reason to do that. And if you click that, you see it open. You can just click that. You don't even have to go into the toxic if you really don't want to. So that brings this up here. So I actually want these boxes of ammo. You know what, let's grab this here, just in case we end up falling down that hole again. So this area is by and large the same, although there's no pain elementals. You'll notice on this level that pain elementals have been generally sacrificed in order to, you know, add more Caco Demons to the mix. What I want to do here is quickly get rid of the Caco Demons. So there are some chain gunners up on the sides there, and if you don't kill them, they are actually a bit of a pain in the backside, because they will kind of come away and chip at your health. We'll wait a minute and see if that one pops back out. So you can see that chain gunner there. Just want to see if his friends come out. He has. It's worth getting rid of them because the bars in the middle there will not protect you from being shot at across the way, and that's just health you don't really want to be losing. So we've got the blue key here, which means we can leave this part of the level behind. And we're going to be heading over to the blue door over here. But first things first, I'm going to get rid of these guys here. It'll just make things a lot easier if I can get rid of the guys hanging around in these cages. But you can see visually this part of the level is very much intact as well. It's interesting which levels end up being modified and which ones don't end up being modified. Because remember, unlike with Ultimate Doom, there wasn't actually a Jaguar port to base the levels off of, so a lot of this would have been done in-house by the Williams team. So they changed this ever so slightly, so you still have to run down here like an idiot to grab this. But now the thing doesn't actually pop up, it just opens up there. I actually think that's worse, because that could easily be missed by the player. Like, if players aren't being super observant, they may not see that switch open up, and they may not realise what's actually happened. So, I don't know. I think that's a slightly weaker way of doing it. So as we head down these different pathways, I think there's a Cacodemon here, or the Cacodemon that we saw floating out earlier may have been the one that was there. We may have triggered that one a bit earlier. But you can see this isn't a Pain Elemental, this is actually just a Cacodemon again. As said, one of the things that Doom 2 on PS1 likes to do, it likes to limit the number of enemies on one level, so sometimes it'll just swap certain enemies for other enemies. And you can see there's no Arachnotron here, instead it's just a bunch of chain gunners, which I guess you see the chain gunner there loves sniping through these bars. So we're just going to get rid of this. So with no Pain Elementals on this level, it should actually be a lot easier to get through the back end of this level, because remember, when we did the beta version of this level, we had to deal with that Pain Elemental that was blocking our way here. So you can see it's the same trap as before, only now there's only 2 Cacodemons. I think there's a third one. I'm not quite sure where that one's gone. Maybe he saw the oncoming storm and was like, not for me, not for me. Sometimes you can run over there and save yourself having to run around, but, you know. I should get the BFG actually. So yeah, the way you find the BFG is to hit this switch here and then head through. Ah, there's the other Cacodemon. I did wonder where it had made its way off to. I'm guessing it probably thought that was the right path to get to me. It was not. But this is a pretty cool spot to grab a BFG if you, for some reason, haven't grabbed one already. So we'll take care of that chain gunner there. Take care of that chain gunner there. So, okay. It's not an Archvile in this version. It is literally just a Cacodemon. So we'll head on here. Dope. So we'll head in here. You can see there's the Megasphere. Very useful. The next level is probably one where you'd actually want to use it, so it's a good idea to leave that as late as possible. But obviously, since I'm pistol starting each of these levels, it doesn't really matter, does it? So all we need to do is do this puzzle again. Again, I'm not a fan of this puzzle. I think it's a bit too abstract. I think it's just a bit silly, but it's Doom 2. Doom 2 is very weird in that, like, it throws a lot of these silly ideas out, and then you'll never see them again. Like, this is is there any other puzzle like this in any of the retail Doom games? It's a very odd way to end a level, this, I think. But that's Tenements on the PS1. I'd love to hear what you guys think about this level. I'd love to know what your thoughts are on Tenements. Do you think it's a great level? Do you think it's a weak level? Do you prefer the PS1 version and all the changes it made? Or do you think that the beta was pretty great. Personally, like I said, not one of my favourite levels, but certainly one that I have fun with whenever I get around to playing it. Hey, and welcome to map 18 of Doom 2, the Courtyard. So we're going to shoot this here, one of the few times in Doom 2 we actually get to use that mechanic. As you can see from this opening area, we have a lot of enemies facing us down straight away in this level, so we may as well use the shotgun here to get rid of them, because we don't really want them following us into the rest of the level. So the Courtyard is a very interesting level in that it has a central concept that I think is pretty fun, in that there's a bunch of enemies who will wander into the central courtyard. If you pistol start this level like I've just done here, it's going to be very difficult for you, and you have to kind of make your way through all the different chambers to get all the good weapons. If you bring in your own weapons, this level can take about a minute to complete. So depending on how you're playing, this level is going to be either quite fun or quite, you know, brisk. As you can see here, there's a bunch of pinkies trying to come at us here. We're playing on the beta version of this level, and the big giveaway that we're doing that is the floor texture in the courtyard. So it's more of a, like a rock slash marble sort of texture, but in the final Doom 2 release it becomes grass. So as you can see, we've been trapped in this little side pocket here. There's a bunch of pinkies, there's a bunch of shotgunners in here that we have to take care of. Luckily the game's given us a berserk pack, so when I start running out of ammo with the shotgun here, I will just start making use of that. But yeah, this level is one of those levels where you can bullet through it very quickly, or you can take the time to go and explore all the secrets and get all the goodies. This is, as you can see, we can't go back there. This maze isn't particularly complex. It's fairly easy to make your way around it. As you can see, the switch here basically takes us towards the exit direction, but if you kind of wander around, there's a bunch of things that will be worth grabbing. We're gonna punch out all these shotgunners here. No, we're not. We're gonna use the shotgun. But you can see this level loves its spectres, and you can hear a lot of spectres. They're in the main courtyard area, but there's so many of them we can actually hear them across the map here, which is a good sign of how many enemies you have to face down on this one. So I have to admit, I've kind of forgotten how you get up to that ledge there. We can't go back because this is raised up. We can come back later on. It is possible to go back in if you really want to. We'll click that switch there, and that brings down the door that was trapping us. We've got to be very careful here because there's so many enemies out in the courtyard that if we let them all come in here, they will probably kill us. This is one of those levels where it's very easy to get overwhelmed if you're not careful. So you can see, this is where all those pinkies were that we could hear. They've all run into this room here, which I think has the plasma rifle in it. This is another one of those little trap rooms that the developers have put in here. You can see there's a lot of active enemies in there, so that's something that we're going to have to think about. Luckily this level isn't too stingy with the health and ammo, because there's all kinds of weapons on this level. We just need to go and get them, which is fair. Normally I don't bother doing this. Normally I just zip, grab the yellow key, grab the blue key, and then I'm out of here. Oh wow. Oh wow, that's a horrible trap. Right, okay, we gotta move here. Yeah, so that was a nasty trap there because they all pinned me in pretty quickly there, and I could have easily been taken down. I do not have that much health. So gonna grab some health. So that's only part of the onslaught. Once we go over this side, more enemies are going to flood out. That's the thing with this level. There's a whole bunch of enemies just kind of tucked away in the corners. Ah, so that's a Baron of Hell. Interestingly, this enemy changes quite a lot between all the versions. Because in the Game Boy Advance version, it's a Mancubus. And I don't know what it is in the PS1 version, but I don't think it's a Baron of Hell. Because there aren't any Barons on this level. Be interested to see if it ends up being a Hell Knight. But yes, this is the beta version of this level, and kind of surprisingly, this is pretty much par with the final version of a level, other than the odd little bit here and there. It's always interesting to see how these levels are kind of at this point, because these betas are from like 5 months before the release of Doom 2, so this is kind of where they're entering the crunch period to finish the game. And this level looks pretty nice, but there are other levels that are completely different, and as we move through the levels moving forward, you're actually going to start seeing huge differences in the levels, which I'm kind of looking forward to showing off. So if you come in here, there's a BFG. I'm going to instantly use it just to take these two down. Makes my life a lot easier. You know you're having a good time when you're down to pistol. I will very much help myself to the rocket launcher here. Don't know why there's two invisibilities there. That's kind of weird. Again, this is another little trap. If you go in there and you don't expect that, you can actually lose quite a lot of that health you just gained. So that's why I immediately back out of that room, because I'm not in the business of losing that much health. So we're going to head inside here. This is where the blue key is. Now what's interesting on this level is that they try to hide the blue key among all these health bonuses down here, which I don't think they actually do in any other level. It's kind of an interesting idea. So you can see we're running around collecting all these, and there's the blue key kind of tucked behind this pillar and sort of hidden among the health bonuses. I always like collecting the health bonuses here. So there's a switch on the back of one of these pillars. I think we ran past it a few times. But this is how you get out of this room. As you can probably tell, this isn't a super long level. It's just with the number of enemies who come at you, if you let them all sort of appear at once, like I think the developers try to encourage, then you end up with a big onslaught, which is pretty fun. Let's go in here quickly, because I didn't look through all the maze. There's some guys still alive in here. I think there's a chain gun in here somewhere, if I remember rightly. So you can see we missed quite a few shotgunners on the way through here. This is that pillar that calls behind us. I think the chain gun's round here. I think we hit the switch for it and then we ran off from it. You can see on the map there. There it is. So yeah, this is how you get the chain gun on this level. And as you can see at the end there isn't actually a pool of water that you walk into like you normally would. It's actually a switch. So that's another thing that changed. But overall, the Courtyard is a very interesting level. There's not many other levels like it in Doom 2 where you kind of have to deal with so many enemies at once. That's one of the interesting things about Doom 2, is that some of the levels have such an increased monster count, and it's something that Doom 1 didn't really kind of tackle that well. So it's nice to see the idea explored a bit more thoroughly here. I don't think it's a super great level, but I think it's a fun one, and if you enter it with the right, you know, mindset, it can be really fun. Now, I'm going to quickly dash through the Game Boy Advance version here, and there is a reason for this. So, as you can see, the performance on this level with the Game Boy Advance version is not great. The large number of enemies on screen here is not good for the Game Boy Advance's health. Oh God, please don't let me die here. So the thing with the Game Boy Advance version of this game is that as long as you kind of accept that it's very limited by the hardware it's on, it's not actually that bad. But you have to remember that back in the day, this was the first handheld attempt at Doom 2, so a lot of compromises had to be made to kind of make that happen. And like the disappearing bodies on the floor, that's one aspect. But another aspect is this kind of thing. So gone is the lovely clear courtyard. Instead, we are now greeted by these massive structures, and part of the reason that they've done this is because it actually reduces the load on the CPU, because this is such a big area. If you didn't have those there, the whole area would be loading in at once, you know, and the Game Boy Advance just can't handle that. So I'm guessing that the decision was just made to dump these down in the middle here. This level's actually a lot easier on Game Boy Advance because a lot of the enemies won't actually run towards you, even if you're in front of them, because if you're at such a distance, the enemies don't activate in this version. It's an interesting little quirk. But as I said, I'm not going through all the secrets on this one because it's effectively the same as the PC release version. What I do want to just show you is just how like messy the performance can get. Like, even with just a few enemies on screen and like a fairly big room like this, like the performance just does not like the level here. But it is interesting that they left this level in and unaltered pretty much, apart from this massive structure in the middle here. So they wanted people to get the Doom 2 experience, and there's that mancubus we were talking about earlier on. It's interesting how they came to the conclusions on this. But yes, you can see all the monsters are here and present and correct. If you want to have that big massive fight, you can do, but I'm just literally wanted to show you that one massive difference. And there's the pool of water that we talked about. Again, it's not the best way to play Doom 2, if we're being honest. But it was the first portable version of Doom 2, and we have to take in mind that the Game Boy Advance was not designed for games like Doom 2. So it is an accomplishment, even if looking back it's a bit rough. So this is the PS1 version of this level, and you can see that the opening room has a slightly different aesthetic to it. But overall, this level is pretty faithful to the PC release of the game here. Firstly, we need to get rid of all these imps again. There is an issue with this level, and I'm going to show you it when we get to it in a bit. But for now, let's just kind of continue on as normal. So we're going to take care of all these spectres here. It's actually very possible on this version as well to be quick and get through this level if you really don't fancy battling your way through it. I do like collecting these bonuses on the PS1 version just because they count as 2, so you're effectively getting double the goodness. So we're going to pick up the super shotgun here. So what's interesting, yeah, it's 2 Hell Knights in the middle there, so that's 3 different enemies in that little square in the middle across the 3 versions. It is interesting to me that this level even made the cut for the PS1 version, just because, like, normally with the PS1 Doom levels, they tend to avoid big scale levels like this. A lot of the levels that don't make the cut are just massive rooms, like Industrial Zone for example didn't make the cut because I suspect it's just so massive, and Downtown is another one, so I'm kind of surprised this one made the cut. As you can see here, I've used the invulnerability to fight my way through this room, because this room can get very chaotic if you let it, and as you can see there's a bunch of enemies trying to make their way in there, so it's a good idea to, you know, stop that from happening. But I do want to sort of talk about one limitation of the PS1 version, and I'm going to end this video by showing you it. So the problem with the BFG in this game is that if there's too many enemies on screen and the game gets overloaded with like what you're trying to do, it will completely crash the game on you. And we saw this for the first time on Suburbs, but I wanted to show it here because I think it's kind of important that when talking about the PS1 version of the game here, we discuss how this happens. So it's very disappointing that it happens, but I understand limitations of the game. They didn't want to nerf the BFG. It's a shame, but it kind of shows the limitations of the PlayStation 1 and quite how hard it was to get the game to fully work on that console. Hey, and welcome to the Citadel, map 19 of Doom 2. So this one's an interesting level. It's a non-linear level where you only really need to get 2 out of 3 of the keys to finish the level. It's fairly open, meaning you can go in any direction, and as you'll see, this is the beta version of this level. Not much really has changed between this and the final retail release, which goes to show that they had this level pretty much nailed down for what their vision was early on. The first big change that we'll notice is there isn't an Arachnotron outside. On the retail release on Ultraviolence you get chased by an Arachnotron, which makes this level a lot more suspenseful, but obviously nothing there means it's fairly easy. So we've got to take care of these Lost Souls and Cacodemon here. The thing to remember with this level is that you are given the choice of which direction you want to go in. So you can actually go after any of the keys in any order that you choose, and there aren't many levels in Doom, at least the retail games, that let you do that. What this leads to is a fairly open level where you can sort of go in any direction that you want. Like for example, you never have to come into this room if you really don't want to. But I'd argue it's worth it if you're pistol starting, because it does have the chain gun in it. And obviously the chain gun, very nice. We're going to take down this little pocket of monsters here. So this level has a lot of these rooms where there's a bunch of enemies inside, and there's usually ammo as the prize. You've just got to make your way through. So you know what, I'm actually going to go and get the super shotgun. So if you come to the back of the room here, this is the room that the level's pretty much centered around. In here is the red key, the blue key is just in that little window in front of us there, and pretty much everything in this level is centered around this, which means that this room is very important to clear out if possible. It is also possible to completely skip this room. You can literally just grab the red key and make a bullet for the exit. It is possible to just finish the level with one key if you are skilled enough. But in this playthrough, what I'm going to do, I'm going to play through and grab all the keys, just so you can see how that's done. But you see the blue key there, red key's just up on that ledge there, just a bit out of sight, and the yellow key is actually in here. As you can see, there's a lot of little pockets of monsters who just can't, you just have to take them all out, so it's important to be careful in this level not to leave yourself exposed. So in order to get towards the yellow key, you've got to trigger both these doors at the right time. You can see there's a bunch of imps in here. I'll take the scratch there just so we can get inside. So there's a little trap here with the yellow key. When we shoot the imp there, it wakes up 2 spectres who sort of run down on us. But that does mean we've got our first key of this level, which is very nice. I like to grab the yellow key early because I think that it's easier to deal with. So you can see we've been teleported to a new area of the level here. There's a bunch of pinkies here. Now, what do I think about this level? I wouldn't say this is one of my favourite levels. I think it's a very interesting idea. It's kind of like Halls of the Damned in Ultimate Doom, whereas you can go in any direction to pick up any of the keys. Except in this one, you don't actually need all the keys to finish the level. I still think I prefer Halls of the Damned to this though, if I'm being made to pick. So as you can see, you couldn't get the blue key from there because the game's mean, but we have to come out here. Now, this is a nasty trap, especially if you haven't picked up the Berserk pack, because you're not able to punch out all these spectres here, and as you can see, my health is dangerously low. So, oh, okay. I don't know if we're actually going to be able to get out of here. Okay, there's actually some peril here. Okay, can we get out? Very lucky there, was very lucky. So I'm going to try and draw all these spectres over here. Then pick up this box of shotgun shells here. So the aim here is just not to get chomped on. But this level has a lot of traps. So if you like your Doom levels with traps and lots of things that will jump out and surprise you, this is the one for you, I think. In honesty, other than this floor texture out here and a few textures here, there and everywhere, there isn't really that much difference. So here's that thing we were talking about earlier. So if you get the red key, you can actually sort of squeeze between the bars. Unfortunately, for me, I don't actually have the red key yet, so what we're going to do instead, we'll just grab all this health here. There's a lot of optional enemies you can take out if you really want to. Personally, I'd rather save the ammo for the encounters we're going to face soon. But as you can see, there's a lot of health out here. There's some armor there. It's all very nicely designed out here. The only problem, like I said, I have with this level is that there's quite a few too many traps for my liking. I feel that there's an over-reliance on like making the player kind of suffer. So if we go through here, this leads to the red key. So in order to raise that platform there, you've got to shoot behind the imps. If you come into this room without any ammo, good luck. You're going to be soft locked in here. As far as I'm aware, there's no way out of this room without having at least some ammo. Now in the retail release, there's some arachnotrons down here to block you, but I'm going to guess that either that monster wasn't available or they were added in much later in the day, because there are no arachnotrons on this level, at least not in this version. But if you played the retail release of this level, you'll notice already there's not that many changes. Everything's pretty much here, which means that this level was pretty well realised in this build. Now here's another part of the level that I'm not 100% sure on. So this area is marked as a secret, but as far as I'm aware, it's the only way you can get to the blue key. So for me, it's a bit cheap to mark it as a secret. Now I'm not sure, someone in the comments will probably tell me otherwise, but I've never found a way to get to the blue key without having to come out here. So I'm just going to take down the Taco Demon. As you can see, there's yet more enemies spawning in here. There's not much point in fighting these imps. It's not like they can chase you through the level. It's not like them being alive actually does anything. It's only if you're in for the 100%. Which is fine if you are, but like I don't really bother with going for 100% unless I really have to. Especially because this isn't exactly the most thrilling encounter. Yeah, there's no ammo. So welcome to this room here. Now, these teleporters take you to various different places. And what I'll do in a second, once we grab the blue key here, I'll actually show you where they all lead. So the one we took there led us to the blue key. So if you head into the top left one, you end up in that pinky trap that we saw earlier on. If you head into the bottom left one, you get sent towards the yellow key, but you'll need ammo obviously here, because otherwise this will happen. If you go into the bottom right, you end up at the red key, which is what we saw earlier on. And if you head into the middle, you actually get a rocket launcher, which brings you up in that middle courtyard area. My one complaint, I'd argue, is that hiding that teleporter thing way off in the side like that in a secret is a bit mean. But I guess that's the whole point of this level. As you can see at the end here, you don't even need the blue key or the yellow key. As long as you have a combination of the red and one other key, you'll easily be able to get out of the level. You can't even get out with just the red key because the bar's so thick. But overall for me, the Citadel it's okay. I don't really consider it one of the classic Doom 2 levels. I understand that some people really like this one, and that's good for you. But for me, it's kind of forgettable, in my opinion. But we're going to take a quick glance at the PlayStation 1 version of this level. As you can see, we open up with a Caco Demon chasing us down. So again, no Arachnotron. But if you do play the PC retail version, which I think most people have, you'll see an Arachnotron on Ultraviolence, which I don't think anyone likes Arachnotrons chasing them down when they've just got a pistol. I do think this opening is very kind of intense. So you've got all these imps and you've got all these shotgunners. You've got to get through all these guys if you want to get into the main parts of the level. So this is kind of required. And as you can see, oh wow, that Caco Demon really wasn't waiting for me there, was he? You do need to hit the switch here to get inside the main part of the level, so this is kind of essential. And as I said, there's a lot of rooms like this in this level where you'll bump into a bunch of imps, or there's a bunch of monsters that you have to get through in order to get the item at the end. And yeah, I know most Doom 2 levels are like that, but in this level there seems to be a lot of concentrated enemies in specific small cramped areas. Luckily, because this level is quite generous with stim packs, we are going to grab all these. So the spectres are still all around there. As you can see, this level does retain a lot of its, you know, charm, if that's what you want to call it. So we're going to shoot you down. We're going to get rid of the lost souls there, just so I don't have to deal with them. I'm going to follow a similar route that I did in my previous playthrough on this, although what I'm going to do, I don't think I'm going to go and get all 3 keys, because I do want to sort of just confirm to people watching that like you don't need all the keys to finish this level. When I play this level, I literally do the bare minimum, because if you kind of come into these rooms like this, you're just wasting a lot of ammo that doesn't really need to be wasted. Shooting the pinkies in the face. I think it's essential if you're pistol starting to come and at least grab either the chain gun or the super shotgun, because this level does have quite a lot of enemies that you have to get through. Normally when I'm playing this, I would normally not come out here and fight these guys, because the only time I would come out here is when I'm grabbing the red key, when I'm literally just running through as fast as possible. But we do want to get rid of all these Caco demons. So I assume there's still a rocket launcher in the middle there, which would be really nice to have, but unfortunately we'd have to head out towards where the blue key is. Oh, hello. Don't know where you came from. Don't know where that lost soul pops up from there. It's a good idea to get rid of all these imps here before you head up there, just because obviously a spectre spawns in there and one spawns behind you. It just becomes a bit chaotic if you try to do too much up there. When you think about it, there are quite a lot of imps on this level, and you know, if they called it Citadel of the Imps, I wouldn't have actually complained about that, because there are a lot of these guys on this level. As you can see, more spawned in here. I'm assuming they all walked out from here, or they've all come from that door over there. I've never actually worked out where they all come from. But you can see the spectres do arrive when we shoot our gun in here. So I'm debating here whether to go for the red or the blue key. I think what we'll do, I think I'll go and show that the blue key direction isn't that different, but I won't pick up the blue key, I don't think. It is very easy to get lost on this level and to get frustrated, because there's many times when I was a kid I got frustrated trying to find the keys on this level, trying to work out how to get to them. In particular, the blue key always used to give me trouble because I could never figure out how to actually get to it. Once I figured out you could go out to that like teleporter room, it got a lot easier. This is also a room where you can get soft locked in if you're not careful. So if you come in, if you actually use all your ammo up before shooting the wall behind the imps, it is entirely possible that you can't get out of this room. So you've got to be really careful. Luckily I know there's a button there, but I'm not a fan of this room. Like I said, it's very easy to get soft locked in here, especially if you show up with no ammo. Like, you're pretty much screwed. So we've grabbed the red key there. So what I'll do, I will show off the route to the blue key, but I don't think I'm going to actually pick it up, because I think, well, because normally when I play, this is actually how I play. I'd normally grab the red and yellow keys, and then I just head for the exit. So this room has a slightly different aesthetic, but overall it serves the same function. The Caca demon there can't actually get out of that little pocket there, which is pretty funny when you think about it. So we're gonna head in here. So you can see it's the same teleporter room. It leads to the same blue key direction. In fact, they've actually bathed this in blue, so you can kind of tell where you are. I would be interested to know if there's any other way to get to this blue key. So if anyone in the comments actually does know of like another way to get here, I'd love to hear it. But to my knowledge, like, the only way I've ever come in here was through that teleport we just did. I'll punch you in the face. We could go and get the blue key, but we're not. I want to see if I can take on all these spectres, to be honest. So you can see there's the central courtyard, and there's a bunch of spectres. Now, can I take these guys out without dying? Let's see. I do think this is kind of a fun trap, because a lot of people who get to this point, like, they may not have much in the way of ammo, and it's very easy to get overwhelmed by all these numbers in front of you here. Spectres are not overly difficult, but like in huge numbers like this, they can really trap you and pin you down, which is obviously not good. There's a few more over here. Let's take care of them. But overall, this is an okay level for me. I don't particularly have fond memories of it, but you know, it's here, it's not terrible, and it's one of the most open levels in Doom 2. So if that's the kind of level that you love, then this is going to be right up your street. I want to see if I can squeeze through here. I don't think it's a lot more difficult on the PlayStation because of the way that the control pad handles strafing. Nah, it's not going to happen. So it is fun though that you can't actually open these from the back. So they didn't mark the back of these for opening the doors. But overall, Citadel is one of those levels that it's there. I find it fun. It's not super memorable to me, but it's one of those levels that I respect because it tries something different, and you know, it is what it is. Hey, and welcome to Gotcha, map 20 of Doom 2. Now, as you can see here, we can make infighting happen right at the start here, because that imp will pretty much always fire a fireball at the back of that shotgunner. Now, this is the beta version of this map, but given that there isn't really that much difference between this and the retail version, I figured we'd play through this one. There's one of the changes, a mancubus in the blood, which is pretty interesting. That isn't there in the final version of this level. Also, there's a chain gunner up there, and in this room you actually get a super shotgun, not the normal shotgun here. So they've actually made this version of the level a bit difficult compared to the retail version, because obviously the super shotgun is the preferred weapon. There's actually no chain gunner here as well, so as you can see, the enemy placements at this point were very different. This room also looks incredibly different. This is using the marble texture from Doom 1, but obviously we know that it's more of a brown texture when we get to the final version here. So I want you to sort of choose who you think is going to win this encounter, the Cyber Demon or the Spider Mastermind. We're just going to grab all these goodies while they're busy fighting with each other. We will inevitably hear which one it survives, so I'm going to head out here and head inside here. So this is here in the final version, but there's actually a Hell Knight in here as well. So that's another enemy that's been taken out of this at this point. My guess is that some of these Doom 2 monsters probably weren't ready when this level was designed. I get the feeling this level was designed a lot earlier than some of the other levels we've played so far, as there really aren't that many Doom 2 monsters sort of floating around. So there's a Pain Elemental that's missing, there's an Archvile that's missing, the Hell Knight's missing, and a few Chain Gunners as well, and that kind of leads me to the suspicion that this was developed early. So for example there, that Cacodemon that we just landed on top of, that's actually a Pain Elemental in the final retail release. So the reason I shot my chain gun through that teleporter there is because that's actually in this version how you open the BFG room, which will be seen in a bit. So if you actually play Ultraviolence on this level with the retail version, you'll actually see an Archvile up here as well as the Baron there. So it's kind of clear to me that not all the Doom 2 monsters were probably available, because even though this is a big level, it kind of feels a bit like this was an early developed level and a lot of the changes came closer to release. So if you run all the way over here, up these stairs, we will enter a building off to the side. This is one of the things I like about this level. There's a lot of choice in how you approach it. You can ignore all these rooms and just bullet for the exit if you really want. The level isn't that long in that case. But as you can see, there's a lot of worthwhile secrets in this level. I do believe there's an Archvile in the final Ultraviolence setting as well. So as you can see, there's a lot of enemies that have been kind of moved around. That's a Pain Elemental in the retail version of Doom 2. Alright, I forgot about that. So if you really don't want to do this level and you really don't want to deal with everything in it, you can actually run around to this area and skip like 70% of the level. I'll actually show that at the end of this because I think it's a very interesting skip and it's one that I make good use of when I'm sort of doing playthroughs of this. So there's also a mega charge there that gives you 200% health and 200% armor if you're... Oh look, the Cyber Demon won. So I do want to get rid of him. But there's quite a few things that are not as they should be in terms of item and enemy placement, and I'll be showing that when I get to the Game Boy Advance version in a little bit, because that's pretty faithful to the PC release. But interestingly, there is not a PS1 version of this level. I'm going to hazard a guess that the big rooms and the large amount of enemies in this level kind of made it impossible to port it. So we want the rockets here. As I said, this level's fairly iconic. The Cyber Demon and Spider Mastermind showdown are pretty legendary. Like that was the first time that those two enemies have been put on the same level together. So for a lot of players, I can imagine it was like a holy heck moment. And it was for me as a kid. Because, you know, you didn't really see those two enemies kind of facing off against each other. I wanted to grab that med pack just in case we run into a bit of trouble in the back end of the level here. But this level's very open. There's a lot of exploration in this one, and I kind of dig it for that. Like, it's not the prettiest level, and it's certainly not the easiest level to kind of love, but for me, I just kind of admire the scale of it. This is one of those few Doom 2 levels which kind of rewards you for exploring. So I'm not a fan of this room though. I've always felt this room's a bit unfair, because you can see there's a bunch of hit scanners down here who are just waiting for us to sort of come down. Also not a fan of this. So you've got to let this wall drop before you can run over here, and it's kind of a bit of a time killer, and it can also kill you. So as soon as we head up here, this wall's going to drop down. So you can see there's a bunch of Caco demons there. I think there's a pain elemental in the retail release of Doom 2. So this part has always frustrated me. It's very easy to die here if you're not careful. So if you accidentally let that get too high, you can actually get crushed by the roof there. So this room can turn a bit nasty if you're not careful. That's why I'm not running out into the open here. I do like this room. I think this room's got a very nice, it's like kind of final area of earth feel to it. Like you've built up to this area here. It's a shame that there isn't really something more substantial blocking your way here, because that'd be pretty nice if you had to fight to get to the exit up there. But in the retail release, there's actually some bony boys behind these chain gunners as well. So this room gets pretty hectic. But honestly, the beta version of Gotcha here is really not that different. In terms of layout, everything's pretty much here. There's just a few things that aren't marked as secrets, which would eventually become secrets. And there's a few enemy placements that change, which make the level harder in my opinion. But if you want to skip most of this level, and this is the way that I normally play this level, I don't normally go into the deeps with the Cyber Demon and the Spider Mastermind. You just run off this ledge here, and it's entirely possible to just skip like a good 70% of the level. Obviously you want to grab a shotgun of some kind before you kind of make your way over here. But I'm just showing you like how easy it is to kind of get deep into this level, and you can completely avoid everything that was, you know, problematic. Well, except for those chain guns, but you know what I mean. So now we're going to dive into the Game Boy Advanced version of this level, and I apologise immediately for the muddy textures. Like this, the Game Boy Advance version of Doom 2 is not pretty on bigger screens, and to be fair, it wasn't designed for big HD screens like this. So you can see there's a super shotgun there, and there's the chain gunner we were talking about. I'm gonna guess that they kind of decided to make this level a bit more difficult by throwing in more chain gunners and arch vials and such, because the original level that we just played, the beta level, it isn't that difficult, to be honest. Apart from this room, I'd argue. But here's where a limitation of the Game Boy Advance version of this game really comes back to hurt the player. So I'm going to try killing that guy up there. There we go. So you can see we've brought down the Cyber Demon, and we've awoken the Spider Mastermind. Now, part of the fun of this is that if you pistol start, you should be able to get them to infight, but in this version of the game, it's actually pretty difficult to make them infight. Part of the reason for that is because when you walk a distance away from an enemy like the Cyber Demon over there, it actually becomes inactive in this version. So you can see here the Spider Mastermind is still walking, but the Cyber Demon is not. And the problem is that this room is large enough that you can't actually kind of get them to infight easily. You have to walk up behind them and die a few times. You know, it's a real pain. So there's the Hell Knight that wasn't in the beta. It's kind of remarkable that this level makes it in pretty much complete, but yeah, they didn't attempt to bring it to the PS1 version of this game. Now the real question you'll probably be asking yourself is, was it even worth bringing this level over? Because the performance is all over the place, especially when you kind of walk out into the big open areas. But again, this was I think this was 2002 on the Game Boy Advance, so very technically skilled to even get this running on Game Boy Advance hardware. We're gonna go into this secret here. So I think we've just killed the pain elemental that was there. Yeah, so like I said, the Game Boy Advance version of Doom 2 kind of treats enemies a bit differently. Like, they don't automatically sort of come chasing after you unless you're kind of within their vicinity. Otherwise, a lot of enemies like that Caco Demon up there, which you can see in the distance, it just doesn't bother with us. So there's the Archvile that we were discussing. This was not in the beta version. And yes, green blood for everyone in this version. It also needs to be said that the controls are not the best for the Game Boy Advance version of this game. The reliance on the D-pad and the shoulder buttons to strafe kind of ends up leading to a SNES kind of playing situation where there's a bit of input lag. At least that's my experience. It's not the most comfortable version of Doom to play, I'd argue. Okay. Oh, okay. Have I broken this? Okay, I've not. Good. You can also see in the distance how when the textures are not like super close to you, they just become very muddy and kind of blend into one another. It's one of the reasons that people call this the ugly Doom port. I thought I'd activated that BFG switch there. Obviously I haven't. Or maybe they've changed it. I don't normally come here in the when I'm playing Doom 2, so like I'm actually not sure if that's changed or not. Oh look, an Archvile. Okay, we don't want to gain out because it'll wake everything back up in that room. I was expecting another Archvile there. Interesting. Just see if there's a way to trigger that in here, I guess. So in the beta version I just had to shoot through here and that was enough to activate it. I'll go and have a look here, but I doubt that it's going to actually do anything. Yeah, it's not done anything. That's so weird. I'm sure someone in the comments is going to mention how you get that BFG door open. Like I said, I never usually come out here, but I am aware that it's here. That's one of the reasons why I'm showing it off. Ugh. Game Boy Advance controls, please. What's also kind of funny is that you can see that pain elemental there, just like completely lit up because its starting position is just in the light there. But yes, this is a very faithful recreation of what you'd play on the PC version. For better or worse. Ooh, hello. So we are going to dive into this secret here. It's very much worth our time. And there you can see we got the Megasphere. So that wasn't in the beta version of this level. It is in the PC version. So this bewilders me. Did they change it or something? Ah well, it's not really worth it. It's not really worth going checking it again. But functionally, this level just operates as the PC version does, and you know, I think that's pretty cool. This is a very large level, so I can imagine that it's very intense on the Game Boy Advance, trying to even get this working. So that we don't have a BFG this time, so I'm going to have to rely on the plasma rifle here. So you can see the pain elemental at the back there. We took it out while we were taking out the Catacombs. Okay, so how? Okay, so you can sort of trick this to go back up if you walk over that like ledge there. Ah, maybe they've taken it out of this version. Who knows? But there is a secret over here, which I'll go into in a second. Not sure if that's just broken or if they actually did change that. It's very hard to tell with that one. But this end room is pretty much the same. In fact, it has the two bony boys at the back. In the Game Boy Advance version, the bony boys are ruthless. Like they do a lot more damage than they do in the other versions. I don't know if it's been coded that way or if like the developers just kind of thought, oh, it doesn't really matter. But if the bony boys rockets do smack you in the face, it is a problem in this version. But that was gotcha on the Game Boy Advance. I mean, as much as I was willing to play through. Hey, and welcome to Nirvana, map 21 of Doom 2. So this is the beta version of this level. It's not too different from the retail version. And I'm not a fan of this opening area here. I've never really been a fan of this, just because there are so many hit scanners in such a small space. It's very hard to get out of here without taking a lot of damage. Luckily, Nirvana gives you a lot of med packs at the start, so you can easily kind of undo that. And some of the enemies will kind of try to sneak into that area. But I generally just find this level very meh. Like, honestly, I think the big problem is that because the game doesn't give you armor at the start of the level, and you've got all these enemies that are just taking pot shots at you, it's very easy to come out of this opening area looking like Swiss cheese with lots of holes in you. So we're going to get rid of the bony boys here. Luckily I managed to avoid his weapons there. Another thing about this level that really annoys me is it's very easy for this puzzle here to break. So you can actually get stuck in this part of the level, and it can happen on any of the versions, so it's not very well designed in my opinion. I don't think that was very well thought out. So you can see here there are Mancubus at the bottom here. There are two teleporters we can get into, so we've just jumped on top of the other Mancubus because he jumped in there. So the MO of this map is lots of tight spaces in the first half with lots of enemies that can do lots of damage to you. You'll notice still that we haven't picked up any armor. My main aim here is to get rid of the lost souls who are floating around. So one interesting change in this part of the level is this is just a supercharge, it's not a Megasphere. So in the retail version and in all the subsequent versions it becomes a Megasphere, which actually makes the final part of this level a lot easier in my opinion. Hello you. But we entered this room here, which is kind of like a little hell cavern. So I imagine the idea here was to show that like all these monsters are in like a cave and that you're kind of disrupting them. Wow, I took a lot of damage there. You can see without any armor, like this is actually quite difficult because there's a lot of projectiles being thrown in my direction, and they're coming from all directions, even across the room, so it's difficult to kind of last unless you really run back and grab these med packs. Just making sure I actually grab the right amount there. As said, I'm not a massive fan of this one. I think, like I said, the problem with this one is that you have to now dive down into this pain floor here. There are rad suits located around, but it's just not that fun. It's not as fun as I think the design here would suggest, because you bring down these pillars and you're supposed to bring all these imps into the toxic down there and the Hell Knights over there. You're supposed to bring them down, but it's just not fun, in my opinion. It's just, and it's kind of ugly, this room as well. It's like there's not much really visual splendor going on here. And I'm not saying that Doom 2 like has to have visual splendor, but like I'm not a fan of this kind of chaotic design here. Luckily, once you've got a rad suit, taking down the imps up top is not a problem. I'm going to leave the Hell Knights just for a second while I grab the blue key here. So you don't actually need the blue key. Surprisingly, it's actually kind of optional because of the way that the exit's designed, and I'll show you that as we get to the end of the level. But this isn't really that fun an encounter, in my opinion. It's just my personal taste. I'm not a fan of like this level in general, so I find it very hard to kind of get motivated, because unless you use this invulnerability wisely, the next part in this beta is kind of mean, because there's a whole platform filled with chain gunners who can snipe you across that little gap there. So you got to make sure you get rid of all these, and then we get rid of all these imps, and that's kind of the end of the level there. Like, we grab the red key and then we can just head out. There's really not that much to this level, which is kind of surprising, because you would expect the difficulty to really ratchet up, but even without the armor we haven't really struggled that much. As you can see, we can sneak inside the blue door here. I have seen people get through this red door without the red key, so I know it's possible. I just lack the skills to do so, but you see, I'm still trying. But yeah, you can just if you wanted to, you could literally just run to where all those chain guns are, grab the red key, and then get out of there as quickly as you can. Nirvana is just not a great level, in my opinion. It's one of the weaker Doom 2 levels, and I've seen people saying in the comments, like on other videos, that like Nirvana is one that they don't like. So I know it's a sentiment that's kind of widely held. But in the spirit of this series, I am going to play through the PS1 version of this level, which for all intents and purposes is identical except for the lighting. But again, they do make a few enemy changes that are interesting to talk about. So again, the opening here is still pretty nasty. You actually, like here for example, I run out of shotgun shells, so I need to dive into the crowd of shotgunners. So I'm going to take down these shotgunners before I activate the Bony Boy trap. Again, same thing as the PC version. There's lots of med packs there, and I recommend just making use of them as you need. There's no real reason for you to kind of mess around and try to take on these Bony Boys with no health. So you might have noticed as we're going through all these PS1 levels that the Bony Boys are quite a bit slower than the PC counterparts, and that's probably to do with just limitations on the PS1, but what it does mean is that Bony Boy traps like this are kind of easier because you can back away from them quicker. It does kind of take the sting out of them, even if they can still hit you pretty aggressively. So here's the same trick and trap. So, like I mentioned, this is very liable to break, and it can break very easily. So if you do end up kind of, you'll know you've messed it up because you won't be able to get over that top step. Normally, I kind of get stuck there, and then I'm not able to actually get out of that part. They've swapped out the Mancubus for the Bony Boys here, so that means there's not going to be any Mancubus on this level. This switch brings us back here, which is very convenient for traversing the level. No reason to hit that yet. So there's 2 imps in here. So you can see the pain elementals are actually in this level. In quite a lot of these PS1 levels, we've seen that the pain elementals have actually been substituted out for other enemies. So I'm kind of surprised that they make an appearance here. Normally it's either Cacodemons or Mancubus. So make sure to grab the bag of ammo there, it's very useful. And as we hit this switch, and well, first things first, I'm going to grab some med packs. As we hit this switch here, and then we run through, you will see that they have actually put in the Megasphere here. And like I said, that was swapped out from the beta that we saw earlier on. And I think it's better because it makes this next part of the level just that much more easier. Where does that imp come from? Like, that's twice we've caught that imp in this area. So you might have noticed there was a little change in the audio. That's just because my controller ran out of batteries, so I had to change it, but I didn't want to leave it like sat there for like the 2 minutes it took to make that swap. Now again, not a fan of this room here, and you can see they've tried to keep the general aesthetic by having a red roof, but it kind of, I don't know if this works or not, having this texture on the roof. They've also dropped the number of Hell Knights down to 2. I suspect that's a difficulty thing. I don't feel that like that's something they would have taken out for no reason. And you can see that the Mancubus has been swapped out for a Bony Boy. And because the Bony Boy runs so slow, it's not that big a problem, is it? Let's be honest. I have to wonder, like, what their intention was with this level, because this part here doesn't feel like the same level as the first half of what we saw in this level. It feels like there was 2 different parts of 2 different levels that were kind of mushed together into one level, and I feel that that hasn't quite worked out here. And you're going to see in some of the upcoming levels, there's parts that are completely new that like don't make it out of beta, and I feel like this room is one of those rooms that probably didn't need to make it to the final game, but I guess they were excited at how big it was and how many enemies were in it. It's not that challenging though, is it? Let's be totally honest. The only reason this level is actually any difficult, in my opinion, is just the sheer number of enemies you have to face in like confined areas. So we're going to grab this invulnerability, and then we're just going to head to the final part of this level. There's still a bunch of chain gunners and a bunch of imps that we've got to get through, but there's nothing here that the invulnerability won't stop us from enjoying. Let's take you guys out over there. I did that so I won't accidentally shoot myself in the face. Trying to go through this door over here, because I am liable to shoot myself in the face with rockets. But again, this is one of my least favourite Doom 2 levels, and I have to say that again because it just feels that if you think I'm being a bit harsh on it, that's probably why. That is probably why. Again, we can get through to the red door here, but we can't get past this part, so let's just get out of here. And that's Nirvana, with this funky exit as well. Gosh, I'm sorry if you don't like that. Unfortunately, like, Nirvana's just one of the weak levels that seems to kind of inhabit the mid part of Doom 2. And I know some people love it, I know some people are really big fans of it, and to those people I say, you can enjoy what levels you like. Obviously, this level is designed for certain playstyles, and for me, it just doesn't do anything. I just want to get through this level as quickly as possible. Hey, and welcome. Now, you may not recognize this level, but this is map 22 in the beta version of Doom 2. It's a completely different level with aspects that would appear in the spirit world, which I think is map 28. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to show this off very quickly just to acknowledge that this is map 22, but I'm actually going to discuss this level that you're seeing here in full properly when we get to the spirit worlds, because I think that's a much better discussion. Plus, the Catacombs has its own interesting little story. As you can see, this is the room from the spirit worlds. This is a whole level, so we'll get back to this when we get to the spirit worlds later on. But I did want to just acknowledge it. So welcome to the Catacombs, or at least what you think is the Catacombs. For you see, this is normally map 22 in Doom 2, but this, what you're seeing here in the beta, is actually from map 4. The focus is actually not in the beta version of Doom 2, instead the Catacombs is at level 4. And when you're playing through this version of the level, it becomes very apparent very quickly that this was probably intended to be level 4, and then at some point it got kicked back. So you can see the blue sky from that first Doom 2 portion, and you can also see that there are not that many chain gunners dotted around this level. There's more shotgunners and lower tier enemies, which makes it a lot easier. There's no spectres in the toxic there, for example. It's the same level, so the layout is pretty much exactly the same. But where, example here, you'd bump into chain gunners, you just bump into shotgunners, and obviously that makes this level a lot easier. So we're going to take care of all these imps here. In my opinion, this is one of the tightest levels in Doom 2. It's not a long level, but it certainly has its own little charm. And I think that definitely it's one of the stronger levels in the final part of Doom 2. But getting to play a version of this level like this where it's definitely kind of seen as a much easier experience is pretty interesting. So we're going to dive into the blue door here. So again, in the final version of this level, if you play this on Ultraviolence, there are 3 chain gunners in that door there, in that little secret compartment. So there are little touches here and there that just kind of give away that, oh, that was a nasty hit. This was supposed to be an easier level. I'm guessing because it's such a strong level design, they were like, well, we need something to go in the back end of the game, and this was thrown in there. It's interesting seeing how some of these levels, like what I showed you at the start of this video, would ultimately be changed, chopped up, and kind of put into other levels to accommodate the difficulty curve. Personally, I like this level where it is in the original retail release. I've always thought this level was quite a nice challenge. It's very tightly designed, and I think it's one of the better Doom 2 levels because it has a strong focus, and the challenge is made a lot easier if you go around and collect all the weapons that you can. But as you can see, even at the end of the level here, we're only facing off against 2 shotgunners, which, I mean, it's fascinating to see that this level was intended to be a much easier level. And do I think it was a better level than the retail release? Well, let's find out as we actually dive into that version now. So this is the Catacombs level that you probably know and love. Now you can see here, instead of there being shotgunners like there were in the beta level, there's actually a bunch of chain gunners dotted about in there. There's also a spectre in here. And you'll be seeing a lot of like changes like that as we run through the level here. There's also a plasma rifle in here. I don't think there was one of these in the beta version of this level. So you see we have the red sky there, and the chain gunners are back, and the spectres, and there's bony boys. So this part of the level for me has always been the bit that I remember about this one. It's so chaotic, and there's just so many enemies trying to hit you all at once. Whether or not you like that, well, it pretty much depends on how much your mileage varies in terms of intensity, but personally I've always found it pretty fun. Now we'll hit this switch here. We didn't do this in the beta version. I don't know if there's even a switch there, but it will let us get to the rocket launcher, which is in the middle. You can see again, more use of chain gunners here. So we'll take out these imps here. So I'm hoping I telefragged this bony boy. Oh, we did. Nice. That's probably the best outcome we could have hoped for there. Grab the blue key here, and then run over here to grab the rocket launcher. Gonna use this to get rid of the bony boy over there. Take out some of the chain gunners over there. But you can see what I mean when I said that the difficulty is a lot sharper in this version. There's a lot more chain gunners and there's a lot more obstacles like spectres and bony boys in the way trying to get their hands on you. And that makes it a lot more difficult. So when we come in here, you'll see there's 3 chain gunners rather than just the one that we saw in the beta version. This part is almost completely unchanged, so this forced encounter with the Baron, I imagine if this had made it to level 4, I imagine that would have been like a brief test of skill, because you don't really get that on the Focus. There are no Barons on that version of the level, so I'm assuming they were holding that back a bit, just because they felt new players may struggle against a Baron like that in such a confined space. I can only speculate, but as you can see, the room is back to its normal shape here. I don't quite know why they changed that, but it's also interesting that the exit door, even in the retail version, makes use of the Doom 1 exit door. That's really interesting. I'm surprised that wasn't changed, but overall I do like the Catacombs, and we'll take a look at one more version here, and that's the PS1 version. As you can see, the difficulty is pretty much on par with the PC version, but there are a few enemies that get swapped out throughout the level, and I'll point them out as we kind of make our way through here. As you can see, this secret over here is still very much in use. We're going to be needing that armor on this version of the level, so we've got to be super quick here. Like, it's super quick. Yeah, it's very easy to get trapped in that room and be forced into the middle here. Luckily, with all the plasma ammo that you can pick up on this middle bit, it actually isn't that bad as long as you grab that armor before you come out here. It is one of those things where this level can challenge players who are probably not ready for this kind of intense, like, little burst of enemies just all around you. I want to get rid of that pinky. Thank you. So we're going to dive in here. But as you can see, the layout hasn't actually changed that much between all these versions of a level. Well, except for, you know, obviously that original beta level that's in slot 22, but more or less this is just a very solid, tight, but very short level that I think it does just enough, I think, to justify its existence. Take care of you. So I'm going to run over and we're going to head down the blue key door here. So we're going to get rid of these pinkies here. That chain gunner has been consistent in all of these versions, so it's fun to shoot him. So if we go here, we'll see, yes, it's still 3 chain gunners. Now I'm thinking, should I go for that rocket launcher? Because we are obviously going to be going down there, and I wanted to get rid of these imps first before we make that decision. You know what, I think we should go for the rocket launcher. I mean, it's right there, isn't it? So we can't really not go for it. So pick up that health there. So this is the switch. Oh, is the switch not working? I don't know if I've done anything to cause that or if that's just a design fault in this version, but we can't seem to activate this switch here. Interesting. Ah, I fell down. It's fine. Because this level's so short, like, it's not that bad to backtrack. So we're going to head down here now. I think it's a Hell Knight. I think they've changed it to a Hell Knight. They do that a lot in the PS1 version of Doom 2. A lot of the Barons of Hell get swapped out for Hell Knights, and I suspect it's because they think the Barons of Hell are a bit too bullet spongy in these levels, which... only the developers could answer why that ended up being a thing. So we're going to make our way out of the level here. But I think this is a very fascinating look at, like, just how when a level gets, like, moved along in the order, it can the difficulty can spike differently. Because I died a few times recording this PS1 version. It's actually quite difficult on the PS1 version to get through that first area. Hey, and welcome to Barrels of Fun. So, this is one of those maps that the first time you come here, you're curious, you're excited, it's an interesting concept, and the more you come back to it, the more you kind of hate it. So as you can see at the start here, there's a mancubus that's trapped in a bunch of barrels there. Now, what's interesting is that when playing this beta version, I found that he doesn't kill himself nearly as much as he probably should do. So every now and then he'll just survive like this, and it makes things a bit awkward because he's supposed to be dead. So when you shoot your gun in here, all these enemies up here will wake up. So we want to get rid of all these guys because in a little bit we're going to be running in that direction. So as you can see, this turns into a right little mess. There's a bunch of enemies up top. And this is one of the things I don't really like about this level. The overuse of Pain Elementals and Lost Souls in this first part kind of makes pistol starting a bit of a nightmare. So let's take down this Hell Knight here. There we go. So on to the next room here. There's more Hell Knights and Chain Gunners, but the thing is, if you shoot at the right time, you can potentially take them all out without having to shoot a single bullet. But even if they survive, they're really easy to kill because they've been weakened. So that's nice at least. Gonna pick up all the goodies in this room because we kind of need them as we're heading into here. Now at this point I'm just gonna leg it through this part because if you stay in this room for any amount of time, the number of lost souls are going to overwhelm you, they're going to cause a lot of problems, and to be honest, I just cannot be bothered with all that. It's just fluff and padding. I want to get in here before that door shuts again on the side, just so that none of the lost souls can get in here, and now we're just going to do crowd control on all the pinkies here. Oh, one managed to get in. So the reason that I'm doing it this way is because if you try to sort of bring all the enemies in here, you will get overwhelmed so quickly. Like, it's so easy to get overwhelmed in this part if you've not brought weapons in from the previous level. But as you can see, architecturally this is very much the same as what you see in the final retail release, so that's good. So in the middle there, okay, so I've just dropped down. Okay, so even though we just missed it, I'm going to mention it. Instead of there being like a megasphere, which there normally is, which gives you 200% health, 200% armor. Ah, that wasn't nice. Ooh, 3% health, lucky there. You get a blue armor, which I think is not that useful, especially when the first part of the level is just so damn aggressive. You also notice that door didn't shut there. In the retail release, that door shuts and traps you in this part. And rather curiously, in a second, I'm going to show you that there's actually a blue door on this level, but you can't actually get it as far as I can tell because there's no blue key sort of dotted around. So So you can see there's a blue door, but no way in. And to my knowledge, I don't think there's actually a way for us to actually get in there. Oh, God, I hate the Archvile. So I am trying to get rid of the chain gunner there. This bit's probably the meanest of this level because there's a BFG at the top of this corridor, but you don't get your hands on it until you've taken care of all these enemies here. The Archvile in particular can be very nasty here. So you can see there's a BFG there, which I am definitely going to be making use of here. Another interesting little change is that there's only one teleporter at the top here. So usually in the retail release there's two teleporters and you kind of have to guess which one to go in. But here they've just kind of said, there's one. That's enough. What that kind of means is there's no actual way back to the first part of the level. Also, that's a very nasty trap because the chain gunners will probably shoot you before you realise what's happening. And yeah, we're pretty much done with this level. I'm going to go back and kill all the Arachnotrons and the Spider Mastermind. But as mentioned, this is very similar to the final release of this level. So a few little modifications here and there in terms of enemy placements and such, but they pretty much had this level down as they wanted, it seems, early on. Oh, now it's shut. I'm not quite sure what triggered that. Has this opened up? No, it's not. Fascinates me that they were thinking about putting a blue key on this level. Wonder where that would have gone. We're now going back to kill the Pain Elementals because I don't think there's a way to actually get back to there in the beta level here, because unfortunately the teleporter that takes you there isn't actually in the level at the minute. So it's kind of interesting. Like, this level's kind of broken in points, but I'm going to show you quickly that there is no Megasphere in there, just a blue armor. But yeah, that's the beta level of Bowels of Fun, and like I said, it's one of those levels where you play it for the first time, it's kind of interesting, and then every time you come to it subsequently, it's just kind of a bit of a pain in the ass, because the barrels, also the exits there, is different. It's normally a thing that you step onto, and if you're curious about what's inside the blue door, it's just a hall of mirrors. There's literally nothing in there. So it's very clear that this level was still being developed at this time. So let's take a look at the PS1 version of this level, and as you can see, aesthetically, it's pretty much the same, although there isn't a Mancubus at the bottom, there's actually a chain gunner. Now, the chain gunner is a bit more problematic for us to deal with, because obviously he's more likely to shoot us, so we're going to trigger the barrel thing here, and we're just going to get out of here as quickly as we can. Ow. So, an interesting note is that they took out all the Pain Elementals in this level, which I think is a bit of a blessing. It actually makes this level a lot easier than its PC counterparts. But you can see there's still a lot of lost souls floating around, so we're going to take care of those. We're doing this because I'd rather deal with these guys here than kind of let them attack me as I'm trying to run over there later on. We're not doing well for health here, that's not good. It also needs to be said that the D-pad controls don't make navigating the barrels any easier in this version. Oh, wow, okay, we might die here. Luckily the Lost Souls didn't get tempted to come down and attack me. So this next room's going to be, you can see, like, the problem with PS1 Doom and its controls is that once you kind of get stuck to an item like a barrel, you kind of end up hugging it for a lot longer than you probably anticipate. So navigating in this version is a bit of a pain in the ass. Really? Okay, so it seems this one didn't take much damage from the barrels, so that's nice to know. Luckily there's a Berserk pack up here which we can grab. So as we dive into this room here, you'll see that there's no pain elementals for us to take care of, just a lot of lost souls. So, and also an imp on that side. I thought I killed all the enemies over there, so I'm going to get rid of you quickly. Again, navigating in this level is a bit more challenging thanks to the D-pad and strafing buttons on the PlayStation. It's probably the biggest weakness of the PS1 port. In some of these tighter levels where like you need a bit more control, it's a lot harder to get that precise control that you get with the PC version. But what is interesting is that they've completely changed this room, so it's actually a lot easier to deal with these pinkies. Even though there's still a lot of them, most of the time they can't get up here. You have to be very unlucky for them to actually figure out how to get up here. So I'm going to take care of them with my shotgun, and then what I'll probably do is take care of them with my fist, because I do have the Berserk pack on my fist. Let's take care of that barrel. So I'm going to switch to the fist here just because I think it'll be easier to deal with all these pinkies. But I do prefer the design of this room compared to the PC version, just because I think that it just makes things easier. If you want to deal with them from up top, it means you're not overwhelmed. The problem I have with this part is that if you haven't dealt with the enemies over here, or you haven't got rid of all the lost souls / pain elementals on the PC version from the other side, it's very easy to get overwhelmed here, like super easy. So we are going to dive into the middle part here if I don't mess this up. I didn't. So you can see there's the Megasphere, which is, it actually makes this level a lot easier. Also, they've moved the rocket launcher ever so closer to the little platform that you jump off there. There's a Revenant up there because there's no Archviles in the PS1 version. So I'm going to do that. I am going to be curious to see what they put in place of the Spider Mastermind here. Overall, I don't hate this level. I just don't have any like super positive things to say about it. It's very much a gimmick level, and I think that it's one of Doom 2's more memorable levels, but that doesn't make it a great level, in my opinion. So we're going to grab all these rockets. So you can see they literally just put a supercharge in there, which, you know, they're quite generous with the health on this level because there's a lot of stim packs lying around. As you can see, there's no Spider Mastermind, although they do have Bony Boys running around, so I guess that's something. So grab the yellow key here, and we'll head up here. Now we know this bit's going to be a bit easier because obviously no Archvile means easier time for us, which I'm not going to complain about. There are still Arachnotrons at the top. I'm not going to use the BFG in this version of the game. As we've seen on a few levels, if you try to use the BFG in crowded rooms, it just crashes the game. So we're not going to be making use of that. I will grab it just for posterity's sake, but as you kind of see, there are two teleporters here. This one takes us right back to the starting area. So this is how you would get back to the starting area. In the beta level, this was not here. So I don't think it was actually possible to get back to that starting area. So even if we wanted to fight all those pain elementals, we wouldn't have been able to go back and do it. So we're into the final major trap here. The chain gunners are still there, the barrels are still here to catch us out, so I'm quickly going to run up because they won't shoot us, and then I'm going to blow these barrels up and hopefully take these guys down. Lovely. And that's Barrels of Fun. Like I said, I don't have any major gripes against this one. I just think that, like, the more you play it, the more you kind of don't enjoy it as much. It's just one of those levels where the first time round it's special, and then it kind of just becomes slightly infuriating with its traps. Hey, and welcome to map 24 of Doom 2, the Chasm. So, the Chasm is one of those levels that is quite widely disliked, and I totally get it. This is a massive level with lots of optional content, lots of optional things to do, and it's not the prettiest level to look at either. The problem with this level, I think, is that it is so massive and it is so huge that it's easy for players to get lost when on the first playthrough. A lot of what goes on in this level feels like padding, in my opinion, and while it's nice that they made a level that was this big, the stuff that they filled that level with, in my opinion, is very frustrating. But what we're going to do here, we're going to kill all these imps, and then we're going to drop down. Oh, wow, I missed that. That was pretty fun. So all the teleporters on this side of the level generally lead to the top of those pillars there. So we're going to try and get rid of these Cacodemons, if I can aim my blooming rocket launcher. I think another thing as well with this level is there's just so many pain floors and so many little traps, and it's not the funnest level to play through, I will say that. I will try to be positive. As you can see up there, there's a ledge we can get up to later on. Let's get rid of this Cacodemon just so he doesn't follow us through the level. But I am going to try and be positive. There are aspects to this level that I really like, and it's funny, the Game Boy Advance version of this level, in my opinion, does a better job of using this space for a complete level. And I'll talk about that in a bit. But as you can see, there's a lot of traps like this in this level where you'll get ambushed by a lot of pinkies, mancubus, hell knights, cacodemons. Oh look, hell knights. Oh look, chain gunners, delightful. So this is a level that does not hold its punches. It will punish you very harshly for very small mistakes, in my opinion, and I think that's one of the things that leaves a bad taste in some gamers' mouths. Luckily this means we can get a chain gun, so you know, I'm not complaining. Get rid of this happy boy in the dark. So the reason we're coming here is because when we click these switches, it actually opens up that area early on, the raised platform that we couldn't quite get to. You can see there's more pinkies here. Yeah, I can't really do anything while he's running around there. Take these pinkies out here. As I sort of alluded to earlier on, I think one of the big problems with this level is that it's just not nice to look at. Like, it's just big walls with lots of like bland textures. Oh, wait, did I not hit these switches? Maybe there's a third switch I forgot about. Just quickly sniffing around for weapons. So you can see across the second part of the level there. We'll be getting to that very soon. So the intention is I'm going to do like a full playthrough on this beta level just to sort of show you what it's like, and then I'm going to jump to the Game Boy version of this level. Where is this switch? These pillars are so annoying. But yeah, this is another one of those optional areas. So you come up here and you fight all these enemies, and in the beta version of this level there isn't a megasphere up here, so the big prize for coming up here is actually not really here. There is a super shotgun though, which we'll, you know, make good use of as and when we can. This is also one of the very few times in Doom 2 where those computer consoles that you can see to the right there actually do something. And it's wild that at map 24 they finally decided to start making use of those as like actual switches. We'll take down the imps here. So you can see what I mean. That opens up a bunch of little hidden areas here, mostly containing chain gunners, which, you know, not good for my short-term health. In the final retail release of this, there's actually a megasphere up here, which kind of makes worth coming up here. But without that, this is kind of just a bit of a pointless side quest in this level. And I use the term side quest because this level is so huge. So you can see that opens this up here. Let's just quickly check around, make sure we've not forgot anything important. That was nasty, thank you game. I don't think there's anything else up here. Let's just grab that and let's head out of here. So in truth, if you want to go into the second part of the level... Oh wow, this looks different. So you can definitely tell that this is early days for this, because this room in the final version is just all toxic waterfall. So not only have they changed the look on the outside of this building to more tech in the beta here, this is actually very reminiscent of Doom 1. Interesting. Functionally though, this all serves the same purpose. The layout is very similar. So it's more of an aesthetic change that occurs. So we're going to dive into the blue door here. I'm going to grab that health first. So, welcome to the part of this level that I suspect is the main driving force behind why people hate this level. And I've intentionally avoided talking about it because I kind of want to rant about it while we're doing this. This is the most asinine design possible. I understand challenge and I get all that, but in my eyes, like, this is not fun. Fun fact, if you want to do a complete level skip on this level, literally you just have to go out to where we just came from there and run around and drop into the lava, because it's possible to actually skip the blue door entirely, which, if you don't like this level, you know, there's your way out of it. But going back to my little rant that I was on, I just don't understand what this was designed for, because this is not fun. This is not really that challenging. It's just kind of here. It feels like someone said, hey, let's see if we can annoy the gamer as much as possible. Because Doom's controls are quite twitchy. So ThatNukemGuy, while very responsive, the slightest nudge will send ThatNukemGuy into the toxic. And this actually doesn't stop, so I'm assuming it's going to kill us if we let it get to the top. So we're not going to find out about that. But see what I mean? It's so easy to be twitchy and to accidentally end up in the toxic. Especially when they stick lost souls in here. that just feels particularly mean in my opinion. So again, this is all completely optional. Like, this is not, in no version of the game, including the Game Boy Advance version, do you have to come out here. This is purely here if you want to sort of get more ammo for your guns and such. So we got rid of the Hell Knights there. Thanks for that, Mancubus. So again, another console that you have to press here. I will have to go and check, but I'm pretty sure there's only like 1 or 2 other occurrences in Doom 2 where you actually have to press a console like that. Ah, there's a little teleporter there to catch us out. So in the retail version, there isn't 2 supercharges here, there's just a Megasphere. It makes me suspect that the Megasphere wasn't an item when this level was being developed. But see how easy it is to just sort of fall off. You've got to either go really slow, or you've got to be really confident in your ability to move in a straight line. So if you run around here to this teleporter, it actually drops you here. So I like grabbing the backpack here. But yeah, once you've grabbed the items in the middle there, this platform actually raises up, so this area becomes safe to kind of move around in. But it goes so slow. Oof. Again, I just don't like some of the choices made in this level. And here's another one. So this is very, very, very nasty, because if you fall into that toxic down there, you can't get back out. So from what I've been able to kind of ascertain, only the Game Boy Advance version actually has a teleporter down there to let you get back out. It's so mean. And unnecessarily so. Like, it's like they were proud of this design of, like, let's have a little walkway. It just doesn't work in my opinion. And what is this room? Water on the roof, flashing lights, you know, blue everywhere. You'll also see here they haven't put a texture on the inside there, so you can just kind of look through. I feel like this level could have done with like several revisions down, like in size and scale. So here we go, making our way to the exit. There is a skip you can do if you're really talented. You can run along that wall over there, but like, I'm not one of those players. I just don't think this is good design. I think that this is tedious, it's not fun, it's not really that challenging, and to be honest, Doom 2 is at its worst when it's relying on its platform chops. But hey, we got to the end of the level. That's the end of the chasm. It's not a great level in my opinion. It's a bit of a mess, to be honest, for me, especially on the PC version, where there's just so much of the level that you can just run through and skip, and it just feels like it was put in here to show off like how big they could make a level, and the end result is probably one of the weakest levels. I'd even say probably the weakest for me personally. But let's dive into the Game Boy Advance version here. So there are a lot of changes to go through here. Namely, this is now 2 levels, not 1. As you can see, that's actually an exit door there. The blue key leads to the exit rather than to the second part of the level. And where the blue key is actually a red door. So that means we've got to go key hunting. The yellow key is actually up there. So there's a lot changed here, and it means that the flow of this level is completely different. And that's a yellow door behind us. Now, whether you think it was worth splitting this level into 2, I can't give an answer one way or the other, to be honest. But it is interesting to see how this level is kind of reinterpreted to make better use of the space, and I actually think the end result, choppy controls aside, is actually a more compact and I'd say better level, because it generally flows a lot better in this version. But we're going to get rid of these imps first, because if we don't get rid of these imps, they're going to scratch me to death. So if you look in the background, you'll see just how muddy the textures get when you're at a distance in Doom 2 on the Game Boy Advance. You have to remember that even though you're looking at this and saying, wow, that's ugly, and yes, it is ugly, there's no two ways about it. The fact is that, oh, wow, that Catacombs really came out of nowhere there, didn't it? The fact is that the Game Boy Advance's screen was only 240 pixels by 160, and you have to remember that we're looking at this like through HD on YouTube, so no favours are being given to this version of Doom. We're basically blowing this up like 8 times, 9 times from its base resolution. Hold up a minute, I'm shooting you with rockets and they're going right through you. So, as I mentioned way earlier when we were doing some of these Game Boy Advance levels, this is not the Doom engine, this is actually the Taurus engine that was used on several first-person shooter games. And while it does a good job of emulating the Doom engine, and it quacks like the Doom engine for the most part, there are some inconsistencies that kind of rear their ugly head. So if you ever do play this version, be aware of that. As you just saw when I was firing rockets and that Catacombs was basically getting, you know, it turned into Casper the Friendly Ghost. But now I'm going to run down here. We're going to need the BFG if I want to finish this level, and you get the BFG by actually coming down here. So this is kind of a secret area, but it's not actually marked as a secret, which is bizarre. So we're going to run over this staircase here, grab the BFG, and then shoot all the pinkies. So this level has a real obsession with pinkies and making sure that you know, get trapped by them at various points. Let's take this guy out while we're here. So I'd argue that my biggest complaint about the Chasm, other than those really narrow platforms they have to walk down, was the fact that so much of this level was so unnecessary. And it's interesting because the Game Boy Advance version here kind of forces you to come in this direction. So all of these spaces that you could sort of fly by in the PC version, you kind of have to come and explore. Now we have to be very careful here. Dodgy controls mean that, you know, this bit's going to be quite tough. So I'm literally going to get rid of this guy. Gonna get my rocket launcher back out. I'm just gonna take care of these chain gunners. It's very easy to get overwhelmed by these guys, especially on this version. take down all these pinkies with the chain gun here. You can see this is actually exactly the same as in the beta version that we just saw. So they've managed to squeeze this level in, well, the first half of this level in pretty faithfully. Even if that's not a great thing for the player, because, you know, this level's pretty trash, but you've got to commend them for being able to achieve this, like, because this level isn't even on the PlayStation 1 version. This level doesn't make it onto the PlayStation version because, well, I think the PlayStation version would cry if it had to play this level. So when we come up here now, you can see that the traps are pretty much the same. A whole bunch of imps that we have to get rid of. These imps here. These guys aren't a problem as long as you stay well away from them. But you'll see here that they have actually put the Megasphere in. So, and there's another opportunity later on for us to grab one of those, so we will be doing that. So you can see when we come around this corner here, the yellow key is actually in this corner. And there's more ammo boxes in here. As I said, it's very fascinating seeing the process of cutting one level into two and where they decided the line had to be for that. It makes you wonder why they didn't just make a whole new level, you know, and just say, have done with it. But I guess they must have felt that this level kind of gives Doom 2 vibes. But the funny thing is, this whole bit here is entirely new. So this bit that you're seeing here is like a whole new section to this level. I mean, it's not a big section, but it kind of shows you that, yeah, they probably could have made a whole new level if they really wanted to. Maybe they just wanted to keep faithful to the original, so they could boast that like they got even the big levels in. But with the red key, we can now head towards the... I was going to go for that rocket there. Another problem with this version of Doom is that like turning is such a pain, and momentum kind of doesn't work exactly the same. But as you can see, this is a red door. So this is exactly how it looks in the PC version. Obviously not as muddy as this, but this is the aesthetic you get in the retail PC version with the falling toxic and such. So there's the blue key. Which do you guys prefer? Like, I normally ask questions at the end of the levels, but like I'll ask here, do you prefer how it looked in the beta as like a little tech base, or do you kind of prefer the falling toxic because it gives a more hell aesthetic? But as you can see, when we open this door here, we are greeted with an end of level sequence. So that is the Chasm A, as this game calls it. So what we'll do now, we'll dive into the Chasm B. So it's really fun looking at this second part of the level as its own thing here. So this is completely detached from the area we were just in. We can't go back, we can't go and re-explore it. So this is just a new level. And in my opinion, this is the level that kind of suffers because of the split, because they don't really make any changes to this except making these platforms wider, which is a godsend. But the issue is that this level kind of suffers because most of it, again, doesn't need to be explored. Like, everything we're doing here does not need to be explored. So we're going to head in here. This is the exact same puzzle that you saw in the beta version. It does make me wonder if they felt that this level wasn't strong enough to kind of be adapted, you know, and have keys thrown in and such. Because I could have seen a way where, like, they could have put a key, like, in here somewhere. Like here, for example, and maybe that could have been, like, the carrot to get you to come out here. It's interesting. I'd love, if there was any way to talk to the people who developed this, I'd love to know, like, what they were thinking with this level and splitting it into two. But one thing I am a fan of in this version of the level, even if I just fell down, is the fact that, like, they've made these walkways here just so much more bearable. Also, that looking down there, this area is ugly as sin to look at. When I go in here, I'll show you again. But, like, just look at that, like, wow. The lack of, like, lighting gradients in this version really kind of shows up at various points. I'm gonna grab this because I really don't want to die. Where does this go? Oh, so this brings us to this little ridge here. Normally there'd be a door here so you could get back into the other area, but obviously that's not happening here. I mean, personally for me, I would have been fine if this second part had just been, like, discarded and they just kept the first part, but... So I'm going to do something here. I'm going to go down here and see what's down this pit here, because there is something in the middle. Okay. How do I get out of here? Oh. Well, you know what? We're just going to do that. So I'm not quite sure how you trigger that in this version. I'm sure there's a way, but there's an invulnerability down there. As you can see, the Catacombs there are not interested in us, which, fine by me. So, no matter how hard they try with this bit here, this bit is always going to be a pain in this version, because wonky controls plus dodgy, you know, level mechanics here. Plus these lost souls are pretty relentless, like once they get a sight on you. So, as mentioned though, what I am grateful for is in that middle pool there, they've actually made it so that there's a teleporter so you can actually get out of here. Which I think should have been in the PC version anyway. Thanks for that. So these two teleporters, that one leads back to the start, to the other area. The red teleporter leads back to the area we left, you know, with the invulnerability and all that. But this one brings us back to this room. So it's kind of a bit of a pain, this room, in the Game Boy Advance version, because the pinkies don't actually activate upon sight. You have to kind of run up to them and go peekaboo with them to get them to all come out. So I hope you've been saving up your rockets if you get this far. That's just like whatever there. That's good. Oh, hello. So I don't have any other armor. I mean, we could use the Berserk pack, but you know, it's more fun to blow them up with the rocket launcher, I find. So grab the red key here. So I'm looking forward to reading what you guys think of the Chasm in the comments. It's one of those levels that I've seen some very nasty things said about it. I've seen people say fun things about it. You know, for me personally, it is probably bottom tier for me. Like, in fact, I'd probably put it at bottom because it's kind of obnoxiously big and oh, hello. So you can see that teleporter there to the left. We will not be falling into that. But for me, I just don't think this is a great level. I think it shows off the scale of Doom 2 well, but I think ultimately it kind of falls down as a level that you actually want to come back and play. It's just too big, and there's not enough like concise direction in the PC version to make it worth playing multiple times. Obviously, with the Game Boy Advance version, they've actually fixed that, and they've made the first part a lot more of a level, so it's actually a better level in my opinion. Part B, still trash though. Hey, and welcome to Map 25, Bloodfalls. So you can see that this opening room is somewhat different. It's laid out a tiny bit differently, you start in a different spot, and you can see there, it's actually in the Map 30 slot, which gives off the idea that this was potentially an early candidate as a final level. You can see that these windows here are also completely different. We're going to clip through here so I can show you what it looks like from here. But it's clear that you were supposed to get shot at by enemies from these windows here. And you can see that you were meant to come here at some point because there's a rocket launcher there, which, I mean, it's there. But you can see the teleporters here take you to all of the different areas, and when you run out of the window here, it actually brings down a wall that you can teleport off to. Now you'll recognise this as the final part of the Bloodfalls level. We're not going to kind of go into the end bit just yet. We're going to actually keep looking into what is actually here. But it's very clear that at this point in the development of this beta, this level is still very disjointed, and no more so is that obvious than here, where the room with the Arachnotron and the Megasphere and the Shotgunner and I think it's the blue key is gone. And when we drop down here, we see that this isn't even here. So this level is very much a work in progress. But like I said, it is in the Map 30 slot, which kind of raises the idea of, was this being developed originally as a final level? And did they change their mind towards the end of development? There's no secret there, which, you know, that secret's useless anyway. But this part is very reminiscent of what you'd see in the final release here. We'll take down the Pain Elemental there. Let's shoot you. It's interesting that there are already enemies in this part of the level, so they must have been fairly confident in this, which is interesting because when we go up that elevator in a second, you're going to see that they actually didn't stick with the design fully that they committed to here. But yeah, Bloodfalls is quite fascinating, and this is going to be something that we're going to see as we move now through these levels. There's going to be a lot of levels that are not complete, disjointed, moved around, but this room is much lighter than it is in the retail version. I mean, you've still got that weird glitchy thing above the teleporter there, but you've also still got the Archvile and the Chain Gunners here. They normally just wander out from the sides, but it's fascinating to think what this would have led to, this teleporter here. And what the idea was for this to be like a final boss encounter area. Would this have taken you somewhere else? Who knows? Or was it just in the map 30 slot because they developed this, you know, as a level and they hadn't fought an Icon of Sin yet? It's all very fascinating to think about. But now I'm going to show you what the retail version looks like. So you can see that you begin in the center of the room here, and we've still got the two drop down positions, but they're, you know, slightly differently orientated. We obviously can't see what's in there, which is a shame, but we can see that this part is completely different. So we'll pick up the cell ammo there, and obviously this room here is very much completed here, which is good. So when I'm playing this level from pistol start, I like coming this way first, just because it makes things a lot easier. Get rid of these lost souls. So you can see there's a lot of moving parts in this room, but the real reason you come in here is for that megasphere. It makes the rest of the level a lot easier. You can see the blue key as well is tucked high on the wall to my left. We can't actually get there from in this room. We have to actually come back through a teleporter. I don't really mind Bloodfalls. It's a very inoffensive level to me. It's not the best, but it's certainly not the worst. And I think that it's a neat little challenge. So when we drop down here, we have two routes we can go to. If we come through this waterfall, we can actually kill all the enemies in here and grab a chain gun for ourselves. So we want to try and get rid of that bony boy on top of the blood ball, whatever that thing is in the middle. But as I mentioned in the beta run of this level, it's fascinating to think what the original ideas were for this level, because none of this was actually in the beta, so this was developed pretty late in development, which is interesting, because they took the pieces that were there and kind of formed it into this, what we know as Bloodfalls. So I'm going to come up top here and take down all the enemies here, because they will chip away at my health if I don't do that. So take care of the imps there. Rocket launcher. So yeah, that comes down in the middle as well. I just wanted to point that out because, like, there's no reason for it to come down at all, but it does. So this is like a little cave area. This is probably the most generic part of this level, because there's just a bunch of shotgunners, imps, and there's a Hell Knight in here. But it does have the plasma rifle, so it's not that challenging once you grab this. So this brings us back to the blue key here, and we're pretty much heading towards the exit here. Grab some of this good stuff in here. So an interesting note is that this blue door, it's similar across all the versions except the Game Boy Advance version. So when you come in here in the Game Boy Advance version, at the top of that lift that we're going to go up in a second, it's actually got a little bit of a sort of staircase that you have to sort of go around. And I suspect that that's because they didn't want the load of like all those enemies up there and all that room back there to have to slow down the room. It's a subtle change, but it's one worth noting. We're also going to come into the most useless secret in Doom 2. Now I think there's something in there in one of the settings. I don't know if it's co-op or in one of the like easier settings, but if you play this on Ultraviolence, that is a worthless secret. But you can see this is pretty much one for one for what we saw in that beta level. But you'll also see now how this room changed. So this room's a bit bigger. It's got some pillars in here. and there's a bunch of enemies sort of dotted around who are going to wander around in the dark and try and cause us problems. That weird pattern made it here, so I read somewhere that that was intentional. I'm not quite sure if that's the case, but I remember reading that one of the developers said that that was done intentionally. It's certainly a statement. But yeah, this level's not too difficult. If you kind of grab the plasma rifle, you can pretty much burn through the last part of Bloodfalls. It's a fun level. It's a fun little level. It's not super memorable, but it's a level that does the job, and I think what they made of this level is pretty great. I think that for what it needed to be, this is a nice little challenge as you're heading towards the end of the game. But let's look at how this turned out on PS1. So you can see this opening area is functionally the same. I think the drop there is a bit shorter than on the other versions, but we'll still come in here and grab the cell ammo because, you know, why not? The thing with this level is there's no real huge rooms, so it's not like this needed modifying in a grand way. That door's a bit annoying when you're trying to clear all the enemies in here because you kind of have to keep going off that line dev to keep it open. But you can see there's no pain elementals again. But on a lot of these Doom 2 levels in the PS1 versions, you'll notice that they don't like using the pain elementals, and I suspect that's because they're worried about the pain elementals just flooding the level with more enemies than the console could handle. Oh, these pinkies are so annoying. So the good thing here is that we can actually see them. In the PC version, if you remember, like, they were a bit hard to see, so you kind of had to wait for them to run right up to you. For those who played on Doom 95 back in the day, you'll probably remember that the spectres were incorrectly functioned on that one, so they'd flash kind of like white and clear, so they were kind of very obvious where they were. That's how I remember the spectres in this little pool of blood here, because they made it actually a lot easier to kill them. But yeah, never played the Doom 95 port, it's pretty awful. So you can see here there's actually a translucent texture here for the waterfall. I like that, it's quite impressive. Not sure what's going on here with the two armors. For some reason they've figured that they'll put the two armors next to each other and you have a choice. So thanks for that game. There's no bony boy up top, there's just a chain gunner. Now the thing is, if you rush down here before you go to the side room that we did, you know, where all the lost souls were, I find it makes this level a lot more difficult. So you'll notice that whenever I do this level, I always sort of go down that way first, grab the mega armor, and then come into this courtyard, because there's a lot of enemies here who will chip away your health very quickly. They are not afraid to use you as a target practice. So we're just going to take care of all these enemies. So yeah, this does come down again in the middle. That again, it doesn't really serve a purpose. This room's pretty much unchanged. The enemies in here are the same as what you've seen before. As mentioned, this level doesn't really have any super large areas, so I imagine it wasn't that much of a pain to port this one over. Can't forget the plasma rifle, obviously. I do like the custom lighting in this level. It really does like help to make the blood pop. There's not that much blood though. Like for a level called Bloodfalls, there really isn't that much blood like flowing around here, so you know, I'd recommend a name change, to be honest. So we're just going to clear this room out here. It sticks to the PC design here, but as mentioned in the Game Boy Advance version, this bit is changed ever so slightly, I suspect just to kind of keep things working along, because you've seen how rough that version can get. Obviously, there's a secret here. Let's find it. Yes. So instead of having like pain elementals here, you just get some imps. So this part becomes a lot easier. Oh, and a chain gunner in there, but you know. So this bit's got a bunch of Hell Knights in here rather than the Archvile. Now, if these were Barons of Hell, I think this would actually be a really cool ending to the level, but for some reason the Doom 2 PS1 like port of these Doom 2 levels really doesn't like using Barons of Hell. I suspect it's more of a difficulty thing than like anything else, because Barons of Hell can kind of chomp away your health. But here we are at the end of the level, and you'll notice they fixed the thing above the teleporter, so it no longer is glitched. So Bloodfalls is really interesting to talk about. The beta was in the map 30 slot. Could this have been a viable boss level if they'd tinkered with it a bit more? Hey, and welcome to map 26 of Doom 2, The Abandoned Mines by John Romero. So this is the beta version of this level, and you'll struggle to find many differences between this, ow, nasty, this and the retail version of this level, just because John Romero seems, in all of his levels, there only seems to be texture touch-ups and a few items moved around. There doesn't seem to be like that many differences in his levels, and that kind of suggests that once he was done with them, someone else probably came in later and just kind of tidied things up. But as you can see, this is very much the level that you would play in the retail version, imps and all. I personally think this is one of the better Doom 2 levels, and the reason for that, ow, let's just grab the ammo from here because it'll make it easier to fight this Cacodemon, is because I think this level's very good at punishing players who try to rush through it. So if you try to kind of gung-ho your way through this level, it's a level with great contrast, because this part here is so tight and compact, and if all the Cacodemons and the chain gunners and the shotgunners make their way into this area, it's an absolute nightmare. But then in a bit you'll see the cave part, which is so huge, and it's a nice contrast. I think this level kind of balances the challenge of Doom 2 a lot better than some of the other Doom 2 levels we've already explored. So you can see here, these Cacodemons have chased us through the level, and they are trying to kill us. I mean, they're not going to do a good job, but there's a lot of spaces in this level as well where you can kind of do this ducking around the corner business and, you know, take out the enemies. As mentioned, in the retail version, you get a super shotgun at the start of the level, and in the PS1 version of this level, you'll see that it's there as well. But in this version, they obviously didn't. That kind of leads me to suspect that maybe this was done very early in development. This is one of the earlier levels, because the super shotgun may not have been available at that point. But you can see how big this room is here. This is a very big room, and the toxic down there is nasty for players. One thing that they do change, and we'll talk about this in a bit, is that they move some of the teleporters around as well. But let's head into this secret here. Now, I'm pretty sure some players have probably never even seen this part of the level, but if you turn around at the start of the level, you can actually come in here, and what you end up with is a route towards a plasma rifle, which is very useful if you're pistol starting this one. So yeah, we're left with a room full of lost souls here, which is pretty fun. So once we jump down here, the sides of the room will open up. We want to grab the plasma rifle, but we also want to grab the cell ammo there, just to make sure we can take out these guys with trouble. Look at me taking down the Caco Demon there. I'm sure a lot of people recognize this level as well from the demos, because this is one of the levels that's in the pre-game demo cycle. And I remember watching this level and sort of seeing all the secrets and watching how you get to them before you even got near this final level. So a lot of the ways that I've kind of learned to play this level came from that demo, which is pretty interesting. There's a lot of these weird doors here, by the way. I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of like fake doors like that look like walls. All of this is supposed to be extra, by the way. You don't actually have to come out here. So I'm guessing that they wanted to treat it like a secret, but for me it's a bit, you know, mean to put it on a lift like that. Hit this switch, you can go back into the start and come here and we're outside. So there is one notable change in this area, and you'll see it when we look down here. There's no barrels around the Mancubus. So that demo that we were talking about earlier on, the pre-game Doom 2 demo, he actually dies over there behind where the Mancubus is because he blows up the barrels, but obviously there's none here, so we don't have to worry about that. So just make sure there's no enemies sort of floating around. So this is a pretty nasty room because you've got floors that drop into the lava, and you've got a Baron of Hell there who will make very short work of anyone who isn't really paying attention. And you kind of have to fight him in the lava here, unless you've got the BFG, which we don't have, so you know. So first thing I'm going to do here is get rid of these Caco Demons. These Caco Demons are not friendly, they're not lovely. Let's not. Right, so we've taken down the Caco Demons. So if you flip this wall open here, there's actually two elevators here that you can access. Now, someone's going to tell me in the comments what that switch does. I don't know what it does. I'm sure it does something fun. But if you come on this side, you can actually grab the armor here, and there's a secret passage here that takes you out to a supercharge. Now, of course, supercharges are lovely, but the blue armor there was very much necessary if we're gonna sort of have an easy time at the end of this level. So there's two Barons of Hell here. I'm pretty sure in the retail version there's a Mancubus in here as well. So that's something that would be added in the retail version. This room's actually quite nasty when you think about it, because there's a lot of these enemies sneaking up on you. You don't really get a chance to sort of weigh up the room. And in the beta version here, there's actually no teleporters to get out of that pit. So if you fall into that lava pit down there, you're going back to the start of the level. I think that's very mean. I'm not a fan of traps like that. Taking care of the first Baron. So you can see, if we drop down here, there just is no teleporters. No teleporters at all. You just die. And, you know, it's one of those things where I'm kind of glad they changed that, because there's nothing worse than getting towards the end of a level and then falling into a bottomless pit that you can't get out of. It's a very Doom 1 thing. Doom 2 doesn't really have that many of traps like that, especially this late in the game, but like Doom 1 does have quite a few of those, so you can definitely see the influence in Romero's mapping there. At least in my opinion. You could disagree if you want. But yeah, we're pretty much done with this level here. As I said, It's a fun level. It's quite challenging from pistol start. This ending room, by the way, is different. It's normally you run into the pool in the middle and that ends the level. But I'm a big fan of the abandoned mines. As you can see, it uses the Bloodfalls name and it had the Bloodfalls music in it, which I mean, it just goes to show like how they were moving these levels around through development. But I do think this is one of the stronger levels for sure in Doom 2. Now, here's the PS1 version of this level, and immediately you can see Super Shotgun. So the interesting thing with this level is that it doesn't really make any notable changes, other than what we've kind of discussed in previous PS1 levels, where the roof has been kind of brought down at various points, so the level's a bit shorter in terms of height. And you can see that in several of the rooms, and I'll try and point them out as we make our way through the level. But we're coming here now because I think we need the plasma rifle. In this version we definitely need the plasma rifle. But you can see that this level has made it pretty nicely across to the PS1 version. Performance wise, that big room you'll see in a bit like causes absolute pandemonium for the frame rates. I think it's one of the few times when playing Doom 2 on PS1 where like you can genuinely feel the chug. But we'll get there. But now let's kill these lost souls. I'm going to try and draw this one over here so I don't have to like snipe him. Like that. The same trap as before. Grab the plasma rifle. Cacodemons come out. There are no Mancubus on this level, interestingly, so that's one enemy that didn't make the cut to this level. But there is a Hell Knight over there, so we will be taking care of him in a second. I'm a fan of secrets like this, like big secrets that really reward the player if they're willing to go exploring, because how many players turn around at the start of the level and click the wall behind them? Oh my god, that hurts. So we're going to grab the health pack over here. He hit the barrel next to me there and it nearly took me down, which, you know, not nice, not nice. So you can see a few of the enemies have now decided to all clump together here. Makes it a bit easy for me to take them out because they can just sort of shoot randomly into the room. The big problem with that chasm to the right here is that a lot of the enemies, once they're where you're here, they'll just make their way in, and it takes a lot of ammo to sort of stop that flow. So we'll take down the Cacodemon here. But again, one reason I like this level is that even though it's quite tough and the onslaught of the enemies is pretty, you know, relentless if you're pistol starting, it's very possible to kind of hide and sort of tuck around corners. Also love this, yeah. So that's in the PC version as well. That Cacodemon comes through the teleporter to the right there where the blue armor is. So if you go for that switch, you've got to be careful for that. So that switch messes around with this door here. So the chain gun up there is hitting me. I'm going to have to get rid of him. We'll be up there in a second anyway, so it's not like we're going to have to wait long to see him again. But this level is stuffed with optional extras, and I do like that. I do appreciate that, you know, the curious are given lots to do in this level. You can see this part is still here as well. Yeah, so lift puzzles on the PS1 are a bit more difficult because of the controls. Boo. again, that leads back to the starting area. So we come outside here. It's basically the same area, but with, you know, I'm assuming a different texture. It's not as bright out here, obviously. So we'll take you down. Oh, if I can shoot you. So when you look down here, you'll see those barrels that I was talking about earlier. So those are the barrels that they put in. Obviously, there's a Baron of Hell here this time, so we're just going to take him out. So now we got to run across this toxic floor here, which, you know, is not the way you want to spend your day. But unfortunately, ThatNukemGuy doesn't get a choice in this. I'm going to grab some of these shotgun shells just in case we need them. So again, this room is functionally the same. So there's 2 Hell Knights in there, which, you know, we're going to have to take care of. Oh, there's the second one. Hello. So we're just going to take him out with the super shotgun here, which won't be that bad. Gonna just get rid of these Catacombs. As you can see from the way I'm playing this is exactly how I played the PC version of the beta, and it's pretty much, like I said, exactly identical to the level that, you know, you get on the PC. It's just the controls and the frame rate are not as optimal. So while we're here, I'm going to quickly show you. Just look. Oh my goodness. So I don't know if it's coming across in the display, but in this version of Doom, when the frame rate starts dropping, like, the controls aren't as nice, and when you're walking along a pathway like this, it's just So you can see there's a Hell Knight in the middle there. Oh, a bunch of lost souls still there. But in a second you'll see the teleporters that were put in. Those are in the PC retail version as well, so I think they made this easier, because I can't imagine that, like, they'd want people to get this far and then get that frustrated. Oh my god, really? So I'm just going to be careful here and get rid of these guys from a distance. I think I'm going to have to get a bit closer for this job. But Hell Knights are, you know, they're not that difficult to deal with. I just don't want to die at this point, because if we die at this point I have to do the whole level again, and that won't be super fun for me. So as soon as you grab this, you can see the Catacombs in the distance. It's nice that they kept this in as well. I think because this is a nice little challenge for players, because obviously you can't just run to the end of this room. You have to actually kill all the Catacombs or sort of jostle around them to get out here. So that's pretty nice. But yeah, overall, the Abandoned Mines for me are one of the stronger Doom 2 levels. I think this is one of Romero's better maps, in my opinion. And obviously that's not gospel. People can take that however they want. But for me, I think this is a nice blend of challenge. There's some great secrets. There's some really fun sequences in this level. I think it's one of the levels that's just the tightest in Doom 2 and one of the most entertaining overall. Hey, and welcome to map 27, Monster Condo. So, this is the beta version of this level, as we always start off with. And you can see when we grab that rocket launcher, it unleashes a bunch of spectres into this starting area. The thing with Monster Condo is that it's quite a dark level. And as a result of that, we have to be very careful for monsters kind of creeping up on us in the dark. But there's also a lot of monsters on this level, so it's something that we've got to take into account. We're going to take out the chain gunner here, just so I can grab this. We're going to take out the Archvile super quickly here, because I really don't want to deal with him resurrecting all the enemies in here. So you can see Monster Condo is kind of a weird level. It's kind of designed like a big mansion type building, because this is like a library. So it's kind of got Earth aesthetics, but it's also got some Hell aesthetics, which we'll be seeing in a bit. So it's got a nice mix of the Doom 2 themes going on here. What I like about this level is that it's quite challenging in very small doses. So a lot of these rooms that you're seeing here are little puzzle boxes, and you've got to figure out the puzzles to get the prize at the end of it. And what I really like about Monster Condo is that it doesn't shy away from throwing some pretty nasty tricks at the player in order to kind of make that happen. So you grab that rocket there, and you can see all these enemies at the end of the room have just come flooding into the room there. Well, they would have done if I hadn't shot a rocket in their faces. But what I like here is that... Oh, I do not like that. Like, talking about things I like. So that Archvile's gone back up to the top of that bookcase there. We're just going to take out this Hell Knight here. But for the most part, this beta level is pretty faithful to the final level that you'd see in the retail version. So we picked up that rocket there, and then we picked up the shotgun shells, and it unleashed all of this on us. It's worth noting that in the PS1 version you get a chain gun there, which arguably makes this a lot easier. And as you can see, there's yet more traps here, with chain gunners raining down on the player. Now if you were just starting the level here and you just happened to wander into that trap, you'd probably die. There's no two ways about it, you'd probably die. Because that's a very nasty trap to be thrown right into. Just wanted to make sure I killed the Archvile there. So as we approach this here, we can see a bunch of arachnotrons that we're going to take care of. In the middle there, there's a little light puzzle. If you walk onto the outside, it'll open up the bookcases to our left, as you can see there. Now if you go all the way in, it makes the room completely pitch black, and that makes it a lot more difficult. And it's one of those little puzzles that I was talking about, where you've got to be really careful, because you don't want to make this room completely dark. Otherwise, like, it becomes quite difficult to see where the enemies are. As you can see, look at the lights have been turned out effectively. Well, this is a level where you've got to be careful where you step, because there's a lot of stepping puzzles and there's a lot of traps waiting to catch you out. Take you out. But this to me has always felt like a big manor. So like this is like a big mansion, a big manor. That arrow over there pointing us this way. We're going to do this first though, because I really don't fancy doing this later in the level. So one change from the retail version. In the retail version it's bony boys on all 4 of these sectors here when they drop down. But in the beta here, it's different types of enemies, and I actually kind of prefer this. I think this is actually quite more fun, because there's different types of enemies here. Like, for example, you've got to deal with these pinkies before they kind of all come running down. So we'll take the final bit of ammo here and kill all the imps that are coming down our way here. It is kind of important that we take care of this here, because later on in the level we'll be coming back here to open that blue door and to grab the red key. So inside here, this room looks very hellish, but there is actually a nice prize in here. Although you've got to go through a bit of a nasty thing to get to it. If you destroy all these lost souls, and yes, I do advise destroying them all, kind of letting them all float around the level is not the brightest idea. If we hit this switch, you can see the floor drops down there. So if we do that and we go up top, we can grab ourselves a BFG. That will make one room that we're heading to in a bit a lot more tolerable. I'm just going to say that out loud, because like I said, there's a lot of gimmicks going on in this level, and it's pretty easy to kind of get overwhelmed even if you know what's coming, especially from a pistol start. I will also note that the game hasn't given us a super shotgun, so when you sort of come through to this second part of the level, there's usually a super shotgun waiting for you, but in the beta here that hasn't been granted. Fun fact, that Archvile there can open the red door. If you know how to do it, you can trick him into opening the red door, and it's a speedrunner's delight. So you can see we've been kicked back over here. There's a lot of wide open rooms in this level, and they're all dark, so they've all got that kind of moody aesthetic going on. And I kind of dig it. I like it when the levels kind of make use of lighting to amplify the atmosphere. I think it's something that quite a few levels in Doom 2 don't do, and I think it's a shame. So if you run around here, you can grab the blue key without having to get trapped. What I'm doing here, I'm trying to weigh up the best way of, let's hit this switch, of doing this. I don't want to get stuck in this room with all these mancubus up there until I'm ready. Okay, so all we have to do here is get rid of the mancubus here. So this is what that nasty room I was talking about. Because now we're actually stuck in here until we hit the switch behind this fake wall. You can see, not the nicest encounter. If you're running low on ammo, this room's an absolute nightmare. But luckily, I've gone to other places in this level and grabbed what I needed to. You can kind of see on the roof as well, back there was a bit of unfinished texture work. But if you go in the teleporter in the middle here, you get sent to an absolutely identical room. So this was kind of fun as a kid, because it's like, wow, it's the same room twice. Why don't they do that more? And yeah, because we've got enough ammo here, this isn't too difficult. But as mentioned, it's one of those things where if you don't have ammo for this double room becomes a death trap. Cool. So we're going to take care of the mancubus here. There should be 2 chain gunners. There are. Oh, there's a second mancubus there. I didn't remember that one, to be honest. So we're going to take out all these guys here. So if we drop this wall here, it actually opens us up behind the starting area, which, you know, this invulnerability would have been useful if we'd wanted to charge in here. But yeah, you can see we just need to go into the blue door here. And there's one final trap here, and we have to take care of all these annoying Barons of Hell and Hell Knights. But yeah, once you grab the red key, you can pretty much run out of this level. As said, Monster Condos, in my eyes, is pretty fun. I don't think it's one of the better Doom 2 levels, but it's certainly a fun one. And because there are ways to kind of cheese it if you know your way through it, it isn't actually that frustrating. As you can kind of see in the beta levels, it's actually on the spot of abandoned mines, which, you know, it is what it is. But now we're going to dive into the PS1 version of this level, and as you can see, it is pretty faithful. The lighting's a bit lighter, and you'll see that they've put a few extra things around the level to try and make it a bit easier. So for example, there's a chain gun there, which I kind of approve of. I think that it's kind of important. There's no Ratnatron in here, instead it's a Bony Boy. And obviously this trap is still here, because this is where you get your shotgun. So you can see the chain gunner part of that trap was torn down. I suspect because they felt it might be a bit too unfair on people playing on the PlayStation 1. But if we go up here and grab the rocket launcher, it's still very much the same trap here. It's actually a bit easier because you can see the spectres much easier than you can on the PC version, which is fine. Honestly, I kind of prefer them looking like this, but you know, because they kind of stand out more against the background. But as you can see, this room is as was. Lots of ammo for us to grab, and an invulnerability here as well. Now, the reason I rush to this room when I'm using the invulnerability is because there's just so many enemies in here that like it just makes it so much easier to deal with them all when you can just run up to them and blast them with rocket launchers, plasma rifles, whatever you've got on hand. The only thing is that there's no arch vials in here, so that's obviously it's a bit easier than on the PC again. As mentioned, a lot of the changes to the PS1 version across these levels are designed to make it more accommodating for what I suspect are players who probably haven't played the PC version of Doom. And when you're playing on a D-pad, and strafing with the R2, L2 buttons, it's not the nicest experience. And I have to say that again. I think I've mentioned that before, but the controls in the PS1 version of Doom really are not super ideal. You can work with them, but definitely not super ideal. But you can see here it's working because I'm using the strafing to get around these Hell Knights. I think there's a few more Hell Knights in here. I think they've actually put more in here. So Doom 2's on PS1's obsession with Hell Knights continues here. So we're going to blast you in the face, hit the switch. So as you can see, the level is pretty faithful. Oh, there's only one here. I mean, if you insist. So there's two in there. And don't take that as me criticising the PS1 version. Ultimately, this was released in 1995, years before the analog sticks were added to the PS1 controller, and a lot of PS1 FPSs, including Duke Nukem 3D on PS1, actually kind of steal the control mechanisms from this game, and it actually names it as the Doom method in Duke Nukem 3D. So this was pretty much as good as it got with PS1 FPSs. Even when the analog sticks were introduced, it didn't really change anything. But you can see these traps are all pretty identical. Although even at the darkest setting, you can still kind of see what's going on here. So it's a bit more accommodating. There's no Ratmatrons here again. We've got Bony Boys for days. And for the longest time, I hated this level. I did not like this level. The puzzles bothered me. The layout I thought was too wide. I thought the difficulty spikes in it were just a bit too much, and I always tried to get through it as quickly as I could. But I think in recent years, when I've kind of come back to play this, and I kind of play the PS1 version here, and I've sort of taken the time to explore it, I think that this level's kind of gone up a few spots in like where I think Doom 2 levels are. There's the super shotgun that was missing from the beta. I think if you like sort of the exploration aspect of Doom, this level's a lot more palatable. As you can see, there's Bony Boys here for days. So yeah, this makes use of Bony Boys here, which is very reminiscent of the PC version, although I do think that there are more in the PC version here. I think they've lowered the count here. So we've taken out all those Bony Boys. Now I'm going to go and get my hands on that BFG again, because it's very useful. It's very important to grab that BFG if you can. The roof texture is different in here. It's just a plain red texture, so it kind of doesn't feel as much... Ooh, that was rubbish of me. It doesn't feel so much like a hell level, it just feels like a room with a red roof now. But accommodations have to be made. It also doesn't help that I've got the amplification goggles on, so like I'm kind of blowing up the room's like lighting. Ah, I missed that. See what I mean about like it's not so easy to kind of plan your runs and such. you can kind of be let down by the stiffness of the D-pad controls. So we're gonna drop down here. So as the light amplification goggles kind of wear off here, you can kind of get an idea for the lighting of this room. It's kind of dark, so the roof isn't really an issue so much. Although you'll notice here they haven't replaced the arch vial, they've just kind of left it empty, which is an interesting choice. So we'll take all these guys out here. I'm going to take him out with the chain gun here just because it makes more sense to do that. Save the ammo for out here. So this is a lot darker in this version, and I actually kind of dig the atmosphere. It's yeah, I tried to get back there. So let's see what the damage is. Oh, there's only 2 here this time. That's fun. I actually kind of prefer the aesthetic of this outdoor area, because in the PC version, because it's outside, they stick the lighting on high, so it kind of blows out the area. But I kind of like that in this version it's only this middle bit that's light, everything else is kind of draped in coloured lighting and darkness. So I'm going to risk using the BFG here. I've been cautious about using the BFG ever since like we got those texture overload issues. We'll take out all the Hell Knights here. It is interesting that they chose to take away the Mancubuses and the Arachnotrons. It was mentioned in one of my comment sections that this was done because these PS1 levels can only load in so much enemy data, and so they obviously have to reuse some of the enemies and replace them to not sort of have that become a problem. It kind of makes sense because in a lot of these levels, when one enemy kind of replaces another enemy at a point, the same enemy replaces all of the other enemies in that level. And that's something that I've noticed as we've been kind of working through this. So you can see again, like this is a trap, so you grab this and you head towards the red key here. I'll be interested to see if there's still Barons here. No, I think it's just Hell Knights. Okay, so they're obviously not as challenging as, you know, we tried before. I think the enemies I'm missing are over near where the yellow door is, but to be honest, like, they're not really worth bothering with. Overall, I like Monster Condo. It's a fun level. I think that it's grown on me over the years because I appreciate what it's trying to do. I know it's not for everyone, and I get that, like, you know, the level layout is a bit wacky at points. But for me, it's an exploration level, and I love being able to explore big Doom levels. Hey, and welcome to map 28 of Doom 2. Or is it? No, this is actually map 22 of the Doom 2 beta. So, the Spirit Worlds is a very interesting level, and its development very clearly is worth discussing because, as you can clearly see, this is not the Spirit Worlds that you know, at least not from the retail release of Doom 2. This is in fact pretty much a completely new level, but it does have features from the Spirit Worlds, because ultimately that is 2 separate levels that were kind of mushed together, and one of those is down here. Down there is the trap room that is in Spirit Worlds, and here's another room. So in the final retail release, there's actually a chain gun in place of that shotgun there, but these rooms here actually make it into the final Spirit Worlds level. So we'll grab this, turn out the lights, and we'll take out the enemies inside here. But it's fascinating seeing these parts of the Spirit World being used in a completely different level. And as you'll see when we go through this level, it's not just this part that ultimately turns up. Now, I can't speak for what was going on with the Spirit World. I can't tell you what was happening. But it's very clear that at some point after this beta, which, you know, was midway through 1994, it was clearly decided that these two levels were not worthwhile on their own, so they kind of decided to mush them together. We'll head down here. You will recognize this as the room that leads to the exit room in the Spirit Worlds. So there's a rocket launcher in there normally, because in the final Spirit Worlds level you have to shoot the walls to get through to the exits. So again, it's interesting that this part of this level is what makes it all the way to the final version of this level. I also think this is similar. I'm guessing that they liked these hidden traps here and just decided to kind of keep them. You can see that this is a lot more expanded than what we got in the final release, because in the final release this is just a linear corridor, but here there's a bunch of small rooms, there's pathways going in all directions, there's key doors here. There's also a lot more lost souls going on in this version of the level, which is slightly annoying, but we'll take care of all these guys. What's interesting is that this level is pretty complete as well. So as we're playing through it, we'll head in here. See, this is a very basic room. Now, rooms like this make me wonder if they were planning to sort of make this level more detailed, and then when it came back to doing it, they just kind of decided the level's not good enough. Because this is a very, very, very simple room. This is the kind of room you'd expect to see in like a person's first WOD that they're making. It's not a very particularly exciting room, and it's definitely not up to the quality of what you'd expect in a retail release. So we'll head inside there. So that's a red key that we need. But you can see there's lots of little walkways in this level, and it's really interesting that this level seems to have like a very open approach, because there's so many different directions that you can head in. Now you will recognize this room because this is in the final version of this level, and other than a few texture changes, it's functionally the same. Even with the Archvile, which we don't really want to deal with. So we're going to take this guy out here. Let's grab all this ammo, because we're going to need it here. Let's get rid of the Archvile there. Right. So it's interesting that this room again was chosen to make it to the final parts of the level, because in the retail version, as you'll see later on, and if you've experienced it, you kind of have to come in here to open up the platform to get back to the start of the level in Spirit Worlds. But in this version of the level, it seems quite optional, because there's nothing really essential here. I'm just kind of exploring this because this is very fascinating. Seeing this room in this state, the teleporter just kind of dumps you at the top of the room there, which is a bit weak. Now I'm going to save here, because when I did a test run of this level, I actually managed to activate a glitch that brought all the roofs in the level down, and it completely broke the level. So I'm just saving, so if that happens again, we can sort of dive straight back in from here. So that takes us up to the supercharges there. The fact that that glitch even exists at all tells me that this level wasn't near completion. This is very much a work in progress. Now, this part here, for example, so one thing you'll notice about this beta level is that it's very wide. Like, there's a lot of areas where you can go and explore, and there isn't really anything there of super value. So we're looking through these grey rocks here. We're kind of wandering around here, and I can tell you there's nothing in here. Like, there's just a bunch of ammo and a bunch of enemies, but it does make me wonder, like, why they made this level so big in the first place. Because this is a massive level. Like, there's a lot of enemies in it, there's a lot of tight spaces, and it's interesting that they kind of decided to go this far into development with the level and then pulled it and just took little chunks of it. See, I'm not a fan of like big spaces like this because there's no real landmarks here to kind of guide our way, so we're just kind of wandering around, relying on the auto map to kind of guide us to where we've not been. Excuse me. But it's fascinating that this was kind of the direction they wanted to go in, for sure. It's very easy to get lost in here. Like, all the walls kind of look the same as each other, and you kind of have to head in the right way, otherwise you're just going to be going round in circles. Okay, so that's just teleported us back to the start, so that's kind of frustrating. Makes me wonder if they thought this level was too big. Like, this level was just A, too big, and just B, not up to the standard. So you can see this brings us out here. If you're getting the sense that there's a lot of, like, familiar looking rooms, and, like, all the rooms kind of look the same in that section, you're not wrong. Like, this level is a bit of a pain to navigate at points. Oh wow, I nearly died there. That would have been rough. Oh wow. So you can see here, you can grab a bunch of ammo and the rad suit. So there's a blue door behind us there, which I'll go into in a bit because I want to grab some health. Oh my god, okay. So that just teleports you right into the middle of that space there. Very claustrophobic at points this level. It's very varied in terms of like the size of the rooms. There's a lot of these narrow corridors that you've got to kind of make your way through. Yeah, I'm not going in that trap room. So we'll head in this way. This is a completely different direction you can go in the level. And as you can see, there's a whole bunch of Catacombs here just waiting to chew off our faces. So this is another part of the level I'm not a big fan of. Because all these rooms kind of are boxy, they're not very well detailed, and in my eyes, like, I can kind of see why these didn't make the cut. Because as you can see, we're basically just wandering between brown rooms, which isn't all that interesting. But there is very much a kind of you choose your own direction with this level, because there are multiple paths that you can take, like. And I think that's really interesting. It would have definitely been one of the more open Doom 2 levels had this made it to retail. Although the level would have needed a lot of polishing in my opinion, because this is you can see very clearly this is a work in progress. So we got the there's nothing in here. If we got the stairs here, right? So there's these pinkies here we need to get rid of. Now I know there's a super shotgun down here which we're going to grab. This is a very weird room, isn't it? So I can't put my finger on why, but this reminds me of the penultimate room in the Spirit World, and I suspect this may be what became that room. Because it's textured very similarly, it looks very similar, and the way that those bony boys kind of came out of the floor there, it kind of reminds me of that room, so I kind of suspect that may have been the room that they kind of attached to this part here. So we're going to go into the trap room here. It's going to be something. Probably one of my least favourites Doom 2 rooms. Again, interesting that this made the cuts. Excellent. So we've done a lot of exploring in this level, but I think the red key's in here. Very interesting that they make use of the like texture there in the across the doorway. That's not something that they really do in Doom 2 very often. You can see here, again, another basic kind of room here with the red key inside. So we're going to grab the red key and then we're going to head towards the red door. For all the trouble that we went through to get this red key, this certainly doesn't feel that rewarding, I have to say. So we'll head back out here. We've pretty much explored most of the level now. We want to head towards the blue door, I think. So I'm not sure if it was intentionally done or not, but you don't actually need to get either of the keys to get out of this level. As far as I can tell, you can literally just go up the elevator on the other side from where the blue door is that we just entered, and you can pretty much just head for the exit. I don't know if that was intentional. I don't know if that was just because, you know, they hadn't finished the design of this level, but it kind of just adds to the chaos that is this level, because the keys are not super easy to get. They're both in rooms with lots of Hell Knights and Barons of Hell, and in my opinion, the prize for getting the keys really isn't worth it. So in Doom levels, in my opinion, there has to be like a reward for the strife that the game puts you through, and in this level I definitely don't feel that it's on par. I feel like in this level it's very much like, oh, you can pick up these few little things, and it's like, that's not really worth it, is it? Let's be honest. Right, let's kill all these enemies here. Never gonna say no to a blue armor. There's just a lot of rooms in this level where it's either Caco demons, or it's Hell Knights, or it's just a bunch of enemies that kind of are guarding items that might be interesting to the player, but like ultimately you don't need them to actually finish the level. So I don't want to grab the invulnerability because there's not much point at this stage. I will grab that, however, because for some reason, and you'll see it in a second when we head up this elevator here, they've decided to put a pain floor at the top of this elevator, which I have no idea why they thought that would be a good idea. It just seems really silly. But as you can see, we didn't need a key card to get up here, and when we go around this corner, it's the end of the level. So if you wanted to end the level, that's where you go. Oh, there's a room there that we haven't actually been to. I want to go and look in it. I do want to go and look in it. So we're gonna, you know what? I'm just gonna no-clip through the wall here to get to it, because I want to sort of see how we get here. So this is a secret room off the throne room that we were talking about earlier. As you can see, there aren't even any textures on most of the walls here, so again, this seems like another room where there's not much happening in it. It's just a monster closet for the sake of a monster closet. So yeah, that's pretty much that room. There are some little closets behind these walls here, so I just want to kind of have a peek inside and see what's inside the walls here. Apologies if like you kind of wanted to see just like a no cheating playthrough, but I am eternally curious about what they were going to put in here. So you can see it's just more Cacodemons. If I hit that, like, it just opens the door at the start of the room. You see more there's an archvile there. So, I'm curious, why have they given you the light amplification goggles there? Was the intention for that room to go dark? You know, so the main room with the switch in it, was the intention that, like, that would go dark and then, like, all these enemies would follow you in? That could have been fun. I'm just speculating there, by the way. So there's a lot to say about this level. It's really not great. It's very meandering. The texture work kind of leaves a lot to be desired because a lot of the rooms feel very samey when you're walking around the corridors. There's a lot of monster closets that don't really offer a great reward for the player to go into. They just kind of feel like they're there to punish the player for stumbling into them. Getting hold of the key cards was not easy, especially if you're pistol starting and you don't bring your own weapons in. Like that blue key, for example, was it the blue or red key was in the room with the Barons and the Hell Knights. Like, that's obscene. Like, if you're pistol starting, you really need to know what you're walking into there. I can totally understand why this level did not make the cut. But I now want to show you the other half of Spirit Worlds. So this actually is also in the beta. And as you can see, this is, well, kind of similar to what you know, but it's not similar to what you know. You can see that these doorways lead nowhere. This one, however, does lead somewhere. So you can see this part of the level is very much, you know, what the game will become. Now, because this is an incomplete level, I'm just going to use the weapon sheet here. So other than some texture changes, this is actually kind of remarkably similar to what we'd see in the final game. And so instead of the box of rockets there's actually a chain gun. So we're going to take out the pinkies here. So this is where you'd normally walk in and go to that room where you shoot the walls. However, as you can see, this is still very incomplete because it leads absolutely nowhere. So we're going to head down here and you'll see that this is kind of where the level here abruptly ends. Because, yeah, it's still very much a work in progress. And you can kind of see here where the two levels that we've seen were kind of mushed together, and it's really weird. It's really weird how they took this thing here and decided we're going to put it with the throne room and that room where you have to shoot the walls. So now that we've seen like how this level came to be, let's actually play the final level. And you can see here, this is the room where the shotgun was, and the lights are going to go out here. It's actually a bit easier in the final version here because they didn't stick a Revenant in there. I think the Bony Boy actually made this room a bit more challenging, especially with no armor. We'll take down the Cacodemon there. So we'll use these to turn on the lights. You can see down there, there's the trap room. We are going to go in there, but not right now. They also give you a super shotgun here, which I greatly appreciate. So the aim here is just to get rid of the pain elementals, and then we'll deal with the lost souls as and when we need. Just checking. I thought I'd left some health there, but I hadn't. Obviously from pistol start, this level's a bit more difficult because you have to face all these enemies right from the word go. We're going to take out all these lost souls. So once we drop down here, we aren't able to come back until we've gone to that throne room. But you can see the layout of this cavern area is very similar to what we saw in the beta just now. And I guess they really liked this because obviously they haven't really made any changes to this. And this kind of forms the backbone of this level, in my opinion. This starting area. So I know there's an archvile here. Yes, there is. You need to leave, like, right now, Mr. Archvile. The Spirit World is a very unique level for me. Like, there are very few Doom 2 levels that really capture the essence of feeling like you're actually deep in hell, like this level, in my opinion. And that's a combination of the weird patterns on the floor, the weird patterns on the walls, and just some interesting texture work. It definitely has an otherworldly feel, this level, that few other Doom 2 levels really managed to mimic. So here's that room we were talking about earlier on. So you can see they've kind of changed it a bit here. But if this doesn't take you right back to that beta level, I don't know what will. So we'll grab the rocket launcher here. In the beta that was a plasma rifle. So you can see they've kept the room here with all the enemies that come charging out. And if you shoot here, this is the room I was talking about earlier on. As said, I don't know if this is the room, if this is the same room I was talking about earlier on. But I get a sense that like they might have just sort of moved that room over and put it there. Even if you don't like the Spirit World, you've got to kind of admit that it's got a unique identity among all the Doom 2 levels. So the fun thing is, you can actually run up behind this door and grab the yellow key here. But you can't actually get back to the yellow door until you go on the other side of that door back to the throne room, because that's where the platform comes up. So you can see here the room is actually now complete, and there's a bunch of Raptrons down there in the lava pits which we are going to deal with. So I just want to grab this, blast these in the face. So sometimes these lost souls can actually get through the wall and they will attack you, like, no, that wasn't all. Sometimes they can actually get out, so it's best to get rid of these guys. So now that we've got the BFG, this room actually becomes a lot easier. Surprisingly, this room is not that difficult. There's also a yellow door that lets you get back up to the top part there. But I'll be honest with you, I don't think I've ever actually used the yellow door. There it is. The fact that there's 2 spider masterminds here and a bunch of invulnerabilities really kind of nerfs the fun that this battle could have had. So welcome to the slightly more funky version of the throne room here. So if we wanted to, we could actually just go to the yellow door and not trigger the trap in here. But I actually want to trigger it because it's kind of worth doing. One of my problems with this level is that they go way overboard with the invulnerabilities. And it completely kind of unbalances parts of the level because you're basically just walking around like a god, blasting the enemies. And while that's fun, it does get a bit old. It also means that, like, I don't know why I shot that. The reason I'm doing this is because I want to shoot all these bony boys here. Because these bony boys here are a problem. Deal with all these spectres. So I can hear an archvile off in the distance. I'm assuming that's come from the exit room we went in earlier. So it's probably waking up a bunch of enemies as we speak right now. But I promised you we'd go into the trap room, and we're going to go in here. This is one of my least favourite rooms in Doom 2. It's kind of a completely optional room. I never usually come here in my playthroughs, and honestly the rewards for coming here are kind of nullified when you realise that we've already got 171 health and 171 armour there, and we kind of don't need to come here. But I guess it's interesting that this carried over to this level, and they felt that this had to come with the level. But as you can tell from the Spirit World, this is very much a mishmash of two different levels that kind of got stuck together and were turned into one level. Oh wow. There's two Archviles apparently. What have I done to deserve this? So you can see there's an Archvile in there. Oh, there it is. I got very brave there because it could have killed. He could have very easily killed me without any armor. But yeah, that's the Spirit World. There's a lot to unpack in this. The Spirit World is not everyone's favourite level to begin with. And when you understand that it was basically two levels that were kind of pushed together into one level, it's easier to understand kind of how it came to be such a divisive level, because it's got two very distinct identities that kind of are being rammed together. And they didn't really do much to change those identities in the final level. So it leads to an interesting level. I personally love the aesthetics of this level. I just think there's a lot of things in the level that rub me the wrong way. For example, having to shoot to open the exit when that hasn't really been a thing throughout Doom 2. For me, bad design choice. Hey, and welcome to map 29 of Doom 2, The Living End, or at least the beta version of it. So, there's nothing really interesting to talk about with the beta version of this level, because it's effectively a half-finished version of the final level. Romero clearly hadn't finalised the design yet, but the overall layout here of the level, so like the frame of the level, is here, including the starting part here. So it's clear that he worked on this late into development, and what you're seeing here is pretty much the template for what he would fill in later on. You can see in the middle there, there's the platform where the stairs are that lead up to the Cyber Demon and the exit. I mean, it's a lot closer here, so obviously, like, he puts that a bit further back, I think, in the final version. I mean, we can jump over here, can't we? Yes. So it's interesting to see that this level was kind of left towards the last few months of development. It kind of makes sense as well, because if this became the penultimate level, they probably decided to see if they could make it grander and bigger, and you can see that this was always intended to be a big level. The pain floors aren't activated yet either. But yeah, there's not much to see here, so let's dive into the retail version of this level. And as you can see, it's a bit more fleshed out. We get a chain gun at the start here. The chain guns are very essential. One of the big things about this level, in my opinion, is the fact that you can be shot at from way across the level and you don't really get recourse on that. And it provides both a challenge and an ever-present threat over the player. Because you can see up top there, there's a Mancubus trying to shoot down on us. There's also chain gunners over there. There's these imps that are coming round towards us. It's a very dangerous level, this one, and it kind of puts all the skills that you've been learning throughout the game to the test. It's a true elevation of skill, in my opinion, and I think that that's what this level really should be doing. So we'll take out these chain gunners here. As you can see, the Mancubus are not afraid to take shots at you from across the level. So I'm going to get rid of this pain elemental before he throws too many lost souls into the wild. But I do think the Living End is one of the stronger levels in Doom 2. Definitely in the top 5 levels for me. It's a very nice step up in challenge, and it provides a fitting penultimate level for what is a very good game in my opinion, obviously, because I wouldn't have gone through all the levels if I didn't think it was a good game. Oh, hello. You see I got hit there. So you can see that from the beta, he actually put this in here. So this big rock structure here where the windows have just opened up. So there's a lot of nice little traps as well that you've got to keep your eye out for in this level. There isn't a PS1 version of this level, unfortunately. Oh, I just think I woke a Caco demon up. Not good on my part. Just gonna go back and grab this health pack. And obviously, as one of the biggest levels in Doom 2, I think this does a much better job of showing how big Doom 2 levels can actually be pretty fun, compared to the Chasm, which I feel kind of squandered a lot of its potential. We'll grab the secret plasma rifle here, and we'll also grab all the ammo from up here. So if you grab that plasma rifle, it actually makes this level so much easier. You can see there, you can look across, and if you wanted to, you could take time to shoot all the enemies over here. Don't know why you'd want to, because they're not that difficult to deal with. So in order to progress past this next part, we've A, got to get rid of all these enemies, because they'll just mow down our health. But B, we've got to walk into that shadowy bit there, because it opens this door, and then there's a bunch of Hell Knights around this giant face here. As said, grabbing the plasma rifle if your pistol's starting really does make a difference here on this level. So we're going to take care of the Hell Knight here. And once we jump down, we're going to activate a little trap here with the Caco demons. Now, I'm going to hit that switch because I want that platform to rise up behind me. Luckily, we've got armor and a lot of health. If you don't have much health by this point, this can be a real grind, because you have to take care of all these Caco demons, because they will just tail you through the rest of the level. What I find impressive about this level as well, it doesn't actually use any key cards. So progression, like this part here, you have to go into these in a sequenced order. So you have to go into the middle one, then the left one, then the right one. And rather than making you go look for key cards, the game kind of challenges you, and it's nice to be given these kind of little puzzle boxes to deal with. Obviously, because it's Doom, these puzzles are not that difficult to work out. But it's nice that Romero was willing to kind of experiment even at this point in the game. Let's see if I can get this Mancubus to in-fight. We can. So this is an interesting room, this one. It's a case of you've got to hit several switches to open the door to get to the final part of the level, but you can't get to that switch without going over here. But as you can see, there's an arch vial up there blocking that switch. So the switch is actually hidden there. Goddamn arch vials. So I'm just going to shoot this arch vial in the face. Oh, hello. Now there's a bunch of imps here who very rarely cause any problems, but I'm going to get rid of them anyway because, you know, we got to show them off. You can't get outside there, unfortunately. It's one of those areas where it's not accessible unless you use the no-clip cheat. There's also a berserk around the back of that switch, which is pretty useful. So we're on our way to the final part of the level here, and there's a nice little Baron trap here. So this Baron here, if you let him walk around enough, he'll actually trigger teleporters and actually walk around the room. It's not that difficult to deal with, but if you're not expecting it, it can actually be troublesome. Now, this part for me is very nasty, because you've got these bony boys coming at you and you've got all these zombie men. If you don't have much health and you're coming through that teleporter, you are in some real trouble. And that's kind of why I always try and aim for the bony boys before I go for the zombie men there. So you can see here, we've got enemies elevated above us, trying to target us. It's easy to miss this part here. Even though that switch is kind of lit up pretty nicely, it is pretty easy to miss this, and it is essential that you hit this switch in order to finish the level. So you have 3 different routes here that you can take. I think you can go down the middle one. Or this one first. I usually just go for this one because you can kind of run to the end here and then jump over here like that. But down each of these is a different enemy, so... Okay. Ah, you mother. Yeah, he punched me into the lava there. Just going to grab some stim packs here. But again, I like the element here that you kind of have to do all this as a big puzzle, and it leads to a sort of grand finale, which I appreciate. Because this level feels very big. Some of the Doom 2 levels try to feel big and they end up just feeling really empty, but this one, even though it doesn't make use of all the space in the level, I think it does a really good job of providing like a really tense challenge and making it feel like you're facing a horde of enemies. Speaking of horde of enemies, let's deal with the cyber demon at the top here, but not before we take care of these mancubus that have been giving me pain throughout this level. Normally I just run for the exit, but given that, you know, we're having a bit of fun here, let's see if we can take down the cyber demon and his 2 mancubus friends here. It's actually a pretty nasty fight this if you don't take out the mancubus, because the cyber demon and the mancubus together pose a pretty imposing challenge. So here's the cyber demon, probably the least fought cyber demon I'd argue in all of the Doom games, because as you can see the exit's literally right there. I'm very surprised they didn't put in like a special command where you had to beat this cyber demon in order to get to the exit. Because I think that would have been a pretty epic like fight here before the Icon of Sin level. But as you can see, the cyber demon is dead, and yeah, this was the living end. It's not a super long level, but it's a very well constructed level in my opinion. It really shows off the strengths of Doom 2 and sort of that grander scale that it's aiming for. I definitely think it's one of the better Doom 2 levels as well, because it provides a nice challenge. It's not super abstract, and a lot of the puzzles, even though some of the placements of the switches are not super obvious, like it doesn't take that much to figure out the way forward. And like I said, I like the fact that it doesn't use keycards. I think that's a real interesting idea from Romero there, and it's something that many WOD designers have taken into account over the years and used themselves. Hey, and welcome to map 30 of Doom 2, Icon of Sin. So here we are, we've made it to the final level of Doom 2, and as you can see, this opening room is kind of a welcoming area. But when you go through the teleporter, you are greeted by the Icon of Sin. So this is the final boss of Doom 2. This level is pretty simple. Enemies are spawned in from the little cubes. This is the only level in Doom 2 where you can actually be telefragged, so you've got to be careful for that. The aim is to shoot 3 rockets into that exposed bit above the Icon of Sin's head. And as you can see, we're dealing with all the enemies here as they spawn, because once we start trying to shoot rockets into the exposed part of his head, it's going to get pretty messy this level. Now, a whole bunch of enemies can spawn here, up to Archviles in terms of difficulty. Archviles are pretty rare, but they can show up here. You can't get Cyber Demons or Spider Masterminds, which I think is actually a shame. I think that would have actually been quite fun if you'd been able to have Cyber Demons randomly spawn. But the worst enemies for me are the Pain Elementals, because they spawn Lost Souls, which are a pain in the ass. So you can see it's pretty much look based. If you can get a clear shot on the exposed part of the Icon of Sin, then great. If you can't, then you know you're going to be here a few times. You'll also notice, there you go, that's one successful hit, it's 2 successful hits. You'll notice on the left hand side, by the way, that the texture for the Icon of Sin isn't aligned properly. As you can see, this is not a very interesting level to look at. It's a toxic room with lots of ledges that you can bring down, but ultimately, like, this is not a particularly grand exit for Doom 2, and it's a bit of a shame, really, in my opinion, because map 29, the Living End, is so good for me, and like that sets up a really interesting boss battle. But there you go, we've destroyed it. It's just, I guess it's disappointing that like you go through all of Doom 2 and then you basically face the Icon of Sin. It's a texture on a wall with Romero's head behind it. It's disappointing, and it kind of shows that the development of Doom 2 towards the end kind of got rushed, because there's no way, in my opinion, that we went from maps like E1M8, E2M8 and E4M8 to this. There's no way, in my opinion, they would have just put this in as just a boss room, which is basically what we've got here. It's a boss room with no real level attached to it, and I think that it's not a great showcase for the end of Doom 2, because when you're riding up and down that elevator trying to shoot, that's an ability like that's not really tested throughout the game. So the game's testing you on an ability at the end that you're not really practiced and trained in. So it's a very confusing ending for me. Like, if they couldn't be bothered to make a new boss sprite, I get it, but they should have at least fleshed out Icon of Sin in many, many different ways. So to kind of just show how other versions of Doom 2 handle the final level, I figured we'd look at the PS1 final level, which is Redemption Denied. Now, I've played this before, but I wanted to just show this next to Icon of Sin. I love this opening room. It's just so much more atmospheric. Now, whether you think this level is better than Icon of Sin really depends on how much you like taking on lots of enemies. Because in this level, there's a bunch of barons in the middle here that we have to get rid of. And as you can see, they can kind of teleport around the room a tiny bit. The problem for me is that, again, this isn't a particularly great final level for Doom 2. We're just going to grab all this ammo here. I'm not quite sure how they messed this up so much, but Redemption Denied for me is... it's a bit better in the sense that at least here you're being tested on the skills that you've learned throughout the game. Like I said, the one thing that annoys me about Icon of Sin is that you kind of have to learn to time your rocket shots, but where else in Doom 2 is that tested? It's not, and it just kind of feels like a very weird way to round out Doom 2, I guess. It's interesting as well because Doom 64 did make a custom final boss fight, and even though it's not particularly brilliant, I'd argue that at least it fits the theme of the game a lot better than Icon of Sin, and probably this as well. I'm not massively enamored with this level either, because it's basically just a big room with lots of barons in, and as you can see over there, the walls are coming down, so we get 2 spider masterminds. Now, the trick here for me is to try and get these 2 to infight, because they can actually infight, and if they can take each other out for me, that would be really lovely. So I'm going to try and make that happen here. Like I said, I think TNT, in my opinion, does a much better job of the final level idea by actually putting a level before the Icon of Sin fight. I think this level's a bit too plain, but then again, like, this is the PS1 version of Doom, so it has limitations to take into account. You can see here that the Spider Mastermind here is trying to trigger a fight, but it keeps getting stopped by the chain gun fire. I guess at the end of the day, it really depends how much you like Icon of Sin levels, because a lot of Doom 2 custom WODs make use of Icon of Sin in various different ways, and I guess it really depends on what your tolerance for that is. Personally, for me, I just don't think it's that great a final boss, and this as well, like, once you kind of grab the plasma rifle and once you kind of know what you're doing, this level, it really isn't that difficult, but it's still pretty fun. And that's the end of PS1 Doom 2. When I say I like Redemption Denied better than Icon of Sin, that's generally because I don't rate Icon of Sin highly at all. In fact, I kind of put it on par with Dis in terms of just overall quality. It feels very slapped together. Redemption Denied feels a bit more purposeful, even if the execution feels very simple as well. It's a real shame that they didn't round out Doom 2 in a much stronger way.